Ahoj, já jsem Kuba Holík, pracuji tady ve Warhorse od března 2013. Moje pozice je rozdělená mezi 3 věci. Pracuji jako vedoucí 3D grafik prostředí, Lead Environment Artist v angličtině, to zní líp. Taky jako technický grafik, to znamená dělám nástroje pro ostatní grafiky, aby se jim líp pracovalo. A v neposlední řadě jsem pro firmu party manager a zařizuju nějaké hospody 1-2krát do měsíce. Moje pracovní náplň se rozděluje mezi 3 věci. Jelikož jsem vedoucí grafik, tak musím nějak řídit lidi, to znamená rozdělovat jim práci, domlouvat se s ostatními týmy, jak a co budeme vlastně dělat, vymýšlet, jak opravdu budeme ty věci technicky sestavovat dohromady a dávat do hry. To je ta jedna práce. Druhá práce je technický grafik, kde vytvářím nástroje pro grafiky, aby se jim pracovalo dobře, rychle a efektivně. To většinou znamená, že programuju, nebo nejprve vymyslím, co je potřeba zlepšit, potom to naprogramuju, pak to testujeme s grafikama, jestli se to vlastně dá použít. Většinou se to nedá použít, tak to opravuju a postupně za pár týdnů se to už dá použít, takže to je pěkný. A třetí práce je party manager, což znamená, že jelikož všichni chodíme rádi do hospod a někdo je musí zarezervovat a vůbec všechny svolat, protože je nás tady spousta a málo kdy se potkáme nějak na chodbě, pojďme na pivo, tak lidi obepíšu, zarezervuju hospodu a vyrazíme. Jak pracujeme ve Warhorse? Ve Warhorse pracujeme tvrdě, ale není to proto, že by nás snad někdo hlídal, stál nám za zády s masivním bičem nebo nás špehoval nějakým prapodivným softwarem, ale je to proto, protože lidi, kteří tady pracují, mají společné 2 věci. Milujou hry a milujou práci, kterou dělají. Proto se všichni snažíme, aby jsme vytvořili co nejlepší hru, kterou můžeme nabídnout všem hráčům po celém světě, abychom mohli konkurovat velkým studiím i tady z našeho maličkého českého rybníčku. Software, který grafici používají, je mnohý. Používáme jako hlavní modelovací nástroj 3D Studio Max, pak používáme ZBrush pro vytváření high poly sculptů, používáme Substance Designer na vytváření materiálů, Substance Painter na vytváření unikátních textur, Photoshop, když je potřeba, a to je všechno za ty hlavní programy. Samozřejmě každý používá nějaké svoje drobné programy pro usnadnění práce, ale to je to hlavní gro. Na práci ve Warhorse mě baví asi hlavně 3 věci. Ta jedna je, že máme profesionální tým plný lidí, od kterých se můžu každý den něco nového naučit. Ta druhá je, že jsme schopni s tady tímhle týmem, který je převážně složený z Čechů, konkurovat těm největším gigantům na poli herního vývoje po celém světě. A ta třetí je, že když jednou za čas něco vydáme, tak se to lidem líbí a potom z toho můžeme mít všichni krásný a hřejivý pocit.
Over the last 30 years, round became square, small became big, and small and big, and smaller and bigger. From a classic fairy tale, we flew into an exciting reality, discovering a world of possibilities. We've learned and we've loved. We still learn and we still love. Together, we've shaped the culture of today, and we keep on building, creating, and growing. Through the tough, the rough, and the many challenges, always supporting, encouraging, enriching each other, so that square can become any shape, and small can become so much smaller when we realize how big it really is. 30 years of support, and we keep going, because you are building the culture of tomorrow. Your stories are meant to be shared.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and most of all, dear video game developers. My name is Pavel Dobrovský, and it is my great privilege and pleasure to welcome you to Game Developer Session 2021. Once again, the Game Developer Session is online. We are delighted to know that you are interested in this format, or more like willing to be forced in this format. But it is what it is. In the next 2 days, you'll see and hear talks from experienced game developers from all over the world. You will join developers from Ashburn Games, Good AI, Charles Games and Gold Knights and others, as well as veterans of the industry like Don Daglow, Kate Edwards, Dave Gilbert and Adam Sporka, among others. World has changed in the past year and we are facing new challenges. It is good to know that video games and video game developers can play their part in helping people to get through these difficult times. So, thank you, organizers of this conference. This conference is the place where you can listen and share your experiences, where you can find new colleagues and get bright new ideas. After all, the Game Developer Session is 19 years old. It is one of the oldest game developers conferences in Europe. Yeah. Now, conference will start in a few minutes. I know. You think it is not the real conference, there are no evening parties and no interesting mornings. We hope that next year we will have once again a chance to see you face to face, shake your hands and enjoy the feeling of a great community that loves video games and making them. We really hope to see you next year in Prague. But last year we found a way to great evening parties and even to interesting mornings. Sort of. We used this strange technology from the future called Discord and we had quite a lot of fun. The same thing is happening this year. Do not be shy. Visit our Discord and you will be surprised. You should have all the details on how to connect in your inbox. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome Pavel Barak. He is the man who is responsible for the Game Developer Session, so please give him a huge applause.
Thank you, Pavel, for the introduction, and welcome everybody to our conference Game Developer Session. As you heard and probably realize, the conference is online again, unfortunately. We really try to prepare it as a physical event here in Prague for this year, but the situation did not allow us to actually do the physical event. So therefore, the whole conference will be online, but I really hope that you will enjoy it and you will like the talks and you will get in touch with all the speakers and other attendees. But this whole event won't be possible without our partners. The support from them is something that we really appreciate and we would like to thank to all of them. Namely, our gold sponsors, which are two companies. First one is a GameDevHub, which is a private educational academy. And the second one is SCS Software, the Prague-based game development studio. Then also we had a bunch of silver tier partners. These companies are Warhorse Studios, Bohemia Interactive, Hangar 13, Czech agency Czech Invest, and then Creative Europe. So also huge thank you to them. And then last but not least, our bronze partners, which are companies 4Players, Arcan Systems, and then Madfinger Games. Without these companies, we definitely wouldn't be able to organize this event. So once again, huge thank you to all our partners and sponsors. But I would like to also talk to you more about the technical side and technical aspects of the conference. For our main communication, we are using a Discord. You should already have information how to connect to Discord in your emails with the ticket. So if you would like to interact with the speakers, ask them questions during their talk or also talk directly to them after the talk, head to the Discord, join there and just get connected with the other attendees as well as the speakers. Then also we are using Meet to Match networking platform. Also huge thank to our partners from Meet to Match that they joined us and cooperated with us on organizing this conference. On Meet to Match you can plan your meetings, you can get connected with various people, including some business partners or maybe some future colleagues that you will create a game with. So use Meet to Match. You can also watch all these streams on Meet to Match platform as well, and then also on our website. To access the streams, you probably already know that, but you need the access key that you received with the ticket. So Meet to Match for networking and also watching the conference, and then website. But also this year, for the first time, the Game Developers Session conference is part of the Czech and Slovak Games Week, and therefore we are streaming the whole first line, the main line of the talks on Steam platform as well, as part of the Czech and Slovak Games Week site on the Steam website and in the Steam client. So you can watch the whole conference, the first line, also on Steam, or you can also tweet about it, invite your friends so they can enjoy the talks on Steam as well. But if you would like to really be connected, you need to register. So for those of you that are watching us right now on Steam, if you want to ask questions to speakers or if you want to be part of the networking, you need to register through our website. But last thing from me, our main partner for this year is City of Prague. Even though we're doing the conference online, City of Prague is a huge supporter for us, and together with them we were preparing some of the parts. So huge thank you to City of Prague. And now just a few words you will hear from Vít Šimral from the City of Prague. So, thank to everybody. I hope you will enjoy the conference, you will enjoy the talks, and now I would like to give space to our guest from City of Prague.
For the fourth time already, it's my pleasure and honor to open the Game Developers Session in Prague. The gaming industry in Prague is still experiencing rapid growth and has managed to create over 300 new jobs during the pandemic. Czech game development studios are among the world's top leading companies, and Czech computer games are successful around the world. Over 50 of these companies are housed in Prague. You may know, for instance, Bohemia Interactive, the authors of the world-famous and award-winning Arma series, or Warhorse Studios, who have achieved great success with the historical game Kingdom Come: Deliverance. Prague is a proud innovation hub of the Czech Republic, has a strong position in creating an environment for creative minds and the formation of outstanding and successful ideas. Even though several universities have responded to this trend with the establishment of study programs dedicated exclusively to future game makers, the education in the field of computer game development is still underdeveloped. The ambition of Prague is very much the same as in previous years, and that is to nourish the talented Czech development scene and encourage an expansion of companies in this sector and their cooperation on the international level. The first municipal game development hub should be open in the market district of Prague 7 in no longer than 2 years. Thank you for everything we have done together so far, and I am looking forward to our future cooperation. Thank you, have a great time, and enjoy the conference.
Community, one of the most important things in game development. Also, one of the most difficult to handle. But a healthy community rewards the creators with better retention and higher monetization and many other things. How to build and maintain the community? These questions will be answered in a few seconds by Philip Schuster from 4Players. Please enjoy.
Hi, and welcome to our workshop, Building and Managing Your Community, but the easy way, finding the right tools for the job. Well, my name is Melina. I'm the partner manager at 4Players, and I am here with my colleague Philip Schuster, our CEO and master programmer, and we are going to talk with you today about which tools you can use to do great community management. But first of all, give me a short time to tell you a little bit about us and why we're here. Well, we are 4Players. 4Players is a company which is on the market for 20 years already, so we've been quite experienced in working in the gaming industry. We know a lot about the gaming industry, and we created some services around development, game development, and publishing, which we'd like to share with the whole community. So first of all, we've been an online game magazine. We have reviewed a lot of games, and we gathered a lot of knowledge on what is important about gaming. Then we start with 4Players, building one of the biggest game server hosting companies in Europe, and now also expanding all over the world and having great deals for publishers and developers. By now, we are also a software development company focusing on developing tools which really can help developers focus on their games. So on the one hand side, we have a tool for engagement, monetization, and retention, and on the other hand side, we have a next generation communication tool, which is really bringing in-game voice chat to the next level. And we are here to really talk with you about tools that can help you focus on your game and bringing your game the success that you aim for. So let's see what we can tell you about community management. First of all, what can you expect from this talk? Well, we are going to talk about community building and managing. We are going to give you better understanding where, how, and why you should develop your community and which tools you may use to do so. So let's begin. Why is it so important to, or what are the problems about community management, and why is it so important? Why is community management actually a solution? Well, focusing on the community in your game is equally important than developing an engagement and fun game. But what's the problem about doing community management? Well, on the one hand side, it's an ongoing task. You always have to be on point. You always have to focus on what is your community now. What is the community's need right now? What do they talk about with one another? What changes do they want to have in the game? So that's something that you always have to focus on. So it's a really ongoing task right from the beginning, maybe even before the release, and all the time during the lifespan of the game. Then it's a multifaceted task. So there are so many different things that you can focus on with community management. There are tasks you can do in the game, there are tasks you can do outside in the game, there are forums, there are websites, there are so many events that you can join where you can talk with people. So it's a task where with so many different options what you can do, that it might be a little bit overwhelming. Also, it's quite a lot of work, so it really needs people. There are so many community managers out there who are highly important to the companies because they are the ones talking to the community, getting actually the customer's need and being able to change it in the game to make it more the game all the players have been dreaming of. Also thinking of what the developers want to do, of course. Also, it's a task which is easy to neglect or delay. We all know it. Okay, I really want to work on community management, but by now I really have to focus on development because this bug needs to be fixed. We all know that struggle for developers, and it's quite hard to think that it might be better to talk to the community than not fixing the bug. And it's always a little bit of a decision thinking in the long term. So, but what can be the solution? First of all, it can be proper planning. So right before the release, you can think about what kind of community management would I like to do. Also, you can leverage tools. There are so many tools out there. Well, you know it from different other positions that you have in your company. So in sales, you always have a CRM tool. In support, you have a tool which is a ticket system, which is easily helping them focus on the different tasks and how important they are right now. And then you really have a solution with sticking with it. Be a sticky community manager to your community. Always stick with the task that you want to do and always update your community. Then you can evaluate and improve. You can evaluate all the input, all the feedback that you get. You can evaluate all the tools that you can use. And you can really improve on being a good community manager by doing, on the one hand side, the hard skill stuff, all the kind of things with the tech. And on the other hand side, with soft skill stuff, being reachable for the community. But we are going to talk about this more later. So this is just giving you an overview about what we're going to talk about today. Next step. So, why is retention so important, and why is it important to think about churn rates? Because we are thinking about a simple problem that most of the games have in their life cycle, and we call it the leaky bucket theory. So you have a bucket, and in this bucket, when you're just releasing your game, there are a lot of players jumping in that bucket, a lot of players joining your game, thousands of players are playing your game, and you're so happy because you have all those players that you have been dreaming of. But something is happening. There are various reasons why players might leave your game. This is the leaking bucket. There somewhere is a hole and people are jumping out of the bucket. So, and it is very hard for you to find out why they are leaving, because there might be so many reasons. There might be other games releasing that they have been dreaming of a long time, and they really want to join that game, and they do not have the time to play both of the games. So they loved your game, but they just can't play two games at a time. It might also be that they found some bugs, or there was a challenge inside your game that was so challenging that they couldn't get through, and so they stopped playing it. There might be so many reasons, but you wouldn't find out if you're not talking to them. So that's something for community management. But we are going to talk about this later. So there's some important thing that you have to think about. Well, you can't force them to stay. Of course, if you make them pay every month, they are more willing to stay. But normally, if you just give your game out once at a time, or they will stop the abonnement or something. So you really can't force them to stay. There's no way how you can make them stay there. But there are ways that you can go to make it easier for them to stay, or make it harder for them to go, which way you like to think about it. And this is something that you can do with community management. Make it the easiest and the nicest thing for them to stay in your game. Something that you always have to think about as well is highly important, is that you always have to acquire new players. The bucket always needs to be refilled because there are always people going. It might just be that they don't want to be gamers anymore. So there are always people going, even if you have community management. So, but there's a note. It's always more expensive to get new players, because that's something that you really have to invest marketing in, that you really have to go out of the world and show everyone your game, and you really have to spend money on that. Then to keep your players, because they already joined your game, and if you want them to stay, that's way easier than to get new ones. We are going to talk about this later as well. So let's go on. What is it, how you can build a community and manage a community? Well, actually, you have to spend three things, or you have to, well, maybe they're just a little bit. You have to spend two things, and one thing can help you. So first of all, it's time. Building a community is highly time consuming, so you really have to take your time and think about who is your community, what kind of people are in there, what are they interested in, and what are the things that are bothering them now, and what are the things that they are dreaming of that they want to add to the game. So get in touch with them and take your time, because that's what it takes. The second thing is content. So of course you have your content from the beginning, but content is not infinite. So we really have to really do content again and again to give them something new, because there will always be people rushing through it, which will be through all the content in quite a short time. So you always have to regenerate content. So what's the third thing? The third thing are tools. Tools are there to help you. As someone who's working with a CRM tool, well, I'm really working every day with a tool which is telling me, hey, today these are your tasks, these are the people that you said you want to contact this time again. You are working on that deal with that person, and it would be great if you can do this today, because otherwise they will think you're not interested anymore. So this is something that I love, because I can really plan my life with this tool, and I don't forget things. And that is something that you can also do in community management. You can plan different projects, you can really send you reminders, and that's something that and you can also really plan different strategies. So having challenges, having battle passes, having leaderboards, having community events, having a stream ongoing. So all these things might be something that you can think about in your community management tool. So I already said that there are two things that are really like the hard points to do when bringing out a game. One thing is player acquisition, and the other thing is making the players happy, making them stay. So let's focus on those two. First of all, player acquisition. Find and convert your players. Well, this is the first challenge that you have, but it's also an ongoing challenge. So you will have a challenge right from the beginning and even before that, because we recommend you don't start your marketing work when you're releasing the game, because you really want to have players right from the beginning. Maybe you already also have a multiplayer game. A multiplayer game is normally not that much of fun if there's only one person in it, so you really need people to join that game. What you can do is really starting community work right before that, starting marketing right before it. So do marketing events where you let people play demos or prototypes, and already get them into your community tool, get them into forums, get them on your website, make them sign up for newsletters, so that they are always getting content from you, that they will be there when the game is releasing. So don't start the day before the launch. Start right before that, build a community, and let them talk. Let them take part of the development process, because people are so much eager to stay with a game that they had ideas for. Maybe they already did write with some of the developers, and now they are like, oh, well, I'm part of this, and people really like to be part of something. So we know that we are like a group animal. we want to have our peer group. We want to have the people we can discuss with about the same topic and be passionate about it. And people are passionate about gaming, and they will stay with the project they've been involved for a long time. So first of all, don't start for 1 day before the launch. Start right before that. Start maybe even if you have an idea, post the first things and let the people share their ideas with you. Secondly, use and maintain proven tools and networks. Proven tools and networks. Well, of course, you're going to release your game on the normal tools. We have some game stores. I'm not going to tell. Well, of course I can. You're having Steam, of course. You're having Epic, maybe. So you're having different. There are different other shops that you can distribute your game on. So you can really use all these, but they are mostly platforms that are just selling your game and not giving you the marketing boost. So there are also some who can give you marketing boost, but that's something that you can do. See where other games had great marketing campaigns with, join those shops and do the same campaigns with them. So look what has been good already and use it and improve it. Also, see what kind of tools are there on the markets, which tools can you use. Look into the asset stores and look up, is there any tool that others have been using that are quite great and that can help making your game even better. So have a look at those. Also networks, of course. You all know the Discord channels from the games. It's something with a vivid community ongoing there, and you can even do events over there. So that's something that you can do. Explore, test, and optimize a multitude of channels. So really have a look at what is working. There are so many different ways to make people know about your game. You can post on Facebook, on Reddit, on Twitter. You can post everywhere, and really do that. Try it. See if you can grow a community there, and if it's not working, then it's not working. But there will be a channel which is working, and then focus on that one and optimize your work that you're doing there. So, keeping the players happy. So this is quite the big challenge that we are talking about today. So doing community management always has the goal to make your players happy, to make your players stay. So what are the things that you have to focus on while doing so? First of all, of course, it's the game. The game needs to be engaging, the game needs to be fun, and you can really focus on working on the game itself, well, fixing all the bugs so that people are staying. So that's the first thing that you have to do if you want to make your players happy, have a functional, have a nice, have a cool game, and let the people play it. Afterwards is content. I already said content is something that's not infinite. You always have to reproduce your content. Well, not reproduce, produce new content, so that people are still engaged and stay with it. So that's the first thing, the second thing that you have to do. Afterwards, it's goals. What are your goals? What is something that you want to reach and also something that your players want to reach? So think of goals in a different thing. Think of goals like how many players do you want to reach and how you can get there. But also think of goals, what are the goals of your players in the game? What do they want to thrive for? Or, well, I don't know if that's the right word. So what are they focusing on? What is that, what they want to reach? Also, a highly important point, I already said that, are groups. So people are normally in groups. They love to be in groups. They are passionate in groups. They want to have great discussions in groups. So give them a tool to build community, to build a group. Make them, give them a Discord channel or give them a forum where they can talk with one another. Give them a chat anywhere else where they can reach out to you. Give them maybe also in the game the possibility to grow, to build guilds so that they can have their own little group that they are doing the game together, playing the game together. So these are things that are very highly engaging for people and which makes them stay. I know it from myself. I've been playing a lot of MMORPGs, and if I had a guild in there, sometimes I wasn't even thinking about playing the game, but I was more like, okay, I'm going to talk to my guild today. So I joined the game, and afterwards we were just playing something cool again in the game. So you are going on different missions just because you only wanted to talk to the people. So give them a group, and that's something that can help you really a lot with making the people happy. Last thing we have on the list are rewards. People are collectors and hunters. That's where we started and that's where we're still. So if you want the people to stay with your game, give them something they can collect, like badges, or something other cool which they can show to others and say, hey, can you see that I've been through all of this, that I've just been like awesome in that game? And give them that cool badge. Let them show to others that they are like a great part of your game community. And also like the hunters, give them like a leaderboard which they can climb, give them competition to fight with others, give them challenging tasks to do so that they can really show others how cool they are and themselves for their well-being in the game, for the competition. Give them something they can solve, a problem they can solve, something they have to work on to get the thing done. And give them a reward in the end to make them happy. Give them something like points they can use to buy cool stuff, or give them a skin which is so exclusive, which only the people have who went through this special challenge. Yeah, always remember, customer acquisition is 4 to 5 times more expensive when keeping your players happy and making them stay. So, yeah, let's talk about the right tools for the job. I already said that new content, but production of new content is always a very time-consuming and costly task to do, because what you're doing there is, well, you have to involve your you have to involve your developers again, and always involving developers is always very, very costly, and so that's the hard thing there to do. On the other hand side, you can really reuse your content. That's something that you can do with different tools. So you have the content that you already developed, and now you can use it on a different way to make it more engaging for people. So maybe they are doing the same thing they always did, like in a racer, they are always running the same road again. But with a leaderboard, it's so much more challenging because the people then really want to fight against the others and be on position 1. So they are doing the same. Well, they are using the same content, but in a different other way. So I already talked about the second point. And also, I talked a little bit about the third point as well. So empower your frontline team. Really, let community managers who are there to talk with your community and really do something good for your community. Let them work on engaging new content. Let them work on the cool new stuff upcoming to your game, because they know exactly what your players want, and they can work with the tools to create it. So don't let your developers stop from building a great game, but let your community managers work on making those games even better. Yeah, and well, we are here to also show you how you can use our tool, 4Player Skill, our engagement tool, to do so, because with that one you can create challenges, quests, achievement systems, leaderboards and battle pass with just simple clicks through our skill admin panel. But therefore, I'm going to invite Philip to join me now in this talk so that he can actually tell you a little bit more about that. So, it was nice for me talking with you. Now, Philip, go on.
Hi. So my name is Philip Schuster. I'm the CEO of 4Players, and I will guide you in the next couple of slides through our tools and tool sets that we provide to actually help you building communities in your games and keeping them sticky to your game. So let's dive into engagement. Is basically quite simple with our tools. Our tool set is called 4Player Skill, and first step is that you need, of course, to integrate our services into your game. It's very easy to do that with our plug-and-play software development kits that we provide for Unity, Unreal, and the web. And we put in a lot of efforts to make it as easy as possible for you to integrate it into your games, applications, websites, whatever you're up to. We also provide quite extensive ready-to-use and production-ready user interfaces for all our tools. So you also don't need to build everything from scratch. It's basically just dropping a couple of prefabs into your game, setting up a couple of things, and then you are good to go. I will show you in a couple of minutes. Once you have integrated the basic pieces of our integration tool set, you dive into our admin panel, which is a web-based tool, and there you can create the actual content that users will see inside your game. So to change anything or to add anything, you don't need to roll out a new update of your game. You just need to get into the admin panel and create new content for your game, and it will be visible in real time for all your users. And that's basically all there is to do from your side. Of course, community management is always work, but we want to give you the most flexibility to work with your community and to always bring new stuff without your developers always creating new code and new content. There's a lot of content and a lot of stuff in your game, and we make it possible for you to leverage it for monetization and user engagement. So how does it work basically? We have three parts. The first part is challenges. Challenges is with challenges, it's basically just a progress for a thing, a target that users get from you. So for example, the basic challenge you can think of is like kill 10 enemies per day. And in this type of challenge, users will launch the game and then they will play the game. And whenever they create a frag, the counter will increase. And when they manage to kill those 10 enemies or collect items or creating or passing some quests, there are many things you can imagine, or just collecting things in your game like coins or letters, whatever you can imagine. All of those things you can make in challenges. And there are different ways of doing it. There are challenges for daily stuff, weekly stuff. They can be manual, like which has a time limit, so users can For example, in a flight simulator game, they can have a landing challenge, but they only have like 3 chances to finish that, or they need to manage it within 30 minutes or 1 hour. So you're really completely free to set up all those different kinds of challenges for your users. And as said before, you create those challenges in the admin panel with just a couple of mouse clicks and by entering a couple of things. And what you can also do is that when people or your users achieve those challenges, you will most likely want to reward them. And within the admin panel, you can enter the rewards that they will get. And then you can either send them vouchers per email, you can unlock items in your game. There are many things that you can do by just exposing our services and tools that we provide in the admin panel. The next thing is, which is basically what every game application should have, is a leaderboard. A leaderboard is basically a very simple tool set of keeping users sticky to your game, because they always have something to work on. They either would want to defend their current position in the leaderboard, or they want to move up in the leaderboard. And you can also create leaderboards in the admin panel. You can create multiple leaderboards. Leaderboards can be also daily, weekly, but they can also be Hall of Fame-like leaderboards. And you can also have leaderboards with different scoring algorithms, like counting specific things up forever. Or you can also have a leaderboard that is like the fastest lap time, all of those things. And you can also combine those leaderboards. And one great thing is that we also support webhooks, so you can build simple cloud functions, and we will send you, whenever something happens within the skill cloud, we send you little pieces of data to your backend system, and then you can use those data to do much more than just exposing and showing leaderboards, but you can, for example, send out push notifications so that if a player comes closer to the player's position, you can send a push notification, someone's coming closer, you should play again to increase the gap. So there are many examples of how you can leverage leaderboards with our system. It's very easy to integrate, and there's no maintenance at all that you have to think about. Last but not least, and the most complex thing, is battle passes. Battle passes are layered challenges. So you create different levels, and in each of those levels exposes a couple of challenges that the users need to complete before they unlock the next level of the battle pass. And you can either put that above your current game, or you can also make it an integral part of your game, so that only the next level in your game is unlocked when all those challenges are when the players manage to achieve all those challenges. That makes it a very powerful tool, because you can steer in real time how people are navigating through your game. You can also use it as a quest system, and many other things are possible. And you can also here you can also link rewards to the battle passes, so that when a challenge is unlocked or is achieved, or if a whole level of the battle pass is achieved, you can of course link it to rewards, as it's typical in Fortnite and other battle royale games, where you have where you can with each level that you unlock, you get rewards, better weapons, cool skins, and all of that. So that is very easy to implement too. We provide the user interfaces for that, a couple of different styles, so it's very easy to adapt them. And yeah, and then you have a very flexible battle pass system that is not ironed in your code, but that is fully flexible and adjustable with our admin panel, even if your game has already been rolled out. So if your community exposes some frustration that the one or other level is too hard to achieve, you can adjust in real time, and users will immediately see the benefits without downloading a new version of your game. So that's basically our tool set with Skill, and we can't wait to see what you're doing with it. And of course, there are other tool sets in the market too, but these three types are very powerful types for you to leverage in your game. And it's very flexible tool set, and it's like a level above the content that you have already created. So you can leverage the same content that you have already created, and you can keep players in your game. Like think about a racing game. You have created all those cars and all those tracks, and you can just create a very simple thing by exposing some new challenges for the players to achieve, like complete a lap without any impact, or by being perfect on the line, or something like that. There are very simple tool sets that you can use to keep players longer in your game by not always creating new content and new stuff. Like I said before, you have this admin panel where you can see a small screenshot here, and also one very simple example that we have built with Unity, the skill racer that exposes some of the things that I said before. So there we have a battle pass where you can unlock new cars when you achieve specific lap times, or if you manage some other challenges like completing a lap without any impact, then you unlock the next car. And with each car that you unlock, you get new challenges. And it's very simple, but it's also, but it's really sticky because those tools are very powerful. We also have the leaderboard. You can find the arcade racer in our developer documentation as a WebGL application. So give it a try and try to beat us our lap times. So that's basically a couple of examples how you can leverage 4-player skill for your engagement tools. As said before, especially multiplayer games are there. It's very easy and very good to add those other layers to challenges, because in multiplayer games, you have a gameplay that is not so strict as in single-player games. So you don't have so much control about what players are doing in your game. And it's also important, especially in multiplayer games, to keep users in the game. So everyone that is connecting and starting your game finds other players to play with them. By having all these tool sets in place, the chances are higher that you just keep your users. And the one thing that you can also do is that you create community challenges, so that you just don't do just simple challenges, individual challenges, but that you, for example, say on Valentine's Day, the whole community must collect 100,000 flowers on this day. And then in this case, the challenge will not track the individual progress of the users, but the community progress of the users. And this is basically just as simple to do as it is to implement individual challenges. And as said before, you can create those things in the admin panel literally in real time. And one of the next tool set, which is also very important to keep users engaged, is voice communication. And voice communication is something that is very important for most multiplayer games, but that we think is very often not implemented very well into the games itself. So our tool set that we imagine and that we provide right now is 4Players Odin. And 4Players Odin is a voice communication tool set that allows you to leverage 3D positional audio. And what we do, and we do that not by exposing another layer above and as others have done it in the past, and then you have to send all those 3D positional data to the voice server, and the voice server will damp the audio and all of that. We don't do that. Our approach is to just deeply integrate our voice solution in existing game applications, game engines. Right now we support Unity and Unreal. And what we do here is that we make voice communication an integral part of the game engine, and this allows us to very easily implement 3D audio. You can see on the screen a small map, and on this map you have different level pieces. You have buildings, you have cars, and all of those things. And all of those pieces in the level, they have influence on the audio in the real world. So think about you're running around the map and someone is yelling or is crying or whatever. You will immediately hear from which direction you hear this voice, and the volume of the voice will also give you an indication how far away this guy is. And this offers completely new game experiences if done well, because what we do is that with an Odin you can also join multiple rooms. So think about this map, and on this map you have two teams fighting against each other. There are the terrorists and the counter-terrorists, and the counter-terrorists are running around, and each member of this team has a radio and they are connected with their team members, and the counter-terrorists basically the same. So what they are talking is stays between these teams. But if you think about, if you want to make it realistic, if I'm talking to my team members, my voice will also be exposed and will also be visible in the world, depending on how loud I'm talking. So in Odin, you can have three rooms simultaneously. The first team is joined in room 1, which is like the radio for the counter-terrorists. And there, the voice is not 3D. It's not damped. It's just like as you would hear it if you have a headset on. The same for the terrorist team. They also have the same voice with their team members, and they hear everyone crystal clear. And then you have a third room, and this is the world position. So all users are connected to this third room, and in this room we will have 3D audio. So if I run around, I hear my team members crystal clear, but I also hear the opponents talking to each other in 3D position. So I hear them talking, and I can imagine how far away they are. I can sneak to them and listen to their strategy, finding out what they're talking about. So this offers a whole new experience in games. And with our technology, it's very easy to implement. And we also offer samples for that. And you can also very simple leverage all the tools that the game engines provide in terms of 3D audio, like filters, mixers, and all of those things. So there are also a lot of tools built into the engine, and you don't need to use separate tools or different settings or something like that, or even write code somewhere else. You just need to work with Unity or Unreal, and it's very easy and very straightforward to add these tools to it. And we offer the server hosting, so you don't need to think about maintenance, echo cancellation, voice activity detection. All of those things we take care of. And we hope that with our tools we will see completely new game experiences, especially if we think about virtual reality, augmented reality games, or shooters and team-based games. There are a lot of possibilities with our toolset. And by having great audio solution is also keeping users engaged, of course, because they can not only play against each other, they can also hear each other, they can learn more about themselves. And especially in virtual reality applications, for example, there's not much possibility to chat via text, so you need to use your voice here. Yeah, and we also offer a web SDK for Odin, so you can even connect your web-based community in social media or in your web page within your game. So there are many different things you can try out. In this basic example, for example, you can see the web client, and people in the web client can talk to people connected within the game. So you could like have a completely different web-based application for a commander seeing just the level from above, and he sees in real time players running around and listens to them and can steer them via voice. So there are many things that you can do, and of course you can also bridge the game from outside the game and inside the game. There is no gap, so people can connect via web page or our Odin application, talk to each other, and then they can join the game, and it's seamlessly transitioning from web into the game and back. So there are many possibilities, and we are eager to learn about your ideas, and talk to us, and we are hopefully seeing great games and experiences soon based on our technology. So as a summary, talk about what you're doing, do a lot of great things for your community, provide a great customer experience, and also increase your customer relationship. And I think the most important thing is that you not just start thinking about keeping your community in your game when they are starting to disappear. Then it's too late. You need to think about that from the early beginning. You need to really have these things in place to keep users sticky. If you notice games that are very successful over a long period of time, they had all those tools in place when they started, and not just when they felt like, oh, we are losing gamers, we need to do something about it. Then it's too late. You need to do that in the very first place, and you need to make it good. And of course, there are always possibilities to engage with customers that are already inactive. Often they are you should provide links to social media so that they connect to your community while they are playing, and then after that, by bringing up great rewards and all of those things, you can also get those customers back in your game when you, for example, provide another DLC or a special event or something like that. And of course, you should constantly work with your communities and use all those special events that are available in the world. For example, every day there is some strange event happening. The Coffee Lovers Day, the Women Day, Girls Day, all of those things. There are many different events during the year that you can use, and you not always need to prepare much in front of that. If you have the right tool set, you can figure out something funny for Valentine's Day or for Halloween or something like that. You not always need to create huge amount of content to engage with the community. Often a simple challenge that is linked to this special event will be enough to keep users within your game. And of course, offer goals and rewards, which is always a very important part. So you should always have some items or coins or something people can collect in your game, and you can then link them to leaderboard positions, challenge achievements, and all of that. Last but not least, I want to give a short introduction to our special offers that we are providing right now. That is that we have a free starter special for 4-player skill, so you can start for free just to test out everything. We have an early bird special for 4 players Odin, which allows you to implement skill for up to 1,000 concurrent users for free. This is a limited offer, so you should be quick. And we have a special offer also for our hosting services, which we expose with 4 net players, where you even get a revenue share. Find out more about these special offers and our offerings at 4players.io. Yeah, that's basically all we had to say on this topic, and we hope you took something away. And yeah, we are happy talking to you soon, and keep up the good work, and yeah, let us know what you're building. Thank you very much.
Heck yeah, no worries. I'll just say thank you again for listening to the first pre-recorded talk of the GDS this year. And as you can see, I'm accompanied by the two beautiful speakers. I don't know which direction they look for you, but they're here of the just talk that we just saw. And that also means we have a Q&A channel on Discord that you can post questions in, and I'll read them out to you. And now we're going to have like a nice little chat on stage and later in the Q&A channel on Discord. Okay, first question that we have actually from the audience. Is it also blueprint based for Unreal Engine 4? I think there was a question according to the talk. Maybe we can ask the viewer to
Or Philip.
elaborate. Yeah.
Yes, we have blueprint support out.
Heck yeah. First
And you
question.
can also have a look at the documentation, and there we have all these pictures of the blueprints wired up. So that's pretty easy to set up and use within these components.
Nice. So you make it easy for your devs to use
Yeah,
this.
that is basically, if we don't make it easy, then the whole thing does not make any sense, because our target is to build stuff that developers can use, so that they don't need to do those things themselves and spending time more on the game logic and the things that they really like to implement in their game, and not so much stuff that everyone else also has. So we make it as simple as possible, and we invest a lot of time to optimize documentation, workflows, all of that, so that it's really easy.
Usability is key. Yeah, that is important.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we have a plethora of tools that you mentioned in your talk, and tricks and engagement, like how to engage your community and everything. How did you narrow down your list of must-haves? Like, how did you decide this is more important than this one?
That's a good question. Actually, we at 4Players, we are doing gaming, or we are in the gaming industry for more than 20 years, and we have this webpage 4Players.de, where we had a huge editorial team that were testing games. So we had 20 years of experience really testing AAA titles, indie titles, all those games. And over the years, we figured out what makes sense and what does not make so much sense. And this is basically what we came up with, tools that really quickly help with the engagement of your games, but not being too complicated or too complex. So we cannot make things very easy and at the same time hugely complex. So we figured those things that really make a difference, and we offer tools within our tool set that if you like to make it more complex, you have all the possibilities. So you're not locked in our ready to use assets and that's it, but we have webhooks and client notifications, so you can respond to all events that happens at our side. To build very complex stuff. But overall, I think the 3 parts within the 4 parts within engagement, having challenges, battle passes, leaderboards, and voice brings you a lot, or is like 90% that you ever will do. So that's basically what we did to figure out what makes sense.
I mean,
Maybe
experience.
also, yeah, yes. And maybe also just to add that, because we have been talking about community management and building in this talk, and that was also a big part of finding out which features are most interesting for us, because we have been talking a lot with developers. So developing a skill especially was a big process, with talking a lot of our partners and seeing what is their focus, what is it really what costs them time, and what they want to have in their games. So challenges really is a thing that everyone is thinking about. So how do we get people to play our game again and again and again? And so they are thinking about quests, they are thinking about achievements, they are thinking about challenges. So that was the first thing to do for us as well. And then the whole idea was growing into battle passes and leaderboards, and there's more to come. And these are all things that we heard in the direct conversation with developers. So finding out what are really their needs and what is something that we can do with our tools.
Nice. Another question that's kind of related to that is the one that actually is for you, Melina, because you mentioned that player retention is a bit cheaper than player acquisition. But we have a question that's like, how can you do effective player acquisition post-launch, like after the game is already out?
Yeah. Well, so that's actually quite a good thing, and talking a lot with, or quite a good question. Well, pre-acquisition of players. Well, what I see a lot of what developers do is really getting together with their community right in the beginning. So we just, well, we're with a developer who launched his game last week, and he developed his game for 5 years. So it's quite a long time, quite a big project for someone. Well, he was also studying and starting his work life, and but he also really wanted to focus on his game as well. And he built a community with like a few thousand players already with not even starting the game. And that's something that I think is really cool because he always shared everything he did about the game in the internet. So he found the right channels. He was very active on Reddit. He was active on Twitter. He was active on Discord. He had his own Discord channel where he always shared everything he did. He said what his plans are, what kind of features he want to have in the game, what his dream and idea is. So he really let people be part of it, and they could really text him what they want to have in the game as well. And so they were really like engaged with it already with not even playing the game. Because they felt like they are part of this group who are developing this game. So it was only him actually developing it, but they feel like very connected to the game right before the launch, and it was clear for them to buy the game when it was coming out because they were like, okay, I really want to see whether he did what I was well suggesting. So that's something that I think is really, really important. So doing the community work already before the launch, because if you're having this community connected to you, hooked with your game, well, they won't miss the early access date. So they wouldn't miss any patch because they want to see if their ideas got something in there. Yeah, that's something that I think is really, really important that developers have to think about. Of course, you really want to bring out a great game, but maybe that's not so important with just having community already, which is also engaged already before the start. So you can make mistakes in the beginning with coming out with the first release, but they wouldn't be so mean about it if they know that there's more things coming up if you always keep them updated.
Yeah, and I think during I think if we learned anything from the pandemic is how viral marketing and exponential rates work. So I think that a very important part is also to get your community infected somehow with your game, so that they spread the word. You sometimes notice this with restaurants or something like that. There are those restaurants and you see people running around. There's a new restaurant and you need to go there. It's great, and then because what Melina said is very important, that you spread the word of the game so that enough people get infected by playing this game. But then you also need to give the community the tools to spread the word, and you can really make it easy by leveraging tools like community challenges or leaderboards, making great user profiles they easily can share via media with these Twitter cards or whatever you imagine. And I think rather than thinking about the next level or the next the next feature or something like that, it's often more important to think about how can you make your community spread the word about the game, create events, do things that really engages the community, that allows them to also invite friends. An invitation system, for example, is important. So I think that is much more important. And what I can say from 20 years in the media industry is that like advertising at big web pages or something like that, if you think about this kind of thing, that at least for smaller indie games does not really justify the cost usually, because you spend money and then you get some people in, but they are out a couple of days later. So you should rather spend time on engaging with the community you have, and even if it's just 10 or 20. The coronavirus also started with 10 or 20. So that's basically it's not like that a small bad. A small community that is not in spreading the word is bad. If you have a small community and empower them to spread the word and invite friends, then your community without any costs.
Definitely, like community work is sometimes more important than like actual marketing, which also leads us to the next question: was like, what advice would you give to an indie developer who has no prior experience in any of that? Like, what should he focus on, what not? I mean, you already said don't spend money on big adverts, but what else?
Yeah, I think try to try to engage with the community. And if you have a community and players that really love playing your game, and I know this is of course eating up a lot of time, because you always are struggling between, should I develop something or should I engage with the community? And I would rather spend development time and I would rather spend development time on those features that the community have really want to have, not doing things that you want to do and you would like to do. You need to do those things that the community wants to have, and this will bring you followers that are really interested in what you are. Then engage with the community so they also word. And I think that, and I know that is a constant struggle, because I'm a developer too, and I'm always like struggling between is it management that I should do today? Is it talking at the conference today, or is it developing? And it's like always a struggle between that between those things. For me, it works best to have like fixed blocks during the week, just saying like, this is my development time, and this is my management time, and this is HR time, whatever. So that is usually the best way of getting drawn into things that don't make anything better. And besides that, if you're new to development or new to game development, then it's just like have fun and learn and use the resources that are there. There are so many resources out there. And so that is the advice that I can give on this.
Thank you for the big amount of advice. And Melina, I know that you're trying to say something, but I
Yeah.
also noticed that we have to leave the stage, so we'll
Okay.
continue this in the Q&A channel. So the stage is free for the next speaker. But if anyone is interested in what the two have to say, you can meet us on Discord, and you just need to register on the website for this, and then you can meet us there. And I'll drag the both of you into the channel so you don't have to move. You can just say bye in the
Thank
meantime.
you. Bye
Thank you very
bye.
much. Bye. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thank you for having us.
If you are working on a AAA or indie project. What matters is that you have documentation for every aspect of the game development. It is crucial for your success. I heard game developers saying that game design documentation is probably the most important part of their work, and that they still have no clear idea how to do it properly. I hope that Marie Meirwall, who worked on games like Batman Arkham, Dead Rising, Roller Coaster Tycoon and Deus Ex, can help us see things more clearly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome for a session about game design. My name is Marie, and I'm going to teach you how to level up your game design documentation a little bit. And this is with a couple of advices that I've kind of learned over the years. But let's talk a little bit about me first. Who am I? So my name is Marie Meirwall. I've been in esports in 2001. I've been a player, I've organized tournaments, I've been a caster, done lots of stuff. I've also been a game developer for quite a while. And I've been in game media. I was in game media for a while. I had a TV show where I spoke about games every week on Swedish television. And I was also a game journalist writing reviews back in the days. And eventually I became a game developer and took the path from programmer to designer to director. And today I'm actually a consultant. So I work with studios to kind of help them level up both their game design, but also their game designers, so to say. So this is one of the sessions that I usually host that I wanted to share with all of you. You can see a couple of the studios that I've been working for. Down here, I work for Jaeger in Germany, I work for Ubisoft, I work for IBM, I work for Capcom in Vancouver, I work for Jaggers in the UK, Funcom, Warner Bros. Montreal, and Eidos Montreal. So in total, I have worked with over 50 game designers throughout my career. So everything that I'm going to teach you are things that I've learned from them, that we've taught each other, or that I've kind of just realized just by kind of working and doing. But let's get into it, shall we? So what are design guidelines? Well, so for those of you who have worked with some sort of game team, it can be an indie dev team or like a AAA or just student dev team. You might have noticed that programmers usually have coding conventions that help them in how they should be writing their code. And artists usually have style guides that help them in how to make their art look. And so what about designers? We should also have best practices. This is something that I then call design guidelines that I usually run with the teams that I lead. And what they do is that they advise you on how game design documents should be written. It's not how they must be written, and it's not how they just could be written. You kind of should do it, but if you have a reason not to, if you have a better idea, go ahead. It's not a perfect science. And also note that depending on where you work or who you work with, there might be a little bit of a different culture going on. Like your boss might want to see more reasoning, or maybe the other game designers want to be able to dig in there and follow you trail of thought, or maybe someone like, well, the programmers need everything to be super nitty-gritty detailed in the specific game design document. So it might differ, so you have to adapt a little bit, but in general this is a pretty solid base, I find, so far. But it's also a constantly evolving thing to best practices, really, and these guidelines as well. So I update them every year and add and make them just a little bit better. But anyway, so the way we're going to do this is that I have prepared a design draft. Kind of like there's a very vanilla first draft of a design document that we have. It's very rough. And I'm going to kind of go through these different guidelines with you. And one by one, we're going to look at the guidelines, and then we're going to look at the document. We're going to make a couple of improvements, and then we move on to the next kind of guideline, and so we go. And hopefully you will be with me throughout the journey and pick up a couple of good learnings. Let's get started and look at this document. What is it about? Well, welcome to the winter biome. So the design here is an area inside a game. It's a winter area, right? And here's a little bit, like, it starts with a little bit of text. This is more like backstory, like it used to be a savanna 10,000 years ago. It was created, like during the Ice Age. and like the landscape has shaped itself over centuries, you know, and the life is kind of adapting, and players are going there because they're seeking the big golden fortune, you know, like the usual story, the usual suspects are in here, right? And the keywords are it's harsh, it's unfriendly, it's kind of cold and hostile and dark. So this is, you know, not a place you would go voluntarily unless there's a big treasure at the end of it, right? And then here are some stuff. There's not really like what the stuff are. I guess these are features of different ways. Here they talk about a wind chill meter and wind chill effect, that the players are getting cold, that the temperature will drop over time, and the meter will tell you, I guess. And then there's something about a slippery ice, which is like there'll be ice there, and when the players are entering the ice, they'll be able to like a little bit hard for them to turn, but it will get easier. And there's a similarity to skiing or skating or rollerblading. Anyway, and then it speaks about like, some sort of campfire, which is something you can build. Yeah, it says a little bit further down that they can be built actually, and they give you some light, and they give you, you're able to like get some heat, it says, and cook stuff, it says here. So everything is a little bit like, you guys see, there's a lot of just like information, and you kind of need to read the information to understand what kind of information it is, which is not ideal, because then it takes kind of a long time for someone to get kind of into and try to find the detail that they're looking for, and it's also kind of harder for them to get a really big grasp on what you're doing. Here it says about wolves. I guess there's wolves living here. And it says a little bit, seems to be a little bit of a story about them, how they, you know, went from the forest and they came here because they had to, and it's the only monsters, and they can smell you if you're cooking, and yeah, a lot of just different wolf information are just kind of bundled up here, as we see. All right, but yeah, as I said, it's a little bit hard to get a good kind of grasp about these things. So the first thing that we want to add is structure. This document needs a little bit of more basic structure to guide the reader to be able to really understand which information is relevant, which is not relevant, which things do you not even need to read because you get it. That part is not relevant for me right now, you know, and maybe a little bit more about a red thread and explanation of all these features that I just kind of put together. So a couple of things that are good here to build a structure is to have a little synopsis at the start. I can say just a really short overview what the document is about, what kind of information you'll find in the document, so that you kind of get it. And then a little bit better sectioning, a little bit better headlines about like what are these different features that are thrown together, and inside of the wolves, you know, what is the behavior, what is this lore, what is, you know, like we need to structure this a little bit better. And then like one thing that you can do if there is a lot of information that you have in a document is to consider to split it up into several documents. Like here, like go back a little bit, we could definitely like make the wolf be its own document, I think. And maybe these things together or something could be a document. So that would be one avenue. We're not going to do this time around though, because we have a few other tricks up my sleeve that we're going to do later on. But we could. And if there is like a lot of sections that are, some info is like a little bit more detailed, a little bit like less relevant or nitty gritty, then you can always try to put that in a little footer with a little smaller text down at the bottom, or you can, you know, put, depending on what kind of document you have, maybe an appendix at the end if it's like an actual like Word document, or if it's some sort of wiki, then you can make a little expandable segment of function to hide a little bit of the information if you want to. But so those are a couple of things that you can have to help build you a little bit better structure and help guide the reader. So I've actually done this. I've gone ahead and done this. So this is, you know, like the kind of cooking show when they're like, so first you put in the oven, and here's a thing that's already ready from the oven. We're gonna do it that way because we only have 20 minutes. So here we go. So what I've done is to structure this up a little bit. As you guys can see here, it says that this is lore, and here's a little synopsis. The winter biome is one of the areas of the game. This document describes the game design behind its lore, environmental properties, player interactions, available, and monsters. Cool. Then I get it. What I'll find on this page. And here it says the lore. Yeah, I kind of understood that was the lore, but it helps to have that kind of headline of it all. Here, the wind shift and slippery ice. Okay, so these are properties. These are things that are like about that area, about that environment. Okay, so player interaction, that's stuff that the player can do. Okay, so the player can put up a campfire. It's some sort of skill. Okay, that's cool. And then, of course, wolves, that's the monsters. And hey, here's a couple of subtopics too. Like, okay, there's a lore inside of the wolves. Yeah, that was the forest story. And there's, these are like the different attributes. Okay, so it's about like them, but they're only, let's see, they're threatening, and there's only a few of them, but they have really long aggro range. And yeah, these texts are a little bit long, actually. It's still kind of hard to get a grasp on what they are. But I mean, the information is here somehow dug in deep, but there's a lot of like overflow information here, actually, that I don't think that we need. Here it also says, like, since there's several of them, they almost count like 1 unit threat-wise, so they should have a lower health pool. Okay, so this is just some reasoning. This is not like information that someone who implements it really need to hear. And then it does say, okay, it's this part about the abilities that helps, and this part about behavior. Okay, so I feel like we've gotten like a little bit, we're a little bit further, but we're not quite there yet. There are a couple of more things that we can do to make this all more understandable. So the next one, and this is one that's kind of hard, I guess, for game designers, and it's something you get better on kind of as you go, to see, like, the more you read other people's game design document, the more you learn what is relevant for you, or how you would, the more you learn how you write yours, so to say, and what information to bring and what not to bring. So trimming your text is the next thing, because like the more text you have, as you guys just noticed, like the harder it is really to like follow and engage and understand. So a couple of advice here that we could do is to have bullet points. They really shrink the text, and they make it like short and sweet, more concise. If you have like a lot of examples, you can probably you're probably just confusing more than what you are adding. Try to limit to just like the fewer relevant examples. Don't over explain something that just kind of dilutes your messaging. If you have a lot of like reasoning to it, like you can keep that in a discussion, or if someone asks, or like, I don't know, in a separate page. You don't need to have the reasoning for every given thing. It is a little bit of a game design thing to have the what and the why and the X and the Y. But I mean, it will be unreadable if we're gonna have that for everything. Keep that for the other game designers. Sometimes people are like, this is the stuff we didn't choose. You don't need to include that. If it's something that's like too low level, it's like too detailed, like, you can put, if you're using Jira or Handsoft or whatever software, or you can just tell the people, or like, you don't need to get every sort of little magic number information out there anyway, because probably these details are going to change anyway, and then you're going to have to, like, if you do game design document too detailed, you're just going to have to update it every time you change a variable, so try not to be too detailed, really. And if there's a lot of stuff that's kind of implicit, or like that would be the default assumption, try to remove that overflow as well, because it just kind of exists, so to say. And of course, try to avoid repetition, try to streamline as much as you can. Now, if we look at this text again, I have already kind of gone ahead and done the analysis on, like there's a little too much stuff here. So a couple of things that I marked here is like on the slippery ice, it says, like the biome will have large areas of ice, and the player will continue to slide in the same direction that they were headed when they entered. Okay, so they enter some ice, and they'll continue in that direction. The higher their velocity is, the harder it will be for them to make turns, to change their direction. Okay, so it's going really fast, it's going to be really hard to turn. Okay, but once they are more still, once they don't have as much velocity, it will be easy to turn. Okay, that makes sense. And then it says the steering capability is similar to real life downhill skiing or ice skating for people who are less proficient. That's good. Or rollerblading when you are going down a slope, and it's also kind of hard to turn. Okay, I get it. There's 3 examples here. One was enough. They're not adding anything additional to what you would get just from the downhill skiing. So let's cut that one a little bit, chop that one up a little bit. But the campfire, here it says the campfire provides light and offers some utility. Okay, and then it says light isn't really an actual effect. it just helps players by them being able to see things clear. Okay, so it doesn't really have a gameplay impact. If it doesn't have a gameplay impact, it's not really even game design. It's just kind of calling out what it's not. Like, we don't need that. If you would just say it provides light and offers some utility, you would just assume that light is light. We don't even need this sentence, right? And a little bit later, it says the utility mention is that it should rise players' heat. Yeah, we did hear about the wind chill meter and players getting cold. And the closer players stand to the campfire, yeah, the more heat they assemble. Okay, cool. So the closer they are, the more they'll get warm. Once the player meter has reached its max heat meter value, the player can't get more. But as long as it stays somewhere in range, they will keep the current level of heat. It stays up. Okay, that sentence is a little bit long. I think we can chop it down a little bit as well and make it more clear. And then later on here it says about the players again, like when they're exactly 5 meters, magic numbers. No, shouldn't have magic numbers. That's when they're, okay, so when they're just closer to campfire, that's when the interaction zone begins. And if they press the normal interact button, then they open this inventory. Do you guys also feel like this is getting like a little detailed, and it's the normal interact button, so maybe you don't even just say, yeah, maybe just say interact, I guess, as normally. And then they open this inventory, and then they transfer whatever food that they have. So that can probably streamline a little bit. And then they say transfer the food as they usually do to all the other inventories. So it's just kind of calling out like what is the default behavior from swapping stuff between inventories. I don't think you need to say that. You just need to say it's an inventory, and then whoever is reading this will get it. Okay, like an inventory. Done. Like you don't need to call out what is already the assumption, so to say. Again, another magic number after 25 seconds, the player can see that the food has changed. Its icon and its text is no longer called raw food. It's now called, it has been replaced to say cooked. Whatever. Okay, yeah, maybe that's all right. Maybe we can improve that too. A little bit later, I'm really chopping on these campfires. It's not going to be much left once we're done with this one, right? So they build upon wood. They can be placed anywhere. Cool. They last for a few minutes. Players don't have any further interaction options than those mentioned. Okay, that didn't really add to the document. They can't destroy it or whatever. Well, I wasn't assuming so. Okay, so this is just like, we're just gonna cut a lot of this stuff. And here on these wolves, like this is also a typical thing that I see in game design documents. The biome is the home to a new created wolf. The reason we're adding wolves to the game is that we needed something with fur that is believable to survive in the cold, and wolves are better than polar bears due to their sense of smell. Now, I totally get that some game designers will be like, oh my god, my director, my career director, my lead designer, they're gonna read this, and I better explain myself. But actually, you can explain yourself if they ask, or you can explain yourself if you're presenting it, but you don't need to write every design logic decision or how the iteration have been going in the final document. There's no need to do that. A little bit on the attributes here. It says here's a little bit of engine information. Since they're only the monster in the area, they need to be threatening. At the same time, we can't overpopulate, because it would be threatening if you overpopulated, because it's bad for the engine, so we spawn fewer. Okay, I mean, just say you spawn few, okay? It's fine, it'll be fine. They cover a big space, and then it says you should be able to smell players real far away, or to be able to see them even if there are no line of sight blockers. Well, that's kind of how a sight sense work, right? So anyway, lots of this information. We can fix it. We can streamline it. Of course, I've already gone ahead and done it. And it looks like, wait for it, this. Wow. Wow. This is like you get a makeover of some sort, right? It's so much shorter. It doesn't have, oh, look at these bullet point lists. Attributes. Long smell sense, done. Default vision, done. Low health pool, done. Like all these things that were just all this like long text are now being deliberately just like summarized in a way that gets a much better overview, and it's much easier, much more digestible. And if someone wants more details or the reasoning why, or why you came to this decision, they can just ask, really, So yeah, a lot of the stuff. That's quite like from all of this, to just that, just by removing the things that we are simplifying or streamlining the things that we called out. Pretty neat. And now I'm like, okay, campfire. All you need to know is rises to your heat, cooks food, done. Built with wood, can't be placed on ice, sure. Lasts for a few minutes, done. Don't need to be more detailed than that. Whenever the player stands there, it caps once it's warm. Caps, done. Don't need to explain exactly how they send, how it keeps refilling or whatever. Just it caps. Okay, a programmer will understand this, or someone who implements this will understand it. So that's pretty good. I feel better already. It's like I lost a lot of weight off my shoulders. We're not done yet, though. There are still some things we can improve. Namely, illustrations. And what does illustrations do to you? Well, they help you understand. They help to kind of strengthen the feeling and the message of what you're trying to do and convey it a little bit better. And the better your implementation team or your team really understands what you're trying to do, what you want to convey, the better the result will be. And an illustration also helps the reader to kind of put one and one together. And sometimes an image will say more than 1,000 words. So sometimes you can even remove a little bit of text if you have an image that explains it really well. So one good thing to use here is metaphors, and also if you have, if it's just an internal document and you're not going to make it public in any way, then you could just use whatever information montage or metaphor that you find from the internet, really. If you can make some simple charts or drawings that can help the user understand, if it's like a complex functionality or something like that, you can use PowerPoint, you can use Miro, you can just use MS Paint and sketch it up if you want to get in there. You can also make a couple of mock-ups or putting different images together, like one background and like one person from this game into the background of real life for this other game, right? So you can make different mock-ups, and there's different tools for that online that you can use. I mentioned a couple here. And remember to try, like, clarity is actually, this is not an art document. You're not going to be measured by like how pretty stylistically everything was or how high the resolution, but like you're just gonna add stuff that helps explain and helps make stuff clear in what you're trying to do, but they don't need to be the prettiest thing in the world. If you have, though, any internal concept art that some of your artists did, then they usually help a lot to kind of create the right emotion. So you should always ask them. All right, how would this look with a couple of illustrations? You might wonder. Look at it. Here we go. Wind chill. Okay, so there's a little meter. There's a game called Scavengers. They have a cold meter. Okay, this is the meter that goes up and down by the wind when you get cold. And slippery ice. We spoke about the slippery ice, and it was all this stuff about skiing, skating. All the stuff is gone. It does explain, though, like how it works. That like you'll continue to slide. The higher velocity, the harder the turn. And then we have a little chart here that actually shows, hey, velocity, high velocity, this curve here, ability to steer, ability to turn, low. Velocity goes down, ability to steer goes up, and then eventually, when you get really low velocity, you'll exponentially be able to turn a little bit more. Done, easy, and the programmer will even be like, oh, I get how I should be implementing this stuff. That's pretty neat. Campfire, we got a little warm campfire here going on, keeping it real, keeping it warm. And look at this, so pretty wolves. I'm already feeling like the wolf, like reading this, first it's just this kind of virtual wolf thing that you're trying to imagine in your head, and you're like, oh yeah, there's some wolves. You're kind of putting a face to it, an image to it, and like as an implementer, if I was, a teammate reading this, I'd be like, oh, I get it. That's actually really, really nice. And especially when you read it a little bit narrative, you can kind of relate to it as a dev by just seeing a little bit of image. Even if that's not how it's going to look in the end, it kind of helps you to convey the feeling, right? And it kind of helps you too when you're trying to browse a document, you're like, oh, that's a section about the campfire. When you go through that again, you're not going to look for the topic. You're going to look for the image. That's a campfire one, that's a wolf one, and you'll be able to just scroll through the document really quickly. Super neat. All right, now we only have one more lesson to learn, and it is quite short, and it will be one of the most important ones, I'd say. Last guideline I want to give you is references, which is a little bit of an art and how to tell a reference in the best way. What they do is they help convey what you're trying to do. They keep things more interesting. They lessen the need to explain something because you're showing an example of how it works in another game that is already like telling more than what your words even could do, or at least what you could do with a few words. And here, like one thing with reference is like sometimes it's hard to come up with something good, but ask other people, like, do you have any example of like a horror game or a campfire functionality, or like, like, was it in a game where you really like the wolves were really cool? Like, try to ask people for their examples. And when you do it, if you do a reference and you're going to reference to a game, you need to be very deliberate, saying this is the part that I want to get, and this is the part that I don't want. Unless you're like, we're going to copy the wolf from this game straight off, then you don't need to say what you don't want, kind of thing. But be prepared that if you do a reference, people always like, oh, so you want that too? You're like, no. So sometimes it can be good to be a little bit proactive with that one. Don't expect people to have played the game. If you can, give a little bit of a rundown, or even better, if you can have an embedded video or a GIF, and there's actually a site online that will help you turn a video to a GIF. If you can do that, then you don't need to, you're making up for the fact that people might not have played this. And if there's some obscure reference out there from a game that might not even be alive anymore, but it's the best reference to what you're trying to do, then you can still use that because you have the video that shows it how it worked. So
Talking
that's
about
really
things that
cool.
are even better. We need to go move on to a Q&A sometime soon.
Yeah,
So if we
I
can wrap
will.
up, that would be lovely.
So here we go. This is the last slide. I'm going to show you guys where I added a couple of references here. Talking about campfires, here is a reference to scavengers, where players can actually fill their little heat meter by staying close to campfire. Also, when about cooking food, the campfires in Ark Survival will actually help you cook food. Warp player provides light, and here I've even added in the text, like, this should work just like in Ark Survival Evolved. The whole cooking sequence should work exactly like this. And the last ones we have here is, I think this should work. A little video. Dun 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 dun. Here is an actual little wolf that actually has a little bit of a bite attack that we're about to show. Now, done. So, bite attack should work like that. Done. Well, tell more than what I could do in a whole lot of paragraph. You can just see it on the video. And the last one is a little bit example of wolves hunting in a pack that I'm also describing in Ark. So anyone who's implemented can just check out those references. And that should be it, really. Now we are going to, for those who are interested in asking me more or learning more or have any questions, we're going to move on to a Q&A in the Discord. So do join the Discord for that one. And here on the main stream, I'm going to hand it off to the next person presenting. And I hope you guys had a lovely time, and I hope you guys will have a lovely day.
Hello again. It is very hard for me to introduce you to the next speaker because I know Vláďa Geršel for quite some time. I know him as a happy, funny and very friendly person. He has been in the industry for more than 20 years and has worked in many international studios. With new experiences, he came back to Czech Republic just a few years ago and started to work in Gold Knight studio. And then a pandemic happened. How they have dealt with a lockdown and remained productive? That is for Vláďa to tell you in a few seconds.
Hey guys, so thank you joining me and in this talk. It's gonna be a relatively short talk, I hope. It's about our new game called The Last Oracle, and its story of how we leap into a AA league, or how we went with this game or achieved the AA league of action RPGs. So first of all, let me show you a short video about the game, describing what is the game about, and then full life I'll talk you through the story of the game. So, video.
The Last Oracle is an action RPG game where we try to show relativity of good and evil in the life-breathing world.
It's important to understand that The Last Oracle is quite challenging and hardcore RPG. Waking up in the living and breathing sci-fi medieval world of Wardania, players find themselves in the middle of war for supremacy over the planet.
There is something interesting in the war, where usually warriors from both sides believe that they're doing the right thing and they're fighting for their own survival. So the idea is to show the player the war and the euphoria of the winners, but also the misery of the losers. To make the player realize that the number of decisions he can make in the game will affect all the living beings in the world.
Exactly. The Last Oracle is about many decisions, and each player can define their own path to side with different factions or betray them and influence the future of each race and in the end, the entire planet. And it is not done just by few choices somewhere in dialogues or by completing some quests, but by your own continuous actions and decisions.
Glorious! The steel plates on our enemies has just turned into paper. The wrath of justice will cut through the clutter of armor speedily. Let's seize a ship and spread the flames of revolution!
The impact of those decisions is major. First of all, you are the one who will decide which side will win the war. But there are many different roads throughout the game, and you will experience the whole game only after multiple playthroughs. I wanted to give you every player his own experience and try not to push him any moral code of what is wrong and what is right. Simply, you make a decision and the actions are based on the individual characters. They have their own reactions. This creates different situations. So you find your own friends and allies and play how you think is right or fun.
Flawless. I will make sure it doesn't fall into unworthy hands.
Or you can be a bad guy, so nearly everyone hates you.
Yes, there is an option to do as much harm as you want in the game. And there are some dark characters that would be pleased by that. However, cooperation with them may eventually become very painful for you. That's another interesting thing, that often there is a hidden party involved in many wars, which profit from both sides of the conflict and the conflict itself. So that's a bit of hidden part that you can take in the game, which will be expected a little bit more difficult to play.
Now, let's take a look at another key feature of The Last Oracle, couch co-op. There is a great demand for couch co-op in the whole third-person action RPG genre. And so we are sure that for our future audience, the co-op is going to be one of the most important features of our game. That's why we went even further. We have many situations that can be solved in co-op differently than in single player. You can find new fun ways of how to kill some bosses or reach some special secret areas.
You know those lonely nights when you're playing games which you are super exciting for you, but you feel a little bit sad that you cannot play it and share with somebody else? That was generally the idea for this game. The combat is targeted for more experienced players. I am very much on the wave of recent challenging RPGs that are based on the skills of the player, timing and stamina. We are trying to build some interesting magic mechanism in the game that would let you use more than the block and fast attack buttons.
And don't forget that our game has sci-fi roots. So what is for someone magic can be for more developed culture technology. So, as we said, dynamic story structure, couch co-op, those are the Last Oricru's unique selling points. But as the true action RPG, you will spend most time fighting your opponents.
Be prepared to die. A lot.
A lot. So, hi again, and let's take a look on the game. As you probably noticed from the video or from the talk itself, I'm Vlad, an executive producer of the game. What does it mean? I'll try to explain you in this talk as well. So, the Last Oricru in general is an action RPG where your choices matter. How we became to the current stage. So between 2015 and 2018, Pavel Stenat, my business partner and game director of the Last Oricru, started with a small team developing an action Souls-like RPG. They have prepared many in-house tools because Pavel is quite structured and has a technical background, so they prepared really nice level design tool. They prepared prototypes for fightings, for some other mechanics, and basically a tech demo, which wasn't called the Last Oricru in the time. Then in a year 2018. When I get back from Denmark, where I was leading a studio called Napno Games, I've been looking for some interesting projects to take them on a next level, let's say, professionalize them, and to achieve a success with them. I worked with Jiva for a while. I helped guys from Beat Saber. And then I found this team Gold Knights with Pavel, and I could see a lot of potential in him, but also in the game itself. So I've joined the team in the very beginning of 2019, and our goal with Pavel basically, or we agreed on a goal to build a AA game and AA team. From the product they had in that time. How we have started. So basically in 2019, we defined the whole game and the whole IP. That's obviously our goal. It's not only building one single game, but it's to build an interesting world, interesting setting, interesting game mark or trademark, which has potential for not only one game. So the beginning of our cooperation was to find the right unique selling points and to define key features or pillars of the game. We have worked a lot of months together with Pavel, discussed many features. We like Pavel designed some of them. I have designed some of them. We designed together some of them, and basically, I was always thinking which of that feature works really well, and basically I was choosing those which has potential for the unique game, which is also then which I can sell to the publisher, and also obviously which is interesting for players and for big enough audience. And that's the most important factor when you're building up the game, where you're shaping the game, is also to understand your audience. And this was our I would say very ambitious goal from the beginning, to not focus only on Souls-like players, because that's how the tech demo, let's say, was built up. It was built a lot around Souls mechanics, but that was in 2018 or early 19, and it was clear to me that Souls-like itself is not gonna be big enough unique selling point, but more like a base for the good game. But the game itself has to have own unique selling points. So the goal was to not only focus on Souls-like players, but also on, let's say, classic RPG players, as Piranha Byte fans or Spider Studios fans, and so on. So we focused on these two audiences, and based on like analyzing this audiences, defined the three main unique selling points of our game, which is the dynamic game structure. That's something you could see in the video in the very beginning. The game is really a lot about players' actions and decisions shaping the gameplay and the playthrough. So it is not like in many cases where developers are promising to deliver something like that, but then it's only a short branch, and then it joins together in the game. In our case, it's really a big decision tree, which is spreading out more and more. And basically, your decisions in beginning have really a butterfly effect and opens up the whole branching tree a lot. So the dynamic game structure was the number one feature. Then it was an interesting setting for the game, the interesting word, because we wanted to have enough creative freedom. So not only fantasy, but combining sci-fi and fantasy into something we call a medieval sci-fi world. And giving enough of that dark feeling to Souls-like players, but also making the words colorful enough and alive enough for classic RPG players. And then third unique selling point was or is co-op, or we define co-op because it is obviously something what's very popular in many genres, but in genre of action RPG games, third-person action RPG games, it's quite unique. So those are the three main parts of the game, or unique selling points, which we define in 2019. Then we have pillars, and those pillars are obviously quite. We had to also discuss every pillar if it fits the audience. So skill-based combat and the Souls structure, let's say, which is a great platform for our game. So the classic Souls loop, when if you die, you need to find your experience, reclaim that. You have just some specific places where you can level up. If you touch those, in our case, terminals, the whole world gets reborn. Then another pillar or important key feature for us is that the game should be story driven. It shouldn't be some that realm, but it should be a living and breathing world. Where is the conflict happening right now, and you're basically part of that conflict, and you're leaning towards different sides, and you can decide where to go, who to help, which is the relation system. For the story-driven game, we had a challenge of length of texts, because we still don't want to make the game too wordy, let's say, or to have too long text, too long talks, too long dialogues for those for those Souls-like players who are more looking only for the combat. So we also designed a system of talks which are optional, and you can discuss much more things with different NPCs and unlock some optional quests, but also you can go in very straight line and discuss only things about the main quests and topics, and not read all the text or not hear all the text. For relation system, and that's quite connected with the dynamic story or dynamic game structure. The relation system, again, is something what is changing constantly, your relations based on your actions with different fractions or populations, and based on this, the story is again changing. And also you can in this way have some friends, you can have some allies, some faction can be some faction can be your allied faction, and then in the fights you don't fight with these. So it's not only about duels, but also about mass fights where you fight with some of your allies against the other enemies. Then it was the clever co-op mechanics, because we don't want only to deliver co-op, but also we had the co-op in mind from very beginning when we were designing all the features. So the co-op works in a way that only one player makes decisions, story-based decisions. Second player is, let's say, additional muscle in this way. But there is multiple things which you can solve differently in a co-op. There are, for example, boss fights, or the boss fight, as you could see in the video, where in two players you can kill the boss just by luring him into the trap, which is not possible in one player. So there are those local co-op features, but then there are also global co-op features. So for example, you have an amplifier for magic, and one player can hold the amplifier, second player can shoot through him or her and make the effect much bigger and make much more damage to enemies. So we were designing the game with co-op in mind from the very beginning, to give players also a good reason to replay the game in a co-op. And then the deep RPG system, obviously, because RPG is still quite essential for us. So defining the system, which doesn't have thousands of equipments, but every equipment, every weapon class is unique, has different feel. It's quite important to find that specific weapon and so on. So the deep RPG system, all of this also, and the unique selling points in the beginning were also focused on the high replayability, because in our case, the game doesn't have like 50 or 100 gameplay hours. It's shorter. It's not like 10 hours, but somewhere in between. And then we want to motivate you to replay the game, to test different decisions, to act differently in different situations, and try another parts of that big branching tree. So that was in 2019. Then in 2019 and 2020, we start looking for a right business partner. Obviously, we had some criteria for that. We wanted to have a publisher with similar audience, or audience which is which would be interested in our game. Also, the partner which can help us to reach the AA league. So someone with strong marketing and PR, with a good support, localization-wise, QA-wise, with good relations with first parties, Xbox, Sony, to give us so we have we have better chances to be featured, to have dev kits and all of that, and obviously someone who is financially strong, because we had that great benefit of Pavel financing the studio, so we were financially independent to some extent, and Pavel financed the whole game till 2020. by himself, but we wanted someone who can participate with us also financially on scaling up the team and making the game more with higher quality standards, let's say. In 2020 then, after many dances with different publishers, we signed a contract with Koch Media, and we can tell even now that it was a great decision, I believe, for both sides. So right now we are developing under Koch Media. The studio still is ours, but Koch Media is an exclusive partner, exclusive publisher of The Last Oracle, and The Last Oracle is going to be released under the Prime Matter, which is the new premium label of Koch Media. In the same year, 2019-2020, we also focused on the setting up a strong team, because in the time when I came to the studio, it was relatively small, and there was a lot of juniors. So I lured some seniors into the cocktail. We scaled up the team from those 10 to 15 people to current 40-ish people. And we still kept a lot of juniors in here because it's their first game. They are really keen and they have amazing energy. And we also, and that's mainly Pavel's or the structure from Pavel, which was in here already, we set up, or we continued in having a fair environment. Fair environment in our case doesn't mean that everyone can speak freely to every feature, because then you wouldn't finish the game in anytime soon. So it's not like democracy, but it's, I believe, fair in a way that everyone is paid for every minute of her or his work. It's also fully remote now. We have offices here in Prague, but only guys who are, for example, doing animations are here because of our motion capturing studio, but anyone else can work remotely. And also that helped us to find more interesting guys from other countries, such as North Macedonia, Russia, America, Hungary, and so on. So that was 2019 and 20. Then in 2021, we focused on proving the critical unique selling points to us, to publisher. So the critical unique selling point was the dynamic game structure. Pavel spent a year on this, basically scripting the whole game, all options. We have 3 writers on the game who are writing, or who already written like 2 books of text. And even though we don't want to be so text heavy, you need a lot of text to cover all the options. And even if you go in one direction and then you change your mind and jump into another branch, the whole story needs to make sense for you still. So that was quite challenging. And you can see here, this is like just the most important decisions from the game. So the decision tree is really fairly huge. So we have proven that. And another goal of 2021 was to achieve the AA quality of presentation of all the like audiovisual parts. So basically we focused on art a lot. We have a great art director, Lukáš Medek, who made Someday You Will Return, for example. We had another co-art director, Aziz, who helped with characters a lot. We focused on animations, cutscenes. Now we have a new cutscene director. VFX, that's still work in progress. We focused a lot on the text presentation and voiceovers. So the game is fully voiceovered, and we have many really talented American actors in that. But also sound presentation. We have now three sound engineers music presentation as like we have really famous musician, Czech musician and composer who is doing music for the game and so on. Just to show you difference. So this is, for example, a comparison of levels or environmental quality of the game. So here you can see how it got changed. This is another example how we moved on with environments. So I believe my favorite city example in the end, I believe it's quite visible that there was a big step ahead. Another example I want to show you very briefly is the cutscene showcase, which also shows you the difference in quality. Let me just change the window so you can also hear the sound. So you can hear the sound. So you have always the cutscene from early version and then later version. This is the early version cutscene, and now there is the current version. It's called beta, but it means that we are in the beta stage. It means that it's our targeted beta quality. Another example in prison of the alpha cutscene. You can see some animations were quite cheeky still. The lightning there was not super intuitive. So it was a lot of gray color around. And then let's take a look on the new version. After a while. So here is the current version, or it's not current, we already fixed some small issues in there already, but this is the version a few weeks ago, and I believe you can see the quality, the camera, the lightning, cuts, everything is much better. All right, I think we are a bit short on time, so I will jump back to presentation. I'm sure you will be able to see maybe one last example of cutscene, and then let's jump back to presentation. So this is the early quality. And now the current quality. All right, let me change the screen again. So so that's what we have done in 2021 this year, and our focus was obviously gameplay focus. I'll be faster now. So we focused a lot on co-op, on fights, redefining magic, adding some very important features for the combat, like close dodge. And also much more, but also testing the audience. That's a very important part. Like you have your vision as a exec producer. You kind of know how you should approach the audience, but then you need to also all the time make sure that your vision was correct. So we test the audience, the gameplay, humor in the game, difficulty settings, and so on. We made a focus tests on a close groups of players. Also mock reviews, which is very important and good tool that some very experienced journalists, former journalists, are doing mock reviews of current stages of the game to give you an overview how journalists would look at the game currently. And we focused on marketing and PR in this year. So start with selecting media, as for example GameStar in Germany. We show the game on the conferences like Gamescom, E3. We start discussions with first parties, Sony, Microsoft, and look for market opportunities in general. In the next year, we are basically targeting the release. So the next year, what is coming up is basically the final game tweaking. There is a lot of small things we want to tweak to have really polished game. Then QA, heavy QA of localization, of functionality, of certification issues for consoles. Then obviously still keep the marketing and PR ongoing, and the biggest target is the release. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much again for being part of this talk. And if you have any questions, you can ask me after this.
Exactly. Thank you for a great talk, and good that you mentioned. All right. Thanks, again for your talk. If people saw me earlier, that just some confusion behind the scenes. But basically, we have questions. We have questions in chat that we saw during the talk, but we also have questions prepared for him. So if anyone is interested in that Q&A talk, that's happening on Discord. So you just need to sign up on the website, and we'll meet you on Discord there. Until then, bye.
Bye.
Ahoj, jsem 2014 jako programátor umělé inteligence a v současné době zastávám pozici hlavního programátora. Náplní mojí práce jsou vesměs 3 hlavní oblasti nebo zodpovědnosti. První z nich je nějaké celofiremní udávání toho technologického směru, jakým způsobem budeme hru vyvíjet. To znamená, jaké technologie budeme používat, jestli se budeme vyvíjet in-house nebo jestli je budeme někde licencovat a jakým způsobem je budeme spojovat dohromady. Druhou oblastí, které se věnuju asi majoritě svého času, je vlastně nějaké, nazvěme to, teoretický vývoj té hry. To znamená, že já musím vzít nápady designérů a přetransformovat je do takové podoby, aby byly možné vlastně vytvořit v reálném čase, který máme, s hardwarovými a softwarovými omezeníma, které pro tu danou věc máme. To znamená, my postupem času skonvergujeme ten nápad do nějakého nápadu, který je možný realizovat. Čím se dostávám vlastně ke třetí oblasti, a to je vedení týmu programátorů, se kterými bereme tyhle zadání a realizujeme a implementujeme je do hry. Na práci ve Warhorse mám nejradši to, když můžu sledovat vývojový cyklus každého nápadu a každý featurey, který naši herní designéři vymyslí. To znamená od toho prvního okamžiku, kdy na papír napíšou tohle bychom ve hře chtěli, protože něco, až do toho okamžiku, kdy to v té hře opravdu je a já si to můžu zahrát. Ta cesta je kolikrát dost klikatá, kolikrát nevede ani do konce, ale když už se to povede, tak je to radost sledovat. Jak ten nápad putuje mezi odděleníma. Například začne v oddělení designérů, kdy teda detailně ho rozpracovávají, já se k ním připojím a řešíme, jak to technologicky vůbec udělat, jestli to v té hře může být nebo nemůže být. Pak jde do oddělení koncept artu, kde nakreslím moc hezké obrázky, jak by to v té hře opravdu mohlo vypadat. Pak začne samotná produkce, kdy 3D grafici a charakter artisti vymodelují, otexturují environment, postavy a přijde to do dalších oddělení, jako například animátoři, který ty například postavy a další elementy ve hře rozhýbou a finálně to přijde do programátorského a skripterského týmu, který to vlastně spojí všechno dohromady, naprogramují, zasadí to do té hry a pak, když to všechno funguje, tak to je to, co mě dělá radost. Na Warhorse si asi nejvíc vážím toho, jak se nám tady podařilo vybudovat tým. Zároveň je velká výhoda to, že máme velmi plochou organizační strukturu, to znamená, v podstatě se dá říct, že každý tady mluví do všeho. To znamená, kdo má nějaký nápad, může jít za designérama a říct, já si myslím, že v té hře by mělo být tohle jinak a oni ten jeho názor určitě vyslechnou, kolikrát i zohlední. A zároveň už je nás tady ve firmě 120, 130, takže se tady najdou i skupinky, které mají společný mimopracovní záliby, to znamená, chodíme hrát fotbal, chodí se hrát deskovky, chodí se do herny, chodí se do hospody, což je z těch všech skupin samozřejmě pochopitelně největší skupina a vlastně ten tým je ten největší firemní asset, to je to, co dělá Warhorse. Primárním programovacím nástrojem u nás ve firmě je jazyk C++ a pracujeme nad technologií CryEngine. CryEngine není tak rozšířená technologie, takže neočekáváme, že si někdo s ní po večerech hraje a že k nám přijde se ucházet o práci nějaký odborník na CryEngine, ale očekáváme, že se k nám budou hlásit lidi, kteří umějí programovat C++ a mají zápal a chuť udělat nějaký velký projekt a my už si je všechno doučíme.
Ahoj, já jsem Kuba Holík, pracuji tady ve Warhorse od března 2013. Moje pozice je rozdělená mezi 3 věci. Pracuji jako vedoucí 3D grafik prostředí, Lead Environment Artist v angličtině, to zní líp. Taky jako technický grafik, to znamená dělám nástroje pro ostatní grafiky, aby se jim líp pracovalo. A v neposlední řadě jsem pro firmu party manager a zařizuju nějaké hospody 1-2krát do měsíce. Moje pracovní náplň se rozděluje mezi 3 věci. Jelikož jsem vedoucí grafik, tak musím nějak řídit lidi, to znamená rozdělovat jim práci, domlouvat se s ostatními týmy, jak a co budeme vlastně dělat, vymýšlet, jak opravdu budeme ty věci technicky sestavovat dohromady a dávat do hry. To je ta jedna práce. Druhá práce je technický grafik, kde vytvářím nástroje pro grafiky, aby se jim pracovalo dobře, rychle a efektivně. A to většinou znamená, že programuju, nebo nejprve vymyslím, co je potřeba zlepšit, potom to naprogramuju, pak to testujeme s grafikama, jestli se to vlastně dá použít. Většinou se to nedá použít, tak to opravuju a postupně za pár týdnů se to už dá použít, takže to je pěkný. A třetí práce je party manager, což znamená, že jelikož všichni chodíme rádi do hospod a někdo je musí zarezervovat a vůbec všechny svolat, protože je nás tady spousta a málo kdy se potkáme nějak na chodbě, pojďme na pivo, tak lidi obepíšu, zarezervuju hospodu a vyrazíme. Jak pracujeme ve Warhorse? Ve Warhorse pracujeme tvrdě. Ale není to proto, že by nás snad někdo hlídal, stál nám za zády s masivním bičem, nebo nás špehoval nějakým prapodivným softwarem, ale je to proto, protože lidi, kteří tady pracují, mají společné 2 věci. Milujou hry a milujou práci, kterou dělají. Proto se všichni snažíme, aby jsme vytvořili co nejlepší hru, kterou můžeme nabídnout všem hráčům po celém světě, abychom mohli konkurovat velkým studiím i tady z našeho maličkého českého rybníčku. Software, který grafici používají, je mnohý. Používáme jako hlavní modelovací nástroj 3D Studio Max, pak používáme ZBrush pro vytváření high poly sculptů, používáme Substance Designer na vytváření materiálů, Substance Painter na vytváření unikátních textur, Photoshop, když je potřeba, a to je všechno za ty hlavní programy. Samozřejmě každý používá nějaké svoje drobné programy pro usnadnění práce, ale to je to hlavní gro. Na práci ve Warhorse mě baví asi hlavně 3 věci. Ta jedna je, že máme profesionální tým plný lidí, od kterých se můžu každý den něco nového naučit. Ta druhá je, že jsme schopni s tady tímhle týmem, který je převážně složený z Čechů, konkurovat těm největším gigantům na poli herního vývoje po celém světě. A ta třetí je, že když jednou za čas něco vydáme, tak se to lidem líbí a potom z toho můžeme mít všichni krásný a hřejivý pocit.
GameDevHub. Jsme tvoje brána do světa herního vývoje. Teda, pokud už v něm nejsi. Jsi herní vývojář. Pracuješ v herním studiu? Máš zkušenosti s vývojem? Chceš předávat zkušenosti dál? Žádné ale. Naši studenti potřebují základy, které máš v malíku. Chtějí člověka z oboru, který jim vysvětlí, jak se věci reálně dělají. Tak na co čekáš? Pojď učit k nám. www.GameDevHub.cz
Over the last 30 years, round became square. Small became big, and small and big, and smaller and bigger. From a classic fairy tale, we flew into an exciting reality, discovering a world of possibilities. We've learned and we've loved. We still learn and we still love. Together, we have shaped the culture of today, and we keep on building, creating, and growing. Through the tough, the rough, and the many challenges, always supporting, encouraging, enriching each other. So that square can become any shape, and small can become so much smaller when we realize how big it really is. 30 years of support, and we keep going, because you are building the culture of tomorrow. Your stories are meant to be shared.
welcome back to the Game Developer Session. How was the lunch? Nice? Perfect. Now is the time for the second half of the first day of GDS. And please keep your eyes on the screen. Do not Facebook, Twitter or TikTok now. I am about to introduce Petr Kolář and you should listen to him. He is the head of a THQ Nordic studio Ashborn Games based in Brno. They took over development of Comanche during the early access era and had prepared the game for its release during pandemic. Interesting war stories? You bet. So relax, sit comfortably and listen.
Hello everyone and welcome to this talk. I'm going to share some bits and pieces from the first year of Ashborn Games. I'll focus mainly on our first release, Comanche. Before we start, please feel free to make this an interactive experience. If you happen to have any questions, just ask away. Before I begin, you may possibly wonder who I am and why should you even listen to me. First and foremost, I'm a gamer. I started playing games a bit after the Velvet Revolution and I played a lot. Luckily, my parents supported me and were even proud when I discussed dungeon strategies for EverQuest 2 in English with my guildmates. That led me to a career of game journalist at GameDevHub.cz webzine. I played games for a living or at least some money. Eventually, I was made redundant and jumped off to the other side of the barrier thanks to my programming background and contacts with Ivan Buchta. I joined Bohemia Interactive as an encoder and eventually became a lead on expansion for Arma 3, Argo post-release support and Vigor. I left Bohemia Interactive with a bunch of my friends and we established a new studio called Ashborn Games. And that's the main point of this talk. It's going to be roughly 20 minutes of various topics. I would like to fly you through establishing a studio during worldwide pandemic. I'm going to briefly touch the history of Comanche as it is important for our development. Then I can go to the actual taking over a project in development that is already available in public in early access. I can show some details on what we had to solve for the release, and if there is still some time left, we can discuss other things as well. Let's start from the very beginning. How did Ashborn Games happen to be? I briefly touched that I was working on Vigor at Bohemia Interactive. I don't want to go through the reasons. It's sufficient to say that there was a bunch of people not happy with the situation. We agreed that it's best to solve the situation and started looking for our contracts around the games industry. There was some 8 of us and we addressed roughly the same number of various companies. The situation was a bit easier for us. There was already a group of people who left Bohemia and established their own studio in Bratislava, Nino Games. And as I knew David Durchak even before we met in Bohemia, I got in touch with him as well. David was insightful. He explained all the stuff about opening a new studio, what does that mean and what does that eat. He even tried to connect us with the people from THQ Nordic, yet they weren't up to opening a new studio so close after they started Nino Games. Eventually, thanks to David, they changed their mind and got into talk with us. That was even the time when I mentioned my intentions not only to my direct lead at Bohemia, even to the CEO to make him aware that I'm in touch with some friends. Just for the record, I cannot speak about the other companies we were in discussions. Speaking with THQ Nordic was a great experience for the very start. We got in touch with their product development director who explained us their vision. It was like a balm for the soul for the people who were on the call. We discussed the opportunities and we were asked to pick some THQ Nordic IP that we would like to work on. And it resulted in one of the best experiences I had in game development for years. The bunch of people proposed roughly 10 ideas. We were discussing them, bouncing them around, checking if they are able to scale, for example. It was great to see all the people who got swallowed by administration to use their creativity again. At the very end, Karel Kalish, our creative director, added one more idea which instantly connected with everyone in the room. There was a catch in that, or rather 2 of them. First, we didn't pick any of the THQ Nordic IPs, we rather aimed to create a new one. And added to that, THQ Nordic expected us to work on some action game based on our history. While we have a broader scale of people at Ashborn Games now, most of the core people had only action experience before. THQ Nordic saw that as an opportunity to use our knowledge to finish Comanche first before we head to the development of our dream game. Yet there was one more catch. There was just 8 of us and we didn't know how many people are actually going to form the studio. We were open about that to all our contacts and it added some headache to their considerations. THQ Nordic was happy to see our pitch of our dream game. We added even a rough prototype to showcase it a bit more. As they decided to get us on board, there was one last obstacle to take. As we would form an internal THQ Nordic studio, it has to be approved by their parent company, the Embracer Group. Some of you may possibly know that as THQ Nordic AB, a big group based in Karlstad in Sweden, which owns groups like THQ Nordic in Vienna, Deep Silver, Koch Media, Saber Interactive, or recently added Aspyr and Gearbox, for example. As Embracer Group confirmed the THQ Nordic intent to start the studio, we started the landslide as we handled our resignations to Bohemia Interactive. And that's how we formed Ashborn Games. Indeed, it wasn't that easy. Even the studio name discussion took 4 months. There were various options, like for example Shania Games, referring to the village we live in. The actual establishment of the company was an easy one, as THQ Nordic arranged everything based on the experience with Niner Games. We just had to sign the company charter, and that was it. There was 13 of us in November, 30 in December, and we started 2021 with 36 people in the company. Keep in mind that it all happened in 2020, a year of COVID and all the catastrophes. Getting hardware for a newly funded company was a nightmare, as the hardware shortages just stuck. And you may possibly remember even Ever-Given disaster in Suez, which made the deliveries even worse. Luckily for us, most of us had the solid hardware at home, and we were able to get some crucial pieces for those who didn't just in time. And as neither Godzilla nor White Walkers appeared for the big 2020 finale, we were able to start development. There was even an upside to the whole pandemic situation, apart from THQ Nordic having more money to fund new studios. Office owners became more open in negotiations, and it was possibly the best time to look for the office space. We used it a bit over the top, and there was a big reconstruction of our current offices. As you can see in the picture, there was even a hole to an upper floor at one time. While we are joking that games get delayed all the time, office reconstruction is a nightmare you cannot even imagine in that regard. It took 9 months instead of 3, and even the budget was increased a lot. We didn't need to get offices at the very start. People were already used to work from home, and we met every now and then to keep in touch, at least virtually. Indeed, it all came at the cost of building some studio identity and culture, which is harder to do remotely. Still, we have a great office in the end. You can possibly check our social network if you want to see more. The most important thing for me is that people like it and are happy not only to work, even played some games there. Roughly 2/3 of the studio went to the office voluntarily over the summer, which speaks for itself. And we were able to celebrate the first anniversary since founding the company recently. While the office is still in early access, I would dare say that we survived the studio establishment. Most of the team didn't focus on operations or offices. We worked on Comanche, and I may need to throw a brief lesson on the game's history here. The first Comanche was released in 1992 by Novologic. It was a single-player helicopter arcade based in a voxel world. It got its sequel pretty soon, in 1995, and the game was even multiplayer capable. Novologic went as far as releasing Werewolf vs. Comanche the same year. The biggest advantage was the box contained 2 CDs, which meant that the game can be shared with a friend as well. Subsequent games were released in 1997 and 2001 respectively. You can even find Comanche 4 on Steam now. The voxel world aged pretty well, while the gameplay is a bit shallow. It counts on fighting against overwhelming number by having technological advantage. Novologic later got into fight with Activision regarding their other series, Delta Force. One of Call of Duty's contained that unit, and Novologic wanted to have a share due to that. They lost the cause and went bankrupt in 2012. THQ Nordic bought their IPs. That meant some silence for the Comanche fans until Gamescom 2019. Out of nowhere, THQ Nordic showed this trailer. Yes, a new Comanche was announced as a reboot. Even the box art was most similar to the Comanche 2. As you can see, there was some inspiration in that regard. Still, there was no mention of single player, just a team versus team. Fanbase was vocal about that, as Comanche was perceived mainly as a single player game. Adding skins that players can unlock was adding an insult, despite the THQ Nordic stays clear from the free-to-play monetization as far as they can. External studio Nuclear had a hard job to address the reaction in a short time. They managed to release the game in early access on Steam in March 2020 with completely different messaging.
Product not yet rated.
You'll take point and clear the way. Enemy sighted. Take them out. Take them out. Nice one, hotshot. Stick together. Enemy sighted. All right, hotshot, give it to him. Easy peasy. Expect heavy resistance. You might end up making a decent Comanche pilot one day. We're taking heavy fire. Light him up. Nice shot, Rook.
The game was made with multiplayer in mind. All the single player parts were just bashed onto the game. We even got access to the repository before we signed anything to see if we are able to do something with the game. The goal was clear. Do some damage control and release game in a good enough state to not harm the IP. I must mention one thing. Nuclear did a good job with the multiplayer part of the game. It wasn't complete, yet the code was mostly clean one and nicely documented. The same was right even for the art bible, for example, showcasing how the game should look like. The futuristic setting meant a different timeline than the original games, which resulted in another wave of alienating the fanbase. They didn't have the overpowered toy available. They had to fight other helicopters on the same tech level. Even the UI design was clear from the art bible, yet as I mentioned, the single player part was bashed onto the game. Our first goal was to release the last update made by Nuclear, and that was the conclusion of the single player campaign. They did a good job showcasing all the helicopters in the campaign, yet some abilities didn't work in single player at all. We managed to fix the nastiest bits and released the update ourselves at the beginning of this year. Meanwhile, we started working on a new game mode called Conflicts. It was meant to take Comanche back to its roots, as the marketing lads used to say nowadays. Short replayable missions against overwhelming odds. Players are most likely going to repeat them to improve their performance and gain stars. Those open new missions and allow progression to some lightweight story arc. As one of the concerns was that the game looked aged to allow multiplayer matches, we worked on having scenic views as well. For example, this volcano in Operation Issel. And there were some screenshots from development. This is Operation Tehran, second of 3 missions we released in the first update. The third one was Operation Purple Nemi, set in Pacific Ocean. 3 distinct biomes showcased how we learned from the community feedback and returned the game to the Comanche 4 looks. We had other missions in development as well, always working on more of them at the same time. The scenery was meant to be varying while keeping the helicopter and drone combat in mind. Not too complex art assets, as helicopter don't go close enough, yet in enough detail even for the drone to close up. We used all the post processes to make every mission distinguishable, and this one even contains reference to Evergiven, as it's one of the ships you need to protect in 2 parallel canyons. Luckily for us, it doesn't get stuck in the game. We announced us taking over Comanche as well as the studio web together with the first update showcasing 3 conflicts in April this year. Let's see the trailer we made. We poured our whole studio into Comanche development, which was not what THQ Nordic expected. And looking at the sales, I couldn't buy them. We had to reduce the support and move people to our dream project instead. Being game developers, they became passionate for Comanche and wanted to finish their job. We were looking for community feedback after the early access update, and while it was positive, it was really weak. A year into early access took its toll, and the community was just a skeleton crew. We made a ton of concepts of what can be added to the game, like for example this drone carrier was meant to be the boss enemy in Operation Purple Nemi. We added railguns later, just without the shields. Still, they provided new gameplay elements in the enemy that needs to be disabled fast. And we even prepared enemy fighter jets. Player faced them in an operation that was released with subsequent update. The player had to destroy them before they are able to take off. And as our team has even a programmer with piloting license who made its own flight instruments, we added some details even to the cockpits. Most of the instruments actually show reasonable information and can malfunction in the Comanche when it's damaged. Based on the numbers and public reception, we focused on getting the game out of early access rather than to keep regular updates. We pruned the backlog and did just a bare minimum of new features. We focused mainly on maintenance and bug fixing as well as adding new content. Added to that, we decided together with THQ Nordic that we are going to release the game on 4 storefronts. Steam and Microsoft Store were part of early access and game preview. As trailers show the story the best, let's see the release one.
A storm is coming. Trust me, you will need all the help you can get.
Here are your orders. You'll need to secure the perimeter, eliminate all enemies outside, and infiltrate the structure with your drone. We are under heavy attack by enemy forces. We won't be able to handle them on our own.
Congratulations, Rook. You have been assigned to a Tellus task force. For most of the missions, you don't have enough security clearance yet. Hopefully, that will change very soon.
That looks like quite the fireworks show.
Woohoo! That's some fine shooting, sir!
Go, go, go!
Deploying drone!
The situation is dire, and none of us feels like celebrating.
Let me show you what a real Comanche pilot can do. A taste of your own medicine might just be the cure. You're still alive. That's a shame. I'll come say hi personally.
As you can see, we kept the multiplayer part in the trailer untouched, added the campaign and conflicts part. We released 11 conflict missions in the end and added a ton of other content. We focused mainly on making the game more varied, with marketing assets showcasing the open world nature of the conflicts. Added to that, we had to meet all the store requirements. The bare minimum was achievements anywhere and even trading cards on Steam Store, for example. While they are optional, they are pretty inexpensive to make and may help the game in the long run. And indeed, we had to celebrate the first release with a party and a cake. I'll get a bit more technical now about the release on 4 storefronts at once. We used the specific THQ Nordic proprietary middleware called the wrapper. It takes Steam's version of the game and converts all the Steam API calls to other stores. While that sounds great, the tool is in development as stores add new functionality. That threw a wrench in our plans as we couldn't make the social features running on Epic Game Store. And as Epic wasn't the fastest with our submission, we learned that on the release week. It resulted in the need to remove social features from Steam to keep parity according to contract with Epic. Added to that, the whole backend infrastructure is built around Amazon GameSparks. The wrapper is designed to use THQ Nordic Cloud Service instead, and as a bonus, Amazon announced that they are going to cease support for GameSparks in the future. We decided to keep GameSparks in and handle it in a year, based on the community size at the time. One thing that made life harder for us was even the lack of development branches on Epic Game Store. You can easily access betas on Steam through the Steamworks. Similar system works even on Microsoft Store with sandboxes or dev branch on GOG. You are not able to test the game before the release on EGS. We just had to believe that the game works according to the submission reports. On the other hand, as I mentioned, Epic did some investigation on the parity with Steam, which should guarantee that the game runs well. And don't forget that we didn't publish the game ourselves. We had THQ Nordic for that. We uploaded binaries to Steam and Microsoft Store, and the rest was taken care of by THQ Nordic with all the pros and cons. And one last example of the development process we had to adjust. We decided to create a new enemy helicopter instead of bumblebees from Nuclear. It's pretty similar to Werewolf from Comanche 2. In the end, it's not in the game. One of the reasons we didn't replace the model was that we would need to adjust all the loading screens we did for every mission, for example. That concludes my part of the talk. Before we head to the discussion, I would like to add a bit. I was speaking for quite some time about various topics. This should sum up the main takeaways from the talk. And you may even notice that there are some change codes throughout the presentation. Those are Steam keys for Comanche. Feel free to grab one and give it a try. If you happen to have any questions, I'm all yours. And if you cannot think of any questions, feel free to pick some from the random topics people usually ask me. You can find more about Ashborn Games on our website and all the social networks, be it Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram or YouTube. They are like Pokemons for us. We don't have them all, yet we cover a reasonable part. And we are even hiring. Feel free to drop me a line. Thanks a lot for your attention. It was a pleasure to share the bits and pieces with you, and I hope it's useful for you. See you soon. Bye!
Hello. Hello. I hope you all enjoyed that presentation. We have Peter here now, and he is going to do some Q&As. I think we have some short questions for you.
Cool, I'm looking forward to that.
Yay. Well, the first question for everyone who hasn't been talking to you for the last couple of minutes, how are you today?
Well, all cool. I just had the presentation. It was pre-recorded, so I wasn't that nervous as I usually am. So yeah, much better than usual.
Great, that's great to hear. Okay, so we have some questions. The first one is a very in-depth question. Which cake tasted better, the anniversary cake or the Comanche cake?
Actually, I didn't have the chance to taste the anniversary cake, so the Comanche one was better for me because there's 40 people in the office and they just ate the cake before I was able to taste it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
What flavor was it? Do you remember?
I think it was chocolate plus a jam. Yeah, it was chocolate and jam. Chocolate covering, jam, and the corpus.
Amazing. That sounds great.
Yeah.
And another question, what are your plans for the future after Comanche?
Well, currently we are working on a new IP. We announced that we are working on something. We have the unannounced project. It's meant to be the RPG slash strategy genre, and it should be with some historical setting. So this is something that we've announced to the public roughly a year ago, and this is something that we are working on. We just went through the concept build, and we are heading to the vertical slice of the game.
Is there a launch date set for that one yet?
Well, we have some internal roadmap, but nothing public at the moment. Like it's going to take quite some time before we are able to even speak about it in public, because the development it changes all the time. Yeah, like first we can announce something and then we would be unhappy if the players actually are looking forward to something and it's something completely different. You know, the development is really wild at this stage of the project. So once we reach, for example, alpha, then we are quite solid with what the game is all about. But before the time, it's really hard to tell what we are actually working on.
Mhm. Yeah, great answer. I just thought maybe I could get some secret information out of you, but
Sorry.
no.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. We have, I think, 2 more questions we can get to, and then if we have more, we can always move to the Q&A channel. So the next one, you started as a game journalist, right?
Yes, that's correct.
What motivated you to take that step into game development, and how did that lead you to become sorry, I misread it. What motivated you to take the step to be a game journalist, and how did that lead you to becoming a game developer?
Well, actually, it's thanks to the network of friends that I have and had at the time, because a friend of mine was editor-in-chief in GameDevHub.cz, which is the webzine that I ended working for, and he asked if I wanted to do some review of a game that I was playing for quite some time. And after testing this review, he realized that there may possibly be some potential in that, and he released the review to the public, which I didn't expect, and B, he asked me if I want to work for GameDevHub.cz. So I started working on the news, going through the game news on daily basis and serving them to the general public. And then eventually I had to play games as well, which was really hard. I did that a lot, but it's a bit harder than expected actually in the end, because if you had to finish like 3 games in a week, it takes quite a lot of time, and then you need to write the review and stuff like that. So it's time consuming, but really worth it. Like it was fun doing that job. Did I answer at least a part of the question?
Yes, definitely. And then the last part of the question, before we get cut off here, is how did you make that step from journalism into development?
Well, as I mentioned, it's mainly thanks to Ivan Buchta from Bohemia Interactive, because we met at games conventions before when I was the game journalist and he had some presentations there. And we discussed the possibility that I can possibly switch the sides of the barrier instead of just playing the games and writing about them, even try to making the games. And as I was the programmer, I got into Bohemia Interactive as an encoder. So I was trying to set up all the things in Arma 2, Arma 3. In Arma 2, it was on the DLCs in Arma 3 itself. And it was like setting how the turtles should behave, how the turrets of the tanks should rotate, and what should the soldiers do on the land, in water, stuff like that. So setting those things up.
Thank you. That's the question completely. Okay, and we are at time now, so I am going to move us into the Q&A room in case anyone has more questions. So please come with us to the Game Dev QA stage. I will move the 3 of us there, and everyone else, I will see you there.
Thank you very much. See you there. Bye.
Oh, there you are. In our next talk, Christopher Barney will briefly cover the concept of design patterns and pattern languages as applied to game design. I have no idea what it is about, but he will also explore current practical applications of game design patterns in a studio setting. Enjoy!
Hello, welcome to this talk on game design patterns from theory to practice. And my name is Chris Barney. So before we get started, I want to let you know what you can expect from this talk. We're going to talk about what are game design patterns and why would you want them? How are patterns connected into a pattern language? How can you create your own patterns to solve your own design problems? How can patterns help you to communicate your ideas to others? How to use patterns to design yourself, and how patterns can help you coordinate design within a studio, and then how do patterns impact your bottom line? So, who am I, and why should I be talking to you about this? So I'm a game design student. I say that because I wanted to study game design as an undergraduate. I designed a game design program before such things existed. As a graduate student, I again designed a game design program because I wanted to continue studying. At that point, I went into the industry. I'm an industry veteran. I spent 6 years working for PopTropica.com on their kids side scroller MMO. We had upwards of 500 million users in the game, so it was pretty big. Not a AAA style title, but huge numbers of users, a lot of complicated design. Also worked for funbrain.com during that time period doing educational games. I've done a ton of indie board games and live action role-playing games, exhibited at different festivals around New England and around the country. I'm a game design professor. I teach at Northeastern University in their undergraduate and graduate game design programs. I've been speaking on game design for more than 10 years at a bunch of different conferences all around the world. And I'm an author. I wrote the book Pattern Language for Game Design, which a lot of the theory from this talk comes from, as well as a number of academic and practical articles on game design. My game design blog can be found at Perspectives in Game Design. And I'm an interactive theater author. I've written scripts for Renaissance fairs and other interactive theater events that have had tens of thousands of attendees. So quite a bit of experience in that area as well. So what is a pattern? If you're at this talk, you may have a sense of that, at least intuitively. But let's start at the beginning. In the 1970s, Christopher Alexander, who was an architect, was looking at why architecture was, as he felt, in a pretty bad state, and what he could do to help improve it. And he came up with this idea of a design pattern and applied it to architecture over the rest of his career. His critiques of architecture in general were pretty scathing, and he's a controversial figure. So a lot of people in architecture thought it was great. A lot of people disagreed with him, but his concepts caught on outside of architecture, most notably in computer programming, object-oriented programming. The Gang of Four computer scientists wrote the book Design Patterns, Elements of Reusable Object-Oriented Software. And if you have anything to do with computer science, that's something that you're probably intimately familiar with, for better and worse. A lot of great ideas there, important work. Eventually, design patterns found their way into game design through computer science and through Alexander. The authors Bjork and Halapainen wrote the book Patterns in Game Design, which has subsequently generated a pattern library of 800 odd game design patterns. It's an amazing resource. And Adams and Dormans wrote the book Game Mechanics Advanced Game Design, where they created a pattern library of only a little bit more than a dozen patterns about the deep mechanics of economic systems in games. There are also many academic papers that have been written on game design patterns that approach them from different angles. I found all of those projects to be limited in one way or another, and felt like there was more potential in patterns and more room for work to be done. So I continued that work. So what do I think a design pattern is? I think that a design pattern has to state a design problem. It needs to be addressing a particular problem in design, and it needs to propose a solution to that problem that can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. It's not a recipe for do this to solve this problem. It's a generalized description that can be implemented in whatever way is most useful for an individual to solve their particular game design problem. It's important that it contain example games so that you can understand what somebody means with the descriptions of their pattern. The solution can be somewhat generalized and high level, and so it's important to have examples to see concrete application of the pattern you're talking about. It needs to have other things like keywords and related patterns and pattern confidence, and I'll talk about all of those a bit later, but it needs to be connectable to other patterns as well as something that can stand independently. So how do you make a pattern yourself? How do you create one? I'm saying that patterns can solve your design problems. So you need to be able to derive your own patterns, not just take them from me. And I'll talk more about that also in a bit. I developed the process for creating patterns to teach initially, to teach game design concepts and to help students to design more coherently, more quickly. So I developed exercises for them to go through to create patterns, and those are the basis for the pattern language and game design book and for the process we're going over today. So I've created many different exercises to create different kinds of patterns to address different areas of game design, but we're going to talk about the most general of those, general pattern exercise. And that consists of 7 basic steps that you can work through. You name a game design element. You name at least 10 games that use that element. Describe how each of those games uses the element that you chose. Describe the design problems that the game uses that element to solve. And then you start looking for patterns within that set of analysis. You pick one of those patterns and describe it in the pattern library website that I'll show in just a second, or any other way that you want to record it. I created a website to make it easier and to provide sort of a standard template, but for many years I did that in Google Docs, and that is a viable choice, or in some other piece of software that's more suited to your needs. And then you can repeat step 6 for each of the different patterns you observed. You may note a bunch of different patterns in your analysis, and you can go back and describe each of those using the pattern template that I've provided. So pattern library website, just a real quick glimpse into that and what kind of things you would be recording if you were using something on your own. You can see I've created web forms that allow you to enter your pattern name, design problem, description, images for the pattern, descriptions for the images, confidence, authors, assign the pattern to different groups, assign keywords, example games. So, all of those things are important to record. The second screenshot is for a games reference library so that you can connect example games to details on those games, making it easier for people who might not be familiar with a particular game to drill down and see how your explanation of the pattern fits what they see in that game. So let's look through that exercise really quickly and follow a practical example here. So step 1, name a game design element. In this case, jumping. So what do I mean by a design element? Really anything that's part of the design. It could be something mechanical, like what Adams and Dormans are referring to, or it could be something about the narrative of the game, or the art of the game, or sound design. There's a whole wonderful library that I'll reference in a bit, just devoted to patterns around sound in games. So in this case, jumping, it's a functional game design element, and I'm looking specifically at jumping in relation to the avatar player character. So then name at least 10 games. You can see here I name significantly more than 10 games. I group games together into groups that seem to use jumping in the same way. Depending on what kind of an element you're looking at, it may be harder or easier for you to come up with a list of 10 games, but 10 seems to be a reasonable number. Fewer than that, and you can sort of miss the breadth of how your design element is applied, and more than that, requiring more than that means that no one would ever make a pattern. So 10 is a reasonable number, more is better. Then describe how each of those games uses the element you choose. So here, this is doing description more than analysis of the games. What are they doing with the design element? In Donkey Kong, Geometry Dash, those things, jumping is used to avoid enemies and traverse the space. In something like Super Mario Brothers, jumping is used to avoid enemies, but also to attack enemies. In Guild Wars 2, it's used for exploration. There's not a whole lot of need for jumping in traversal, and there's no jumping in combat. So it's really more an exploration tool. Different games will use the element in different ways. Then, what design problems do the games use? I'm not going to try to read through all of this sort of extensive analysis that was part of that pattern process, but you need to think deeply about the why the game element is being used and what problem is it addressing. I've highlighted in blue some of the things that jumping is used. More movement options, creating a sense of autonomy, creating a sense of danger, adding variety, allowing for player mastery, skill growth, simulation, enhancing combat, right? So all of the different things that those different games are used, and relating each of those bits of analysis back to which games it's present in. Then, are there patterns? So you shouldn't be thinking about what the pattern is till you get to step 5. It's very easy to come up with a game element and immediately jump to a pattern and then try to backfill the exercise to justify what you're thinking about. And that's not great. That's going to lead you to even more confirmation bias than you already have. And it's not going to help you discover interesting new patterns. So you try not to think about what the patterns might be until you've done the analysis. Then at that point, look at what you've written, think about it, and see if you can come up with patterns at that point. So, I proposed at step 5 in this exercise that there might be 4 patterns that I recognize. More complicated mechanics provide more opportunities for player skill. That's talking about the autonomy and mastery areas. When power has a cost, it's frightening to use. Using jumping to make things dangerous. Two great things that go great together, jumping and punching, right? So like having unified mechanics that jumping could be part of. And then she's just like me versus I want to be like her when I grow up. So maintaining immersion by creating realistic character abilities that the player identifies with, or character building through giving the player superhuman abilities. That's sort of a continuum you might look at. So then pick one of those. In this case, I picked dangerous jumping, and I end up with a final pattern that says, how do you maintain game balance and create tension when giving the player greater power in their interactions with the game world? And that in order to do that, to maintain balance and create tension when designing character abilities, the designer may want to introduce consequences resulting from the use of those abilities. The results might be something natural, like falling to a pit of lava when you try to jump over it, or it might be something mechanical, like weapon heat buildup or a stamina meter. You'll note that this pattern doesn't actually have anything to do with jumping per se. Jumping is just one possible implementation, and this pattern is actually a higher level pattern that's addressing character abilities in general. That's something that often happens in the pattern process, as you end up generalizing and coming up with a deeper pattern, a more higher level pattern than the element you went in with. Although that's not necessarily so, and there's nothing wrong with ending up with a pattern that specifically addresses the design element that you're talking about. Okay, so now we have patterns. So what is a pattern language? How is that different than an individual pattern? Basically, a pattern language is a collection of patterns that are related in some way. And why do you need to create a pattern language? You could think that you need to create it to describe all of game design, or you might think that you're going to create it in order to help you solve a specific design problem or set of design problems. Which of those is it? Yes, both. Theoretically, sure, that the collection of all patterns that could possibly be generated would describe the full breadth and depth of game design, but that's not going to happen in my lifetime, and probably not going to happen ever. Frankly, I don't think it's an important goal, although growing an interoperable pattern language has a lot of benefits, but I don't think it's important to have an existing language that describes everything, because design problems are just too varied. But having a pattern language that allows you to address your design problems is great. And why do you need a language and not just one pattern? Because design problems are complicated, right? A whole game is not going to be, all of the design elements aren't going to be governed by a single pattern. They're going to be governed by a complicated interaction of patterns and network, like what you see here, which is from the sound design library patterns library that I mentioned earlier by Alves and Roque. They created 80 some patterns, and you can see how densely connected even that limited set of patterns is. You also note that they have different colored lines going between them, reflecting different kinds of relationships, and we'll get to that in a second. So how do you connect your patterns into a language, practically speaking? So first, you need to connect them in a bunch of different ways. If you look back at the slide where I was showing the input of patterns, you could create keywords. It's important to have a limited set of keywords, so everybody's using the same keyword to describe the same thing. Very quickly, if you don't limit that to a fixed set of things, expandable but restricted, you end up with people saying 3D with the letters and numbers 3D, and three-dimensional, and three-dimensional, and many different things that mean the same thing, and that then eliminates the usefulness of having keywords. They need to be shared across all patterns. You want to link parents and children. Parent patterns are patterns that are necessary for your pattern to function well. Child patterns are patterns that specialize your pattern for a particular set of circumstances, make it more effective to do a particular thing. Additive and subtractive patterns are patterns that strengthen or weaken the effect of your pattern. You might want to weaken pattern effects for game balance purposes. You're adding you have a player progression pattern about players getting more and more powerful to have more sense of autonomy, and you add the dangerous jumping pattern in order to provide consequences and curb the out of control growth promoted by the first pattern you're implementing. Alternate patterns are patterns that are different approaches to achieving the same end, that you would generally want to use one of them and not the other. Second, you need to understand the scope of your language. Your language probably isn't the one language to rule them all. It's not going to describe for every possible audience, so you need to not be overconfident in the amazingness of your patterns and understand the limitations. So how broad or deep is your collection? Is it very deep and narrow, like Adams and Dorman's collection, focusing on deep economy ideas? Or is it very broad, like Bjork and Halapanen's 800 odd patterns that cover the breadth of game design, but don't necessarily provide everything you would need for a particular area? How confident are you in your patterns and the links between them? In the book and on the Patterns website, I provide a rubric for deciding how confident you should be in a pattern. Basically, if you've come up with a pattern yourself based on your own genius, you should have very little confidence in it. If you've come up with a pattern based on the analysis of a lot of games, you've run into other developers who have created similar patterns, you've created a bunch of games using your pattern that have had the intended effects, your confidence grows with each of those things. And then lastly, who's going to use your pattern language? Is it for you to enhance your own understanding of your design theories? Or is it for a small indie studio you're working with? Is it for a class? Is it for a large studio? Are you sharing it with other developers across the industry? Who's going to be looking at the pattern is going to change what kind of example games you use, and how careful you need to be with the language you're using in your descriptions. Lastly, you need to make your patterns findable. For many years, I was working in Google Docs with patterns. Control F was the only way to find patterns within a group. That was very inefficient. Part of the impetus behind building a patterns website was to increase the level of findability. So adding the ability to filter by keywords, linking to related patterns so you can easily click through and follow a chain of connected patterns, the ability to search by titles and the pattern text itself. And then lastly, the ability to share your patterns with others specifically, either through linking to a URL or I implemented systems in the pattern library website where you can share patterns with a particular group. You can create your own groups, join multiple groups, and have patterns with different levels of privacy. So if you're a studio, you could have patterns that only your studio can see so that other people aren't stealing them, but you could also change the privacy of them to share them with the outside world, or contractors or whatever. So that kind of shareability and findability is critical to use a language successfully. All right, and then I showed entry of patterns into the pattern library. This is what they actually look like in that library. Again, this is just one possible implementation. You certainly don't need to adopt it in order to use patterns yourself, but it's free to use. So you're welcome to. You can browse through and read patterns. You can actively search for specific patterns based on sets of keywords of different kinds, patterns by particular authors, and so on. So let's see here. Why do you need your own pattern, right? So if I have this pattern library, it's got a lot of patterns. Bjork and Halopainen have 800. Why not just use those patterns? Why would you want to create your own? And the answer is because your design problems are very specific. You need to focus on those problems that you need to solve, not the problems that other people think are important. And because even the collection of people currently producing patterns, in academia, our knowledge is limited, right? We're not fit to produce all of the patterns that are necessary. Certainly not the ones that you need. The person who's fit to produce the patterns that you need is you. So this process will help you do that. If you're learning or you're a studio, defining a pattern language for the design you're working on is going to help you understand how you design and create a shared language. So what would you do with a pattern library if you built one? A pattern language if you had created one. If you're a student, you can be using that to learn design. If you're an experienced game designer, trust me, you can use that to learn game design. I never go through a pattern exercise where I don't come out a better designer than I went in, even with decades of experience. You can use it for teaching design, whether that is to students in a class or to junior designers. You can use it to understand your successes and failures, right? So you can use it as part of your post-mortem. What went well with your game? What patterns were behind that? Even if you didn't design the game looking at patterns, you can try to tease out what was successful. What failed, right? Something you thought was going to go very well failed. Look at it, look for the patterns behind it, look for the patterns in games that implemented that idea or that feature and succeeded where you didn't. What's the difference? What patterns were they following that you weren't? You can use it to solve a specific design problem. An example of that would be Chris Totten's game, Little Nemo and the Nightmare Fiends, in which he used patterns in order to decide on a basic level design paradigm and to share that with his team. So they were able to articulate to each other through the use of patterns what their level design paradigm was going to be, and then review the work that they're doing going forward in order to make sure that they're sticking to that pattern. And then you could use it for planning a whole game. I'll talk in a bit about a game design studio that I'm working with students where they're basing their whole game design on that. In my classes, I have students do exercises every week where they create patterns and then base their in-class projects on those patterns. So, if you can create a set of patterns, use it to design your game. I don't think that is necessarily immediately viable for large-scale use within commercial studios. There's a lot of overhead to creating patterns. And so I think adoption in studios is going to be somewhat gradual, but again, I'm going to talk about the student studio and how things are going there in just a moment. Communicating your design ideas clearly. If you need to talk to another developer and you're describing something to them and they're misunderstanding, pointing them at a pattern where you've clearly articulated the design problem, you know, what your pattern is, and listed examples can make it very clear what you're talking about and help resolve those kind of misunderstandings, because we all have our own terminology in studios, and developers, you know, create jargon all the time. This helps cut through that and get to the ideas that are important. And lastly, reducing risk using proven patterns to help you do that without creating derivative games. So rather than just adopting a particular technique wholesale from another game, looking at what pattern that game used and succeeded in achieving that goal, and then basing what you do in your game on that pattern rather than just duplicating the ideas. All right, patterns as pedagogy. So this is talking about the learning and teaching functions as proposed by Schwal and Moran. This is basically some more advanced learning theory, breaking the process of learning down into knowledge manipulation, higher order relationships, learner regulation, and productive actions. And then each of those is broken down into sub areas. Basically, there's something like 22 different categories of things that we do as part of the process of learning. And patterns seem to apply to all of those areas. You know, the fact that on the surface this seems to be true is a good indication that they're a good way to teach and learn. This talk isn't really focused on the pedagogy, but the slides will be available. So feel free to look back at this. It's also part of the paper that's linked in the references at the end. Won't go on it a lot, but there's a lot of thought behind how this process applies to learning. All right, so a couple examples of successful uses of pattern, practically speaking. This is a student project where the students were trying to understand the technique of shooting in games, and they came up with a pattern. So players like shooting in games in general because it allows them to build up precision and skill in an environment where nobody actually gets hurt. This is in the students' words. But many shooting games often utilize the same general principles to the point where the mechanic stagnates, right? Like shooting gets boring after a while if that's all you're doing. The pattern they derived from looking at the way shooting was applied in lots of different games was that designers go about varying shooting mechanics by completely swapping out the types of scenarios that it's useful in. By changing how players go about and utilize their mechanics, they're able to take the relatively simple mechanic and make it dynamic and interesting again. The students applied that to their practical game design by overloading the shooting mechanic and saying, sure, it shoots and does damage to enemies, but it also moves you to a different dimension every time you fire, swaps you back and forth. And in the orange dimension, orange walls are visible and orange enemies are visible. And in the blue dimension, blue walls and enemies are visible. And so as you move through the game levels, you need to both shoot to remove barriers, or create barriers to hide behind, as well as to expose or block enemies. Their initial level design was nothing short of stunning. The progression from learning the mechanic to a final room that is somewhat of a ballet of jumping between platforms while shooting to make those platforms appear and disappear, to manipulate the location of enemies, demonstrated portal levels of complexity that could be found in the mechanic they had created. And they got there through the idea of looking at patterns to drive their design. So it certainly can create innovation. There's often a lot of people worried that using patterns is going to just create derivative games that cookie cutter follow some kind of design description produced by patterns. That seems to not be the case. They do seem to drive innovation pretty well. All right, so can patterns work studio-wide? So this is talking about the game design studio project that I started with a bunch of students at the beginning of last summer. summer of 2021, more than 40 students began a year-long project to create, or then they began that project by creating a pattern language as the basis for their designs. They spent a number of weeks producing patterns around design ideas they had, and selecting from the many patterns that they created, a set of patterns that they felt were described a core design problem set that they were interested in solving through their design. And this is before deciding what kind of game they were going to make, what the mechanics were going to be, what the story was going to be. None of that was decided. This was just what kind of design problems would we like to approach. They produced those, and then they began to produce design based on those patterns. In the fall, about 10 of those students continued on into the fall semester, and about 40 new students joined the student project. This kind of turnover was expected. That could be catastrophic if, in a lot of design, if you lost most of your designers, how do you maintain the integrity and continuity of your design? The new students began their interaction in the project by studying the pattern language, understanding what that core problem set was, and then looking at the designs that have been produced in terms of how they were addressing that. Currently within the studio, design decisions are made and disputes are resolved by considering what choices that they're contemplating are best supported by the pattern language that they've created, right? So should we introduce this mechanic or this mechanic? Should we introduce either of these at all? Are they supported by the design patterns you've chosen? Which one of them has more patterns that relate to it? That's probably the way that we should go. So they're using that understanding, that shared language, and constantly expanding it as well, to define and redefine and focus their design. The students are currently on track to complete their vertical slice by the end of this semester. They're making a side-scrolling Metroidvania game. The pixel art characters on this slide come from that. They're set to begin full production in the spring, and are targeting having a shippable game by the end of the academic year. We'll see if they actually make it, but things are going well so far, and patterns have been very helpful in moving them through that process. All right, so let's come back again to the takeaways. A game design pattern can help you understand and solve a particular game design problem. Pattern language connects patterns so that you can solve more complicated problems or even create whole game designs. Patterns you create yourself are more useful than ones you get from others, because they're going to increase your design and the depth of understanding you have, design abilities and depth of understanding that you have. Pattern language can be a shared vocabulary that can help you improve communication between developers. Critically important, misunderstandings happen all the time and cause a huge amount of waste. Patterns can form a useful basis for design and allow developers across a studio to understand and share responsibility for design at a very deep level. Now, I'm not suggesting here that the process that the student studio is using is something that's applicable to commercial studios. I don't think it is. I don't think that's reasonable. Their goals are very different than a commercial studio. But I think that there are ways to utilize and adapt patterns in a professional studio. And lastly, validated patterns with high levels of confidence can help reduce risk. How do you validate patterns, right? That's somewhat of an aspirational goal, but the work that I'm doing now, I'm talking to a lab on campus at Northeastern about doing empirical research in terms of user outcomes for games designed using patterns versus ones that aren't using them. So as the process of validating patterns and patterns with high confidence emerge, using those patterns may allow you to be more innovative and reduce risk because the patterns that are governing the mechanics in your game have been proven out in various different ways. All right, so lastly, this is a resources slide. Again, the slides will be made available through the conference website, so you can get all of these links from there. Links to the pattern library and the game design patterns book, to my blog, to the application of pattern language in pedagogy research paper I recently published, Bjork and Halopainen's collection of 800 plus patterns, fantastic resource. The Game Design Patterns in Sound workshop paper by Alves and Roque, also great. Patterns in Game Design book by Bjork and Halopainen, wonderful book. Lists out many of the patterns that are described in the website, although their website repository has a lot more. Game Mechanics Advanced Game Design, Adams Norman's seminal work on the topic. Pattern Theory by Helmut Leitner is about pattern theory in general, not necessarily, and more architecture focused, but it's a 100-ish page long summary and analysis of patterns in general. So if you want to know more about the theory, but don't want to wade through Alexander's thousands of pages of work, that's a great one to go to. But I do recommend reading A Pattern Language by Christopher Alexander, which is sort of the origin of all of this work. All right, a couple of advanced topics that this sort of goes on to, that is ongoing. Using the L2 ontology language definition to describe formally what the pattern template in the website is doing. And then doing that lets you use ontology reasoners to create questions about what kind of patterns you should use and get subsets of patterns back, which is more and more useful as the library grows. If there's 10,000 patterns in a library, you can't possibly manually read them all. This is a way to help you use more advanced, artificial machine learning techniques to draw out the patterns that are relevant to you. I mentioned a games reference that's part of the pattern library. That is ongoing work and ongoing development. The idea there is to capture as many different games in detail as possible, and then also to start tracking the demographics of both the characters in those games and of the audiences of those games and of the studios that are producing them, so that we can better understand what patterns work for what different groups, because there's every reason to suspect that different people are affected by patterns in different ways, and that probably varies across different demographic lines. So research into understanding that is important. Research and validation of patterns is ongoing work that I'm doing. And then I'll be teaching a class this spring called Generative Design Patterns, which is looking at patterns and when to apply patterns, sort of meta patterns. And then also looking at using game design patterns to guide procedural design in games is an interesting thing to look at. A couple of quick slides here to show this is what the ontology language looks like. And with that, I will be taking questions. So I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Hi people, thank you for listening to the talk. As you can see, we have Chris right here to answer some of the questions. And because we have some time, we can actually do that on stage. So I already saw that Maggie, during the talk, had some questions for you. So we're going to start with these. Chris, you are explaining what to use the design patterns and listing a whole bunch of ways how they're relevant. Which of these would you think are most relevant for especially indies?
So for indies, you have a lot riding on the success of your game, right? It's your livelihood, and you don't have a huge necessarily trust of experienced developers behind you. You just have yourself. So being able to have a system for clearly analyzing games that are in your class, that are like the game that you're trying to produce, and understanding what worked for them and what didn't, can help you have more confidence that the effort you're putting into producing a game is going to produce something that will be accepted. So reducing risk is a big deal. Understanding, what succeeds in the space that you're trying to work in, and if you're trying to be really innovative and do something different, is that going to be marketable, right? Like, is that going to be something that people are willing to play? If you are basing your game on patterns and your implementation is something new that no one's seen before, but it is instantiating patterns that you've seen succeed in similar games across the industry, then that can give you more confidence that your crazy idea is something that's going to resonate with the audience because it's addressing sort of the deeper underlying game design needs. So those are sort of the two big areas that that I would say. And then if you're aspiring to be an indie, developing your personal game design skills by building out a set of patterns and studying the games you admire, using pattern theory for analysis, as you're preparing to start producing a game, can make you a better game designer going in, and help sort of shorten the time of that we all go through, where we have great ideas and flail about with them and they don't work very well. This can give you a way to sort of foreshorten that and make it more likely that you'll be successful. Again, indie game studio that Christopher Totten works for, doing the Little Nemo and the Nightmare Fiends game, there are half a dozen people in their studio total, but they were still having communication issues in terms of, referring to a particular game. Oh, I want the level design to be like the level design in Metroid. And then the person implementing the code has a completely different idea of what you mean by that than the person implementing the art. But if instead you're producing a pattern that looks at the level design from your perspective and other games that do that, and you arrive at a pattern that you can communicate, then that can be clear. In that case, the pattern they came to was, we want to do a level design that is a central path with branching optional content off of it. So you may have to go off of the central path, but there's a strong central corridor that you're always returning to. And that's not necessarily what someone would think when you say, oh, it's like Metroidvania design. But that was what they actually meant. They were able to articulate that in a pattern, and then everybody understood what they were trying to do with the level design paradigm. So that can often be the thing you need to do to help.
So you would say that patterns are basically a thing that also allows for easier communication between the team.
Yeah.
Generally.
It helps you understand design techniques and theory. It helps you communicate that clearly to others. And if you're looking at a whole pattern language, it's not necessarily just a central pattern. It could be dozens of patterns. It helps you communicate that over time. The game studio, the student game studio, is using that to bring new generations of developers up to speed and have them all have the same goals for the project they're working on. So there's a lot of different areas of application. So it sort of depends on the size of your studio. If it's just you, you're not using it so much for communication, more for understanding yourself, what your ideas are.
Okay, so speaking of applications, we can actually use the follow-up question of Maggie, because she was like, how many of your points actually are underestimated because people don't see the value in patterns? And what are some usages that people might not even be aware of and could actually highly benefit them using game design patterns?
Can you go back to the beginning of the question? I'm not sure I understood.
Basically, what kind of patterns, like the usages of patterns, is mostly underestimated? As we saw, we can use them for communication or for understanding yourself. But what kind of usage would you say is the most underestimated out of all of them?
Yeah, so I think that especially among more experienced game designers, the thing that's underestimated is learning from patterns. A lot of experienced designers assume I've been doing this for 20 years. I know game design. Like when I go to do this pattern exercise, what's going to happen is I'm going to articulate my knowledge and make it easier to share with other people, or use that to to help start building out my game. And if you're actually following the process and creating a pattern, so it's very tempting for, as I said, I think in the talk, it's very tempting for designers to come up with a game design technique and immediately jump to a pattern. They're like, oh, jumping. Oh, I know the jumping pattern. And then to fill in what's in between. If you need to avoid doing that, right? Because you're not going to learn anything that way. It may give you a clear way to articulate something that you know, but it doesn't let you validate that idea in terms of games that exist in data, right? So if you follow the process correctly and step through coming up with your example games, examining them and analyzing them as the process dictates, and avoid thinking about what the pattern is until you get to the point where you have all of that information laid out, and then you look at that information to decide on what your pattern is. I say that almost every pattern I've created, I learned something. I don't know what the pattern is going to be until I get to that point. And often what I arrive at is something where I'm like, oh, well, I hadn't thought about that before. I also see these other things that, yes, that pattern I was thinking of or trying not to think of in the beginning, sure, that's there, but so is this other thing, or that's there, but that actually generalizes in a way that I hadn't anticipated until I listed out the data. So if you're an experienced designer, doing patterns around things you think you understand very well is going to show you new perspectives on those things, new ways that they generalize or apply that you hadn't expected. And if you're a new designer, it's going to allow you to cement and clearly articulate the things that you are learning. If you're taking game design courses and then you're doing patterns based on the techniques you're seeing in those courses, you're going to understand those at a deeper level than others around you. And that's going to help you communicate clearly to other designers and build your credibility as somebody who is articulate in design.
I'm going to use you mentioning deeper understanding as a perfect transition for the audience to follow us on Discord, so we can actually answer the rest of the questions, because we still have a lot of them in the Q&A channel. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for being on stage. Thank you for giving the talk and answering the questions. People are already saying thank you to you in the channel as well.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, I will.
And
I will
I'll just move you to the record channel. So let me see.
GameDevHub. Jsme tvoje brána do světa herního vývoje. Teda, pokud už v něm nejsi. Jsi herní vývojář. Pracuješ v herním studiu? Máš zkušenosti s vývojem? Chceš předávat zkušenosti dál? Žádné ale. Naši studenti potřebují základy, které máš v malíku. Chtějí člověka z oboru, který jim vysvětlí, jak se věci reálně dělají. Tak na co čekáš? Pojď učit k nám. www.GameDevHub.cz
Hello again, and thank you for staying with Game Developers Session online. Some people think that movie and video game animation are the same thing. Well, not really, but there are some connections. And that is why we have Chris Totten here with his talk about Disney's 12 principles of animation that are an important part of any animator's toolkit. Chris is the lead faculty of Kent State University's Animation Game Design program, and his current game project is Little Nemo and the Nightmare Fiends.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for coming to my talk, which is going to be, as you can see, there, on the 12 principles of animation, reimagined for game development. I'm really happy to be here at the Game Developer Session. This is my first time speaking at the conference, and I'm really excited to be a part of it this year. So I've got a lot to get through, so I'm going to try to go pretty quick because there are 12 principles and not less than 12 principles. So first of all, who the heck am I? My name is Chris Totten. I'm an assistant professor and the lead faculty of the Animation Game Design program at Kent State University in Ohio, USA. I am one of the co-founders of the Smithsonian American Art Museum Arcade at the Smithsonian American Art Museum in Washington, D.C. I also co-founded GameFest Akron, which is a similar event local to me in Akron, Ohio. I am the owner and founder of 2 indie studios, my own personal one, Pie for Breakfast, and Team Nemo, which is making Little Nemo and the Nightmare Fiends, which is above my head here. I've written several books about game development and animation, including an architectural approach to level design, and I was an editor for a book called Level Design Processes and Experiences. So today, trying to cut back and forth where I am to make sure that you can see the good information. Actually, this might be the best location for me. So today, see, I was right. We're here to talk about the animation of games, but I don't want to talk about the technical aspects of the animation of games, because we can find that everywhere. That's easy stuff to find. Instead, I want to do the harder work of talking about how we give our game characters a sense of life. And we can do that if we understand some techniques that animators have used for decades and decades and decades for animating and creating great characters. And in film animation, the illusion of life is created with what they call the 12 principles of animation, which are squash and stretch, timing and motion, anticipation, staging, follow through and overlapping action, straight ahead and pose-to-pose action, slow in and slow out, arcs, exaggeration, secondary action, solid drawing, and appeal. Don't worry, we're going to go through all of those in a second. So really quick, here's some background on the principles of animation. They were first published in a 1981 book called The Illusion of Life, Disney Animation, written by animators Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston. The principles focus on how characters in animation communicate their motion to the audience, how they physically react to their environment, and how they help audiences connect with them. While the principles were published first in the 80s, they were actually the result of work of at Walt Disney Studios from some folks called the 9 Old Men, of which Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston were a part. These fellows worked at the studio from the 1920s and the 30s through until like the late 70s, from everything from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs to the Rescuers and many cartoon shorts in between. And, they were sort of an advisory board for the animators. And a lot of the principles that they came up with were integrated into the cartoons throughout that era and into today, and became industry practice across the industry, not just at Disney. So if you watch Looney Tunes or something, you'll see evidence of these principles as well. But games aren't film. Those were filmmakers, we are game developers. Translating the classical 12 principles one-to-one quickly runs into issues when you have to account for technical realities like having to have responsive controls or having to deal with collision. And these were filmmakers, not game developers, so the principles they created did not have game animation in mind. Video games weren't around yet, quite frankly. So some principles might add extra movements that, if we used them for a game, would slow down our characters or make them feel unresponsive. Others add changes to body position and size that would drastically change a game character's hitboxes, creating a headache for our programmers. And, what we are ultimately trying to do is balance the needs of art and tech in our games. So in order to do that, sometimes we need to rethink, elements of animation like these 12 principles. So if you go too far on one end or the other, you might see things like, if you went too far in animation, you might have characters that feel sluggish, and maybe all the extra animation that's in them makes them feel less responsive. Sorry, Mega Man 8 fans. Or maybe like you try to do too much with the animation and you add too many extra little motions, like what's going on with Alucard's hair. But we don't want to go too far and be so committed to the tech that we create boxy characters that don't read well. Look at this animation from Wonder Boy 3: The Dragon's Trap, the modern remake of it. On the left you have one that's really tightly within the hitboxes, but on the right you have one that has a nicer silhouette and is easier to read. That became the eventual sprite for the game. On the bottom here, going to change my location again. You have a GIF of the game Enter the Matrix, which was negatively reviewed for several reasons, but one often commented element was the really robotic animation of the characters that really just sort of moved without any friction or motion to them. Because if we do find this balance, we can balance the tech and the art. We can do some really amazing things. It doesn't just have to be fully for one or for the other. We can mesh these things together. And in order to do so, we have to rethink the 12 principles of animation to get the most out of them that we can for their use in games. So we're going to reinvent some of them throughout the talk, and I'm going to do that by talking about some of the work that I am currently doing for our game Little Nemo and the Nightmare Fiends, me and my friends at Team Nemo. And so it's an in-development 2D platformer with hand-drawn animation. It's based on the 1905 comic Little Nemo in Slumberland by comics and animation pioneer Winsor McCay, whose work predicted all the principles that you see today. He was a huge figure in comics and animation, and we still feel his influence today. Also, pardon a bit of self-promo, but you should definitely check out the game at littlenemogame.com. Come take a look, and we'd love to know what you think. And I also want to shout out, sorry, I don't mean to be switching my location all the time. I also want to give a shout out to expert game animator Pedro Medeiros, who among other things worked on Towerfall and Celeste. He has game animation tutorial GIFs that have been a vital part of this research, and I want to acknowledge that by giving him a shout out and asking that you go check out his work on his Patreon and his itch.io pages, because you can get access to his many animation tutorials. A lot of them say pixel art tutorials, and some of them truly are pixel art, like how to draw things in pixel art. But the animation ones we found are useful across the board for any type of game animation. So you should absolutely, please go check those out because they rule. So the other thing I want to say before we get going is that, okay, fine, I'm going to be showing you all these images of a 2D game, but what about the 3D animators out there? Well, I'm happy to report that the principles of animation don't care whether you are doing animation in 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions, and in fact support everything. So I've tried to include 3D examples where I can, but please nobody think that I'm leaving you out. All right, so let's get into some animation principles. So the first principle is called squash and stretch, which is where you squash or compress a character, or stretch, quite literally stretch, the character to emphasize a sense of physical reality. So rather than running something like a physics simulation, we can use squash and stretch to become a sort of physical shorthand. So it gives a sense of weight to characters and objects where there otherwise might not be some. The amount of squash and stretch you apply can apply different materials. So rubbery materials can be extra squashy, while metal objects should have limited amounts of squash. Although you can do things like bending a character into different poses to create a sense of squash and stretch, as with Pixar's character Luxo Jr. on the right. But what this does is it adds like a nice visual punch to the work that you're doing, which can actually be excellent for the principle of game feel. So where this concept is problematic in games, well, where is this concept problematic and where can we find opportunities to use it is really what we want to look at. And each look at every principle is going to be similar, where we say, what is it, why is it important, and what can we do in games? So challenges of this this concept mainly lie in collision. Do these frames that have the squash and stretch on them affect the size and shape of the colliders? So we have our character Flip here, Flip the clown, from Little Nemo. And if we look at his jump, so he has these spring-loaded boxing gloves, and he uses them to propel himself into the air. If we were to assign colliders very literally to every frame of animation, the colliders might look something like this. So that, as you can see, that's kind of a pain in the neck. It's not a lot of extra work given our modern tools, but it's a little bit of extra work, and that can add up over time. And we want to avoid all that time adding up and becoming kind of a time sink. So what do we do? So here's some proposed solutions. 1, do it anyway. Who cares? Blah. No, but in all seriousness, usually, if you are going to do something like this, you typically want to talk with, your tech team and say, all right, is this truly what the best solution would be? And if the answer is yes, fine. If the answer is no, we need to find a way to keep things more consistent. Maybe you consider using a consistent collider size for the character. Now, as you can see with Flip, this actually creates situations where there is art outside of the collider. But that's not so bad. If you've played a lot of bullet hell shooters, you might know that your spaceship may be, the size it is, but the collider is usually very, very, very tiny, only a few pixels inside. And that's an example, really a lot of game design is cheating for the player's benefit. That's why we have things like coyote time, where you get a little extra hang time off of ledges, things like that. So this could be an opportunity to cheat for the player and make the player feel more awesome. And who doesn't love to do that? And then the third thing to do is maybe sometimes you do have a few frames that you really can't get around doing this with. Again, have a dialogue with your tech team, come to compromises and things like that. Communication is key with collaboration. So our next principle, and probably our biggest offender in terms of creating trouble for games, is one called anticipation. So anticipation is a short action that happens before a bigger action. So why is it important? anticipation prepares an audience for an action. The thing with animation is that, we as humans don't have to anticipate our motions. We don't have to use anticipation because our brains are wired to think, hey, that's a person. I believe that that person is real. Now, with animation, we have an interesting issue where we have to convince an audience that our collection of ink and paint drawings or our pixel characters or our polygons are living creatures with lives and internal selves and feelings that we should care about. And that's kind of difficult. So, that's what the principles ultimately do. They help us, get the audience to believe in our characters and accept them and care about what happens to them. So anticipation is one way that you essentially warn the audience that, hey, this set of squiggles is about to do something. Because if we were to have our character turn their head the same way a human can by just turning their head, we can't match all the little nuances that happen when a human turns their head. And thus, a flat head turn would look very boring and not very believable. So that's why we do things like have a character blink and put their head down before turning their head, and take this into any other kind of motion. You wind up before a punch, you crouch before a jump. That's anticipation. So this is a bit of a complicated one in games, because there are times when you do not want anticipation, and then there are times when you very much do. When you're creating player characters, you want to use anticipation very sparingly, as having a significant wind-up on something like a jump or an attack creates the perception of input lag. Player characters should start an action as soon as the player presses the button on their controller. Hit button, player jumps. Now, we can get around this by cheating in a few different ways. So let's say you have a jump that you want anticipation on. And we ran into this with Nemo. People saw these characters, and if we did not have, because they were hand-drawn, if they did not have principles of animation going on in their movements, people would not, they'd be like, what's going on with this? This seems choppy and weird. So we had to use a lot of these principles. So in the case of anticipation, what we did was we actually decided to have our cake and eat it too, to use an old cliche, where we had some frames of anticipation, this kind of squashy one on Nemo, where it looked it was drawn to be kind of in the middle of like an early jump, but also maybe a bit of a wind-up, and then we squashed it a bunch so it seemed like a wind-up, and then we had it play as he was leaving the ground. So Nemo's sprite starts leaving the ground as soon as you hit the jump button. But, it goes into this one frame anticipation as he's leaving the ground. So it's almost so quick that you perceive him as having anticipation, even though he doesn't actually stop to crouch before he jumps. He actually just jumps, and then the squashiness gives you the sense that he is crouching. So we are actually cheating to have both at one time. And, again, it makes the animation feel really good, but also the game feel really responsive. Alternatively, if you do have to have some sort of anticipation on a motion like an attack, maybe what you do is you balance the game around this. So if you've played any games in the Castlevania series from, the NES all the way until, modern systems, or including like some of the ones that were re-released several weeks ago on the Nintendo Switch, you'll know that many of those games have elements where a character is using a weapon and winds up before they strike with the weapon. Well, those games are also balanced around the fact that enemies do not come at you so fast that would hurt your reaction time. They come at you at a pace appropriate for that wind up, for that input delay. And in fact, in the original Castlevania game, Simon's wind up actually has a hitbox on it. So if you time everything right, you can hit stuff behind you in addition to in front of you. So the game is essentially balanced around this anticipation. Lastly, you can make anticipation part of a risk-reward decision in your game, thus turning it into a strategic decision. In many fighting games, some special moves might have a wind-up, and having that wind-up is an important part of the strategy of using a certain character. So, Chun-Li's spinning kick here, you have a significant wind-up when you use it in Street Fighter 2, and you have to take that into account if you're going to use it in a fight. Same thing with, going back to the Castlevania example, some weapons in newer Castlevanias where you can switch off weapons have a slower animation versus smaller, less powerful weapons that have a faster animation. That's a risk-reward you have to take into account. It's part of the interesting decision-making process of the game. So that's how we can integrate anticipation meaningfully into the system of decisions our players have to make. Now, let's say you're not animating a player character. Let's say you're animating a non-player character, an NPC, or an enemy. Well, the rules are completely off here. Use anticipation. On NPCs, anticipation just serves the purpose that it does in a film, where, it helps give an illusion of life, so you should always use it. On enemies, it can be super important, because what happens with enemies is that anticipation is a chance to warn the player that a move is about to happen, and it becomes part of the strategy of fighting enemies. Like here in Dark Souls 3, in Metroid Dread, in Bloodborne games, or in any Souls-like, that is a huge part of that type of gameplay. Hollow Knight. So you want to embrace that, embrace anticipation in those instances. So next is staging. Staging is the use of scene composition and film grammar to direct the audience's attention. So we care about staging because the placement of a camera and the orientation of objects in a frame helps us tell our story. How we pose characters is also an important part of staging. You want to pose characters in such a way that if you were to black out their image and create a silhouette, you would still be able to recognize what's happening in the scene. Staging is one area where the differences between film and games really comes out. In games, we're essentially handing control of character placement and our camera over to the players, so we can't really stage scenes the way a filmmaker can. We have a well-documented set of solutions, though, in the practices of level design and environment art, so I'm not going to go into those. Without turning this into a level design talk, some things to think about include maybe carefully crafting approaches to important areas, or finding ways through environment art to draw the player's eye. You should also try to pose characters in ways that they have strong silhouettes at all times from multiple angles in 3D games. So if you are animating a 3D model, it behooves you to maybe orbit around that model every once in a while and on the different keyframes of your animation to make sure that you are creating a strong silhouette. That can be a really good tip for anybody who is trying to improve the quality of their animation. I even like to take a viewport. I use Blender a lot, and that lets me use lots and lots of custom viewports. But I make one of my viewports a view from like what would be the game camera point of view, and that helps me see what my game character might look like, in different poses at different times throughout the animation. So let's talk about posing in animation. The next principle is straight ahead or pose to pose, which sounds like two, but really what this comes down to is deciding which of two methods, two workflows to use for creating animation. So pose to pose animation is where you draw key poses or keyframes and then follow. So once you establish your keyframes, say it's on like frame 1 and frame 5 and frame 9, then you take those keyframes and then use them as kind of like goal markers and then draw the frames in between. So, you'll do 1 and 5 and then you might fill in, 3 and then, you do frame 2 and frame 4. And that's kind of how you work through an animation. You establish the keys, you do what's called the one directly in between, which is called the breakdown, and then everything in between the keys and the breakdowns are called in-betweens. They just sort of smooth everything out. The other workflow is called straight ahead, which is where you draw frames in order, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5. Now, when do you use them? Well, you use pose-to-pose animation 95% of the time when you work with characters. Key poses help us act because that is where we put our main poses. They are where we express the character's attitude. Again, that is where we as animators do our acting through our character. This is where you're going to focus on creating strong silhouettes, is on the keyframes. All the other frames, those can be the ones where you kind of rush through them quickly in motion. You're not going to hold on them for very long, and that can be where stuff awkwardly crosses over between each other. But the key poses should be clear and have strong silhouettes. Working in this way is more organized and creates a better workflow. When you animate in 3D, programs like Maya or Blender are even built to accommodate this process. They automatically tween between keyframes. So it's almost like built on pose-to-pose. These 3D programs and Adobe Animate, that's built on tweening and pose-to-pose. So this is something integrated into a lot of our workflows. Straight ahead animation, though, is for when you have particles, special effects, or reactions. So that's almost like, you are improvising your way through a motion by paying attention and reacting to what is on the frame before it. That's why you go in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But with that, you really only want to use it when you are doing things like fire, water, magic, what a character does when they get hit, or maybe you're doing it when a character is wearing something flowy and you're drawing the lines for the flowy part of their costume after you draw the main body. So there's no limitation here. It's just workflows, and you should use both, and you should just know when to use both. But I wanted to at least show an instance where we used both in an animation, so you see how it works in real production. So this animation from Little Nemo and the Nightmare Fiends features Nemo's bed, growing legs and galloping like a horse down his street. The bed was first drawn in pose-to-pose based on motion study of a horse's gallop. Keyframes were established, then breakdown and in-between frames were used to complete the motion. Nemo and Peony were drawn after the bed's motion was completed. So basically we finished the bed without the characters on top, then we went back to frame 1 and then started to draw Nemo and Peony. And what we did with that was, instead of drawing them with keyframes, what we did was we just drew them in each frame reacting to how the motion on the bed was the frame before and on the current frame. So if the bed dipped as it was galloping, so between the second and third images here, that is when we would draw them, kind of getting lifted upward. So we drew them almost as follow-through elements, flopping up and down as the bed was running. And speaking of follow-through, what is that? So follow-through is when loosely tied parts of the body continue moving when they are stopped, because you are wearing baggy clothing or you have flowing hair, etc. So that happens in response to some sort of main action. So you essentially have two animations going. You have the main body action, then you have another action of the follow-through bits happening in response to it. That's why it's overlapping, because you have almost two rhythms happening at one time. So this is another thing important for giving a sense of physical reality to characters, acknowledging that hair, clothing, tails, ears, and even relaxed limbs will drag behind the body as a character moves. It's also an acknowledgement that our bodies don't stop moving when we decide to stop, because sometimes things keep going because of inertia. This prevents motions from feeling stiff. One advantage of this is that it doesn't really have many limits in games. If we have overlapping elements in something like a run or a jump, it makes them better with little cost. You do need to be careful, though, of having too much follow-through when you attack, land from a jump, or do other ending motions, like anticipation, it can slow down the feel of your character. So here, for example, we have the princess from our little Nemo game, and it doesn't look like this is a particularly fluid attack animation, but it happens in just enough amount of time that, one, it actually feels very fluid in-game, but it also doesn't stick around too much that you significantly lose running speed when you are attacking with this character. So that gets into one of the ways that we can take care of any potential risks with follow-through. First of all, make it quick, use minimal frames like we did with the princess. During gameplay, it will not feel as stiff. So the other one is make an anticipation, or make an animation entirely out of follow-through. So Nemo has no frames during the actual sword swing here. His first frame of the sword swing is the end of the arc. But because we spent so much time on follow-through of him basically pulling out of the sword swing, but the motion trail dissipating, that gives the impression that there was a sword swing, but it lets your mind catch up. So basically this attack is entirely follow-through, and it actually feels very quick and snappy because of that. Or you can do what Hollow Knight did, and just have the attack animation as a separate entire piece from your character. So the knight's actual movement on an attack is very minimal, but he has this big swooping attack object for his sword. Well, what that actually is it's just a different attack that gets spawned. It can go through its longer animation while you get control of your character sooner and can just keep moving ahead. Attacking with the knight, if you've not played Hollow Knight, is very fluid and very fast because of this. Next is this principle called slow in, slow out. It's a technique where you draw more frames around your key frames and fewer frames around things like in-between or passing poses. What do I mean by that? So here's a ballerina. Here's two pictures of a ballerina being animated. And so the ballerina on the left has all the frames between two poses evenly interpolated. So imagine that you had this character in Maya, you posed one, or you did pose one, you did pose two, those are your keyframes, and then you just played the timeline. This is what you would get. It would be perfectly smooth and even, and that is bad. It will feel more robotic this way. But the one on the right will feel more natural, because what they've done is they've taken into account the natural momentum of how we as humans work. We will move slowly out of one pose and quickly, like our body will accelerate whatever we're moving, in this case the dancer's leg, and then we will ease into the next pose that we're going into. That's slow in, slow out. It makes your animations feel very snappy and very fluid and very real, very alive, as opposed to sort of the even robotic version. So there aren't really limitations to this either. One thing to think about is that most computer animation software defaults to what I said was tweening, which was, where you have keyframe 1, keyframe 2, and then it evenly interpolates. You might need to do a little extra work to reinforce this principle by adding a few more keyframes so that you get the slow in, slow out effect. The other thing to consider is whether your game will if you even have enough frames to use this at all. In another game project that I'm working on called Kudzu, which is a Game Boy game, I only have 2 animation frames for a sword swing, and I had to decide how I wanted the sword swing to work. I wanted like Nemo, I wanted the swing to come very immediately, so I chose to have the first frame of the sword swing be this big swoosh, and then I wanted to incorporate some kind of like deceleration to emphasize the motion a little bit. So I incorporated slow in, slow out by, using my other frame to have like a little dissipation. So that slow in, slow out gave it a nice satisfying swooshy motion, as opposed to, again, just it being like a little immediate blip of a sword or something like that. So slow in, slow out if you have limited animation, you can use it. You just have to make sure you choose where you are putting in your frames very carefully. So the next principle is arcs. This is where you move parts of your character's bodies or objects moving around in arcing motions. So it's a fact. Our bodies are made to move in arcs. Our joints move in arcs. That's it. That's all arcs. That's all there is to arcs. Physical reactions happen in arcs. This ball doesn't bounce in zigzaggy lines. It bounces in nice, smooth, parabolic arcs. So the lesson here, there is no limitation for this. Animate in arcs. That's it. Just always animate in arcs. Physical reactions happen in arcs. Our bodies move in arcs. That's just how we are, and your animation will look better if you do it. So again, like I said, no limitation, but I will show you an example of us using it on the moon boss in the first level of Little Nemo. We could have had this character move his face in straight lines, just transitioning from one expression to another. As we saw before, that can be kind of flat. It's not great for anticipation, things like that. But by also making everything move in nice, satisfying arcs, it actually added a lot of fluidity to this character. And that's really important when you have a character who's a big, giant face. We even went as far as to make sure that the little craters on his face moved in arcs, and that produced a really satisfying effect that even added life to, holes in rock. So, always make sure it adds just a little bit more spice if you work in arcs on details like this. So just make sure you keep that in mind. Next is secondary action. This is where you have other actions happening on a character or in a scene that give the scene a sense of life. Now, how is this different from something like follow-through? Well, I'm going to move again. Imagine a run cycle. This is kind of the classic example. Usually you have some arm movement and an additional secondary action added via follow-through. So follow-through is also kind of a secondary action. But, as you can see on these character run cycles, they are moving their arms. The way that they move their arms might tell you something. Nemo is a very excited 7-year-old, so he is flailing his arms around everywhere. Peony has kind of like a ninja air about her, so she's very composed and she's doing a kind of ninja run. Flip is a little bit of a brawler, so he's kind of like this. Princess is holding her gown, so that adds a little extra character building to their run by playing around with what the secondary action could be. Secondary action can do other really cool things with your animations. Here we have Mushu from the Disney film Mulan. And again, in case you haven't guessed, there's not really any limitations to this one either. I just want to show you some neat examples. So Mushu is raising his head, and by having his arms move at a completely different pace than his head, that adds additional visual interest by having his body go from one state to another where the parts of his body start moving at different paces and outpacing each other and moving at different speeds. That is way more interesting than if he had done this on a more evenly, more uniform pace. Another thing you can do is incorporate what are called fidgets into things like idols or other types of animation. So what can you add to a character's animation that will give it that extra spice, that extra life, that extra satisfying secondary action? So sometimes it is follow through, like the little puff on the bird's head here. Also his head is bouncing along. It's kind of rickety. He's a rickety old machine. The little tail is bobbing back and forth. Those are secondary actions, but they're also a little bit follow through. especially since like the head is bobbing because it has these joints constraining it. You know, but we also have something like this creepy character called the Wang Doodle. He throws his little baseball up and down. And I call it a baseball because in the comic that he's from, the Little Nemo comic, he actually is a pitcher in a baseball game, if you're familiar with the game baseball. So, you know, this character playing with something while he's idling and waiting for the player gives a little bit of extra visual interest where he could otherwise be just sort of like floating up and down. So, and then, you know, inside the bird, we also have the gears spinning. So those little other extra elements make the characters way more satisfying to look at than if they were, you know, just kind of doing their main actions. Next is the principle that underlies a lot of this material, which is timing. Essentially, more drawings creates slower action, while fewer drawings creates faster action. It's that simple. So this is one weird place where games have an advantage. Rather than relying on an absolute playback speed, 24 frames per second, as they do in film, we can control the playback speed of our sprites. So we can tell the game engine if we have, for example, 2 sprites here, like I have in this little goat from my Game Boy game Kudzu. You know, if I play it at 1 time speed, the goat is like really eating this Kudzu very quickly. You know, worrying, you know, like, hey, slow down, you're going to get indigestion here, pal. But if I play it at a more, a better 25% speed, now he's, you know, eating at a pace that I would consider maybe a little more healthy. I'm not worried about him as much. So we want to, you know, we can use that aspect of the programs that we build our games in to make sure our playback is right. There is one limitation to keep in mind, and that is that frames equals a bigger file size for your game, and, you know, that can make a bigger, you know, build size, and, you know, then suddenly when somebody needs to clean out their hard drive, they'll look at your game and they'll be like, oh, bye, because you have too many frames of animation, and that can cause, you know, your game's size to kind of balloon up. So in film, you can be really indulgent with frames because, again, you're making film. So, you know, just look at the frame number next to Robin Hood here. You know, he has 67 frames for this, you know, this little jaunty walk he's got going on. In games, you want to make sure you're really efficient with how you use frames. So this is where a technique called animation smears can help you. By drawing an in-between that has a smear of lines and colors between the frames that come before and after, you can actually create the illusion of smoothness, pardon me, with fewer frames. So we use this technique quite a lot in Little Nemo. It saves on frame count, and it allows us to get that fluidity that we want without having to draw every single little frame of emotion. Next up is exaggeration. This isn't really a principle that acts as a tool the way the other ones do, but it's, as animator Dante Rinaldi says, the degree to which you apply the other principles of animation. So this is another that I'm loath to say has any specific disadvantages. When you apply any of these, you want to take into account colliders or timing, as we've discussed. But knowing this, it's important. It's important in 2 ways. It helps you make a character clearer, and it helps you make them more dynamic than they would be when trying to simulate real life. By pushing principles of animation as far as they can go through exaggeration, we can make our games feel more impactful and have better game feel. So like we saw before, Nemo has these exaggerated frames in his jump. Oh, where did it go? Oh, okay, sorry. As we saw before, Nemo has these exaggerated frames on his jump that you barely see when you actually play, but they make his jump feel snappier. You know, he's doing these extreme swashes and stretches, but, you know, in the actual game itself, it just makes his jump feel super snappy. You know, you don't perceive as him having been, like, drawn, you know, too stretched or something like that. likewise, when we did the Moon's Roar animation, we tried doing something close to what Winsor McKay had in his own. I'm going to put myself up here, actually. What Winsor McKay had in his own comic. There we go. And that felt okay. It was kind of a roar, but it didn't feel enough. So what we did is we pushed the pose. We took the elements of the face and we pushed it farther and in ways that the mouth doesn't really go to, but which made it feel like a much, much better roar. And we have Dragon Ball Z to thank for that, for inspiring us. But that's the kind of thing where they push those poses a lot, and you get that high energy action feel, and that's what we wanted. So next here, by the way, this is the Peony, concept art by Taja Amanis. So next is solid drawing, which I'm adding the word design to acknowledge 3D as well. Basically, this boils down to, can you draw or model well? So, because the worst thing is when a digital artist is like, I'm so good with this software, come check out my work. And then you realize that they're missing basically every art fundamental that we know about. They're just good at software, but they don't actually know how art works, or anatomy, or scale, or proportion. So no limitations here, but know that your digital art will be severely limited if you don't learn artistic fundamentals. Practice, yes, even with pencil and paper, and learn how shapes and forms work in space, in 3 dimensions. I haven't cut back to, there we go. Pardon me on that one. Understanding this will help you avoid making characters that seem flat or too symmetrical, as though they were cardboard cutouts. Because everything we do in the computer in 2D and 3D still comes from these foundational principles of drawings and other forms of art. Last, but very much not least, is appeal, which really comes down to the design of your characters and whether the audience finds them interesting in the first place. This concept art, by the way, is by Megan Smith from our team. She really knocked it out of the park with redesigning Winsor McKay's character of Flip. So let's talk about our version of Flip. Again, designed by Megan Smith, who did the art that's on the last slide. She focused the body on round, squat shapes and a bigger, more expressive face than when Winsor McKay drew him. We've actually been told by professional animators that our Flip has more appeal than McKay's, and that it's easier to read. So, I'm going to pat ourselves on the back. Good job, Team Nemo. So this is another universal that comes in even before you animate. If you understand this, then you can start to communicate a lot about a character's personality through shape and design, which makes for characters that audiences can really fall in love with. Round characters are usually seen as innocent or friendly. Square characters are usually seen as dependable or strong, and triangular characters are usually seen as like suspicious or sneaky. Or maybe that's what your bad guys are based on, are triangle shapes. This is not a universal, but you can start to see how shapes add, how much can you communicate about your character before the character even expresses a line of dialogue is what we really want to get into. Because if you can master this, then we can create characters that people really love, and it's not just appeal, it's all of these principles. That's ultimately what we're trying to do as artists and animators, is create characters that people love, that they remember, and that they want to play with again and again for many years to come. So that's it from me. Thank you for coming to the talk, and if you want to come see more of the work, it says booth 353. That's an old, there's no booth 353. That's from an older version of the talk. But, if you would like to come see the game, please go to littlenemogame.com. We would love to have you, come check out the game, tell us what you think, and follow me on Twitter. Email me at ctotten@pfbstudios.com. Also, check out our game and animation program at Kent State at the website below. But thank you for coming to the talk. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will hopefully talk to you all later.
Thank you, Chris, for that interesting talk, and thank you everyone for joining us. We will be moving over to the Game Dev QA chat. Please follow us there to ask Chris any of your questions.
GameDevHub. Jsme tvoje brána do světa herního vývoje. Teda, pokud už v něm nejsi. Jsi herní vývojář. Pracuješ v herním studiu? Máš zkušenosti s vývojem? Chceš předávat zkušenosti dál? Žádné ale. Naši studenti potřebují základy, které máš v malíku. Chtějí člověka z oboru, který jim vysvětlí, jak se věci reálně dělají. Tak na co čekáš? Pojď učit k nám. www.GameDevHub.cz.
Italy? It is not the first country that comes to your mind when you hear video games. But Italy has a long and very interesting tradition of video games development. Even today, dozens of developers are making new games and hoping to sell them to the world. What is it like to develop games in Italy? That is the right question for Roberto Vergine, who has been working as an indie dev for the last 3 years.
Hi everyone, my name is Roberto Vergine and today I'm here to talk about what is it like to be a game dev in Italy. It's funny because it's difficult. And you might be thinking, oh, okay, so you are designing video games and you have a lot of fun and you enjoy your works, and yes, it's true. But also, I'm here to talk about what it's like to manage a team, manage resources, and talking with publishers, and try to get some investments. And the situation here in Italy, it's not so positive in the video game industry because when you're talking to someone and you're like, hey, I'm a game designer, I create interactive experiences. It sounds interesting, but in Italy, the word for design and draw, it's similar. So it's like, I'm a game designer and people ask me, and what do you draw? So che cosa disegni? Io sono un designer, cosa disegni? So it's pretty, there's this kind of misunderstanding of the thing that I do as a designer and what's like to develop a video games. So today I'm here to present you the positive things but also the negative sides of developing a video games as an indie, and how to approach publisher, how to manage team resources, money and marketing. Just to give you an introduction about myself, I've got a background in new technologies of arts, so I've studied cinemas, new media, 3D modeling, and a bit of game design and game development. Then I've attended a master in game design at Ulm University. It was a pretty intense master based on create an indie game in 1 year, less than 1 year, and present this to a publisher. And then after that, I started sending my CV online. It was pretty tough, and so I just created my own small studio with some friends, started working on some ideas back in when the pandemic started due to the COVID. So it was pretty tough. And then last year, and I left the company because it was like, okay, guys, we have to make video games, but the other people said, okay, maybe we could also do marketing and augmented reality application for others. And it was like, no, guys, we have to focus on video games. And so I just left the company and started another one called Cactus Production. And then we are working on our first project, and who knows, maybe I'll be in the next Kojima, you know, some years from now. To give you an idea of what I've worked on the top left, this was a short 3D animated about Beethoven. You can find it on YouTube under Beethoven Rage Over a Lost Penny. While on the right, Metaphysical Brawl was a For Honor-like inspired type of brawl game with the philosopher. It was just an exam in academy. And on the bottom left, this was our thesis realized in Unreal Engine. It was a cultural project, so it was pretty interesting. And on the bottom right, this was the first major project I've worked on as a designer, and this was based on my original idea about Coleridge and was a VR puzzle game, but I mean, we just realized a demo that we sent to 2P Games, and the project that just fall off at that point. But you know, when you are studying as a designer or as a programmer or anything else, and you're like, hey, you know, I'm studying like 3-4 years, and then you just want to, you know, just enter one of the big AAA studios like Ubisoft, Electronic Arts. Could be Naughty Dog, could be Konami, could be Santa Monica, could be anything, okay. But the reality is that you don't have experience. So it's like, I've just received one proposal from Ubisoft Bordeaux. I've done the tests and I didn't pass. So here we go. I've received 2 other proposals from mobile studios. I mean, the mobile industry is going pretty strong, but it's not my my main market, and I'm not interested in pursuing that career. And also sometimes I received some other proposal from LinkedIn for 3D or programming roles. Some people said that's best to, you know, just start doing other jobs and then slowly moving into your main field. I don't agree with this. I mean, I'm a designer and I want to be a designer. So maybe just start with your own things and then, I mean, finger crossed and just continue. You know, you just finish your studies and then you're all excited, you know, and you just start sending your CVs online. And you know, some people they just didn't reply back, or maybe they did, but it's like, hey, hi, thank you, but I mean, we are proceeding with another candidates. And so you are like kind of frustrated about this, but you have to accept this and then start working on something that's yours. And I mean, it's pretty tough, could be pretty tough, and also it's a trap. I mean, start working on your original idea. It's a big step for you as a designer, as an indie dev. And I'm here to talk about my own experience about this. Being an indie dev, it's like you are alone, okay? And so, for example, I should be the designer, but generally speaking, when I'm working on my game, I do some codings, I'm doing marketing research, and I'm creating some assets, very few, because I've got other 2 3D artists that are working. But generally speaking, it's pretty tough. It's not just, okay, I'm the designer, I do the design, then see you. It's more like I'm the designer, but also I have to think about how to implement and talk with my programmer and saying, okay, could we do this? It's, you know, it's achievable, rather than talk with my 3D artist to the artist and say, okay, guys, can we achieve this in like 1 month? Rather than, you know, it's not affordable, and think to new solution. And also, it's pretty important to explore your ideas, but just listen to others. And also, just to be clear, you have to understand the ideas that the other team members got, but just said, okay, guys, that's interesting. It's good to share opinions inside of the team, and that's great, because we are a group and a team, and anyone should be free to expose their thoughts. But also at some points, I mean, I'm the designer, and we have to pursue one direction, one creative direction, and so I should be able to listen to others, okay, to criticism, and accept them. It's not like I've got the best ideas in the world, okay, and so just, you know, it's all a share of knowledge, a share of opinions, okay, because that's how a team works. And I mean, once upon a time I was a dreamer like you, then I became an indie dev. Pretty much, yeah, it's pretty tough to, you know, continue working on a team, with a team on a project for like 1 year, 2 years. You don't have some funding, your country doesn't support you enough, and, you know, you are just continuing doing research, talking with publisher, and in the meanwhile you're doing like 3 different jobs. For example, this morning I was working as a waiter. Then I just get back home, have lunch. Now I am recording this talk. But like 1 hour ago, I was on Discord talking with my screenwriter and my programmer about the build that I've just compiled yesterday, like at 11 p.m. And this evening I'm working as a receptionist, night receptionist, until tomorrow. So I mean, it's pretty tough. You have to find alternative methods in order to found your studio, okay, just in order to buy some plugins, rather than afford to contact some external collaborators and speed up the whole process, you know. I mean, it's pretty tough, but at the end of the day, I mean, you should be proud of what you have realized. And just to give you an idea, this is the team, and I've also got a mug with Cactus Production on it. It feels like Michael Scott from The Office, and sometimes it's like this. I mean, I should be the designer, but I'm also the founder, and we are working on my original idea. So it's pretty important to me to have you know, the morale of the team. It's important, and they have to think positive. Just say to others compliments and say, hey, hi guys, we are doing a great work, so and just keep going on this. And also, it's pretty important for all the accomplishment that we have come to. Like for example, we reached a semi-final at a contest at LATAM back in July, and you know, you are no one working from Italy, and at some point your name is on a website that's talking about video games, and it's Cactus Production, and it's you. And I mean, we were full of joy for this little accomplishment. But also, I mean, I appreciate the time that all the teams spend with me. I mean, they're trusting me. They're trusting me when I do the design. They're trusting me when I speak to publisher about them. You know, and so it's important to have a good atmosphere while working. And just to give you an overall, Alessio is my best friend. He's the other founder, and he's my screenwriter, and he has got a psychological background, because psychology and emotion is pretty important for us in the game. And also we've got a cartoonish art style, a very simple one. And so in order to achieve this, I've got two 3D artists, Francesco and Noemi. They were from my Academy of Arts. Riccardo Irene, my 2D artist, and I've got just one Unity programmer, that's Luca, and he's attending an internship with us, also from the academy. And I've got this fantastic composer, Rodrigo, from Argentina. And fun fact is that I found Rodrigo on Reddit, because back in December I was alone and I was just prototyping some the basic idea and mechanics for the game. And I wasn't looking for collaborators at that time, because I just wanted to test out mechanics. But then I found a post on Reddit, a random post. It's like, hey guys, I'm a web developer and I wanted to just, enter the video game industry, and here's my portfolio. And I've just clicked the link, give it a try, and copied the link to Alessio and said, hey Alessio, we need to contact this man. And I mean, Rodrigo is wonderful. He's a wonderful person, and you don't have to be scared to work with people all around the world. Okay, it's better, if you have something that's just around the corner, as Alessio is. But I mean, sometimes it's good to have the multiple point of view from around the world, and just give it a try. But yeah. Speaking about the project, when you start developing a video game, you have to think basically, is it a good idea, and is it good enough? I mean, you can have a good idea, but does it really worth it? Okay, so it's like you are going to spend like 1 year, 2 years, and a lot of time and resources in order to get it to completion. And so you have to think carefully if it's just, okay, I've got this idea, it seems cool, rather than this idea is achievable in like the amount of time that you decide. And do you think that someone else could be interested in playing your game, in your idea? That's the pretty important question, because I mean, we're talking about selling a product, So for example, the game that we are currently working on is called An Everyday Story. It's a very short game. We are talking about 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, because I mean, I've got just 1 year more or less in order to finish it. So just to give you an idea, the game is called An Everyday Story, and basically you are living the memory of our main protagonist, but through the eyes of 3 little trinkets, a tin soldier, a bat origami, a wooden boat, and each of them represent a family member and a concept. And the gameplay is fairly simple. I've got a few mechanics, and it's more like you have to explore and the worlds, the levels, and it's all about sound design, cameras, photography, and motions. It's more like this type of game. It's not like, okay, it's an action game, because from a designer perspective, I mean, I'm 25 years old. I'm tired of AAA action shooting game. I'm more looking for smaller experience, but just something that can leave a mark on me. Okay, maybe one evening I'm just browsing the internet, and I came across the trailer of my game, and I mean, my friends called me and said, hey, hi Roberto, what about a beer? And at that point I can choose, rather than invest like €5 in order to get out for a drink, rather than invest on an experience for this evening. I mean, it's not a lot of amount of money, so it's pretty important your target also, and do your research when you're talking about the pricing. Talking about the research, it's important to know your market, and I'm not only talking about your country, I'm talking worldwide. I mean, here in Italy, there is a few studios working on video games. We've got Milestone and 3D Clouds that are more focused on racing games. Stormine from Sicily, they have released Remastered, but they are more like horrific type of atmospheres. Naps team, they've recently released Baldo, and then there's just Ubisoft. Basically, they can do whatever they want, really. But the main thing is that there is a lack of smaller companies focused on accessible type of experience. So from one point of view, it's good for us here in Italy to develop this small experience that could be played, like for example, from the teenager, rather than the more hardcore type of video gamer like me, rather than the father that's just wanted to try something different one evening. So it's pretty important. And also, due to the COVID last year, it was like a plus 21% in Italy as a growth in the video game market. But then, if we go over, we exit Italy and we start looking in Europe, America, Asia. I mean, there's plenty of type of games like ours. But I mean, we have to start from somewhere. And also you have to, look at your genre. So for example, the game is a story-driven horizontal platform, and this genre is going pretty strong during this time. So that's pretty good. And also, when you start working, you have to think at multiple things. For example, I'm a designer and I hate GDDs. GDDs are game design documents. And so at the beginning, back in December, I was like, okay, I don't need a GDDs, I don't need this and that. But when you start working with a team, when you have things already pitched and clear in your mind, this doesn't mean that the other members can get this. I mean, for this type of things, you need to start creating documents and to have someone that can do some sketches and concepts about mechanics rather than levels and anything else. So for example, on the right, this is just a concept in order to pitch the mechanics also to publishers, not only to the team members. But on the left, this was just a very simple sketch that I made. I'm not a good drawer, but I mean, you don't have to. But just to give an idea of, okay, this is a very rough sketch of the level design, just to give the flow, the general interactions, rather than the structures, the camera angles, because when, for example, when I was talking with my screenwriter, I was like, okay, so in this section, the camera will just go from right to left, and then just move, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, okay, I'm not sure I've get it, so I've just opened Paint rather than Photoshop, whatever, do a little sketch and said, okay, now it's much clearer, and so it's pretty important. And also with the prototyping, it's not like I've got the idea, okay, we can move on. No, you've got an idea, you have to prototype the idea as soon as you can, because it could be a danger, to just create all the ideas and mechanics, start prototyping, and after like, I don't know, 6 months of the development, you are like, okay, this mechanics doesn't work, and you have to start from the beginning. It's pretty tough, so just prototype from the beginning of your game. And also don't be scared of reevaluate and rethink about ideas. I mean, maybe some ideas are wrong or doesn't fit much the game that you're realizing, so you have to toss them away. But maybe you can change it a bit, the idea that you've got, and just, it could be this, it could become something better, but you don't have to be scared, just to start from the beginning. And also, when you are developing the video game, it has to be clear that research never ends. I've got my screenwriter that's currently every day is looking for other games similar like ours. So it's doing marketing research rather than he opens ArtStation every day, Pinterest, whatever, and look for references for our concept artists and our 2D artists. And it's pretty important to be organized. Here is a little screenshot that I've took from the Drive folder. As you can see, there's like concept art. Inside of the concept art, I've got levels, characters, situation, mechanics, whatever. In the design, I've got the GDDs, I've got story pitches, I've got some templates, Excel files, whatever. I've got NDAs, just to, so anyone can be safe from working with me and on the idea. We've got materials for pitching, we've got plenty of Excels and contacts of publishers. Rather than materials that I can show, and also reference, plenty of folders, plenty of reference, also reference for the sound design. That's pretty important. So maybe you can just copy and paste the Spotify, YouTube videos to your sound designer and say, hey, I like this type of mood, because it's pretty important. and resources, plenty of brushes, plugins, whatever can help the team out. And also Excel files is very important for the assets with the completion, and you have to assign, like for example, I've got this level, I've got this room in each level, in each room there's these assets, and these artists do this and that, and the others rest, so just to organize the spaces. I've got the feedback for the alpha, I've got the RAR that's accessible to all the team members, you're in every moment. And so know your limits. This is pretty clear. If you start working and you see that, okay, the things are becoming very tough, and just don't be scared to say, okay, maybe it's not the right fit for me, or maybe it's not the right fit for me now. And so maybe you can take a break and start working on something else rather than create something smaller in order to gain some experience. And again, you have to listen to others. We for example realized the alpha of the game back in July. Now that I'm recording this talk, we are in October, and it was like, okay, this doesn't work, maybe you can change this one. And I mean, it's not like it was my idea, so okay, no guys, we'll do like this one. I mean, playtesting is pretty important, so you can use your team members in order to do some playtesting rather than some close friends. Just don't rush with going public. I mean, I wanted to finish the alpha of the game back in July and then just start posting something on the internet. But I mean, I was like, okay, maybe we can just wait a little bit more longer, and maybe just in January I'll go public. I mean, I've plenty of time to create material to share. And always be proud of your work. I mean, maybe it won't be perfect. I mean, it's your first project, and you don't have unlimited resources, so just be proud of your work. Maybe it will have some bugs, and maybe it's not like you were dreaming of, but I mean, just be proud and finish it, because this is the main thing. You have to finish the project and then start again, work on something else, work on something bigger, and I mean, this is a cycle at the end. And talking about the pitching, it's like from June that I'm attending conferences online. Like for example, I've been to some PG Connects, the first playable in Italy. I've been to GDC and Indigo, IndieWay, Gamescom Asia, a lot of them. And so when you're talking with publisher, you have to be ready, okay? So for example, you have to have some material that you can share. Like for example, I've got this drive folder in which there is the latest alpha of the game, there is the pitch that I'm presenting them, so they can just reread it. There's this small 1-minute pitch that they have realized, but it's just an optional. And a story pitch just to expand the story, and a folder with the visual and mechanics, so some GIFs rather than YouTube videos, rather than concept, anything that can help selling your ideas. But it's pretty important to have something that you can send, because I mean, it's not like, okay, I'm pitching the game to you and see you. No, it's like I'm pitching the game to you, my idea, and then you can have a look at it at another time and present this to your team, and then we can get in touch later on with emails or whatever. And it's important to point out what you need. So it's like, okay, I'm planning to release the game, like for example, next summer. The estimation about the price is this one, the release platform, and I could need this amount of money that I'm going to use for, like for example, this amount for plugins, this for I don't know, collaborators, rather than going to conferences and so on. But just to be clear, and then you talking about the research again, I mean, you have to be clear that, I mean, you have done some research, you know. So it's like here in Italy we've got this situation, and globally it's this one, and then you have to, you know, highlight your strength. So it's like, okay, the market is growing pretty strong in the story-driven games, and here in Italy we've got this lacking, so we could fill this gap. You know, it's pretty important. And you have to be prepared if they ask you something about the development, about the marketing, about anything else. You should have all the answers that they could require, because that's pretty important. And also you have to keep it pretty simple. The game is this one. Don't try to overdo, just nothing fancy, just pretty and simple. We need this. The game is this one. I could answer to your question and just go on. And also marketing is like 80% of the development of a game. It's marketing, and the 20 it's the game itself. I mean, when I started working on the game, I was like, okay, I'm not sure if I'll ever get a publisher, because it's pretty tough. But I mean, it's not necessarily that you have one. You can do anything by yourself. I mean, it could be tough, but just don't be scared to be on your own. I mean, release your game on Steam and just get lost with the whole amount of games that it's released every day. It's pretty frustrating, but again, if you manage to finish a video game and publish it, you know, and you start working on another one, or it's just for portfolio, you can go to other publisher or investor or studios and said, hey, I've really released another game. You can have a look at here on Steam, each GOG, whatever platform you're interested in. So just don't be afraid of the marketing side of a video game. And also about the release, I mean, it's like a joke during this month, but yeah, I mean, if you look at the big studios, they don't even know when to release a video game. Okay, so why you should be bothering about your small video game if you don't have a clear release date? I mean, I had an objective, and I'm currently having one. That's release our game by the end of the next year. And originally it was like to release the game by summer 2022, but when you are developing and you see problems rather than other issues that you're facing, you can start thinking about maybe we can shift it a bit, like for example 2 months. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I mean, just don't focus too much on the release and to go public, to not knowing things. I mean, just, it's your video game, it's your experience. Just proceed and just try not to be too stressed out. I mean, it's difficult, but keep on keeping on. That's the ultimate advice that I can give you. Now it's almost a year that I'm working on my project. It has been a tough year. I don't have a lot of resources, and I mean, it's tough, like working 8 hours a day, 6 hour days, whatever, and do 2 other jobs in order to fund the studio. But at the end of the day, I'm learning a lot from a designer perspective, rather than production manager, rather than just managing team resources, pitching. You know, it's important. Sometimes you don't want to proceed. Sometimes you just, okay, maybe I'll just not work for like 1 week. But just keep in mind that if you really want to be an indie dev, you have to like work every day. I don't have free days. Like for example, maybe there's some days I start working like after lunch and just work like 4 hours a day. Some days I continue like late evening. It all depends on you. But just keep on keeping on. Just don't be afraid of not knowing, not having a publisher, not having resources and funding. Just keep on doing your idea, your work, and at the end of the day, I mean, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, not 1 month from now, but one day you'll be proud of what you have realized. And so yeah, this was my talk. You can find me on LinkedIn as Roberto Vergine rather than on Cactus Production. This is just my personal email if you want to get in touch and ask me anything. I'll be live on the panel at the conference, and you will find all the schedule on the official site. But yeah, as it is for now, thank you so much for having me and just hearing me out for almost half an hour. So just enjoy your conference. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good one. Ciao.
Thank you, Roberto, for giving us this amazing talk. And now we're gonna move to the QA stage, so he can answer your questions there. And I will move you now to the QA stage. Oh.
Yes, I will.
So please follow us to the Game Dev QA stage and write your question in the Game Dev QA chat, and we would answer it there.
Ahoj, já jsem Kuba Holík, pracuji tady ve Warhorse od března 2013. Moje pozice je rozdělená mezi 3 věci. Pracuji jako vedoucí 3D grafik prostředí, Lead Environment Artist v angličtině, to zní líp. Taky jako technický grafik, to znamená dělám nástroje pro ostatní grafiky, aby se jim líp pracovalo. A v neposlední řadě jsem pro firmu party manager a zařizuju nějaké hospody 1-2krát do měsíce. Moje pracovní náplň se rozděluje mezi 3 věci. Jelikož jsem vedoucí grafik, tak musím nějak řídit lidi, to znamená rozdělovat jim práci, domlouvat se s ostatními týmy, jak a co budeme vlastně dělat, vymýšlet, jak opravdu budeme ty věci technicky sestavovat dohromady a dávat do hry. To je ta jedna práce. Druhá práce je technický grafik, kde vytvářím nástroje pro grafiky, aby se jim pracovalo dobře, rychle a efektivně. A to většinou znamená, že programuju, nebo nejprve vymyslím, co je potřeba zlepšit, potom to naprogramuju, pak to testujeme s grafikama, jestli se to vlastně dá použít. Většinou se to nedá použít, tak to opravuju a postupně za pár týdnů se to už dá použít, takže to je pěkný. A třetí práce je party manager, což znamená, že jelikož všichni chodíme rádi do hospod a někdo je musí zarezervovat a vůbec všechny svolat, protože je nás tady spousta a málo kdy se potkáme nějak na chodbě, pojďme na pivo, tak lidi obepíšu, zarezervuju hospodu a vyrazíme. Jak pracujeme ve Warhorse? Ve Warhorse pracujeme tvrdě. Ale není to proto, že by nás snad někdo hlídal, stál nám za zády s masivním bičem, nebo nás špehoval nějakým prapodivným softwarem, ale je to proto, protože lidi, kteří tady pracují, mají společné 2 věci. Milujou hry a milujou práci, kterou dělají. Proto se všichni snažíme, aby jsme vytvořili co nejlepší hru, kterou můžeme nabídnout všem hráčům po celém světě, abychom mohli konkurovat velkým studiím i tady z našeho maličkého českého rybníčku. Software, který grafici používají, je mnohý. Používáme jako hlavní modelovací nástroj 3D Studio Max, pak používáme ZBrush pro vytváření high poly sculptů, používáme Substance Designer na vytváření materiálů, Substance Painter na vytváření unikátních textur, Photoshop, když je potřeba, a to je všechno za ty hlavní programy. Samozřejmě každý používá nějaké svoje drobné programy pro usnadnění práce, ale to je to hlavní gro. Na práci ve Warhorse mě baví asi hlavně 3 věci. Ta jedna je, že máme profesionální tým plný lidí, od kterých se můžu každý den něco nového naučit. Ta druhá je, že jsme schopni s tady tímhle týmem, který je převážně složený z Čechů, konkurovat těm největším gigantům na poli herního vývoje po celém světě. A ta třetí je, že když jednou za čas něco vydáme, tak se to lidem líbí a potom z toho můžeme mít všichni krásný a hřejivý pocit.
Oh yeah, Deathloop. I must confess, I love Deathloop. It is such a great game that I don't want to finish it. It is a game about time loops and death, set in the alternative 1960s. It all fit together. Visuals, gameplay, and the sound and the music. Tom Salta is responsible for the music. And my great. Before he starts, let me just name a few other titles with his music. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, Wolfenstein and PUBG, and many others. Please enjoy his talk about the music for Deathloop.
Hello, Game Developers Sessions friends. This is Tom Salta, and I'm the composer of the original score to Deathloop. And I'm going to present to you an overview of the music and how I put it together. So we're going to cover everything, including the brief. Actually, the brief was 50 pages, but don't worry, I'm not going to subject you to that. But I'll give you an overview of some of the content that was in there, the important content regarding music, even including reference music suggestions, etc. Then I'm going to give you a breakdown of all the components of the music. We're going to deal with the theme specifically, and then the rest of the score. Okay? Cool. So let's get into it. So the first thing, of course, is, well, what is Deathloop? Right? So for those of you who are not familiar with it, I'm going to give you the quick elevator marketing synopsis. So Deathloop takes place on a mysterious island called Black Reef, which is caught in a time loop in the late 1960s. And your goal is to find a way to put an end to the time loop, trapping the island in an endless cycle, all while being hunted by everyone on the island. Your mission is to take out 8 key targets before the day resets in order to break the loop once and for all. And if that wasn't challenging enough, you have a rival assassin named Juliana whose sole mission is to take you out and keep the loop going. One of the coolest elements of the game is that you can learn from each cycle and gain new abilities that you can retain after each loop, getting you closer and closer to the eventual goal of breaking the loop. All right. So how about this? How about we just show you a fun little trailer which starts with actual in-game footage, and you can hear the music, and then it'll kind of go into a little marketing pitch and give you a nice fun synopsis of the story. All right, here we go.
Hello, Black Reef. Colt, my predecessor, has been pronounced guilty of treason. He is to be shot on sight and forth in perpetuity. Your assistance is appreciated and mandatory. The real party doesn't start until he's dead.
She is not making this easy. Good morning, Black Reef. Another day, another death. Aren't time loops fun? For everyone else on this island, this place is paradise. A never-ending party where hunting me is the main attraction. And no matter how I try to escape, they always cut me down. But I'm one stubborn motherfucker. Every loop I'm learning a little more, piecing together the puzzle. There's 8 targets, and they all gotta die before midnight. There's just one little snag.
You thought it was going to be easy?
Juliana Blake. Black Reef's protector and a real pain in my ass. She may kill me 1,000,000 times, but eventually, inevitably, I will break this fucking loop.
I don't like watching you die. I like killing you. There's a difference.
That's a distinction I have never considered. Well, so let's move on to the music brief. So in the music brief, the first section was all about the global aesthetics for the score. All right, so the key words that we want to talk about here is the desolate island aspect, the ongoing carnival, the time loop, the late 60s, this madness, pop art, darkness, struggle vibe, and some scientific element as well. That was really the overall global aesthetic of the game. As far as visual references, which I find really important and helpful, even when creating music, is the harbor area, the village area, the military aspect, rusty metal and technology, and rocky landscape and topology. So I say this also in the masterclass where I go into way more detail on this, but I find that when I hear and see pictures and hear descriptions which even aren't musical in any way, like rocky landscape, if you kind of take everything together and combine it in your mind and you kind of stir it around, in a way it does, if you have an open mind, it does lend itself to inspiring a musical style. All right, so I invite all of that detail as much as I can get when I'm working with someone. Okay, now let's talk about what we're going to call the musical recipe. So the musical recipe for Deathloop is really mainly 3 distinct separate things that are often combined together. It's this idea of a contemporary orchestral, so, you know, just orchestral score of that era, perhaps. Then you have the late 60s pop rock, so we're talking like 68 through 71. Really, it's kind of that limited. And then some of the stylistics from the Dishonored series. And I think what was meant by that was a lot of what the audio director would refer to as exotic elements, or, you know, non-traditional things, maybe like a mandolin or ukulele or fiddle or things like that. You know, unique ethnic instrumentation. Okay, cool. So let's get into some of the juicy stuff here. The reference music. Now, this was a very rich, robust stage of the creative process for me. I always like to spend time doing research and development and listening to any references that are provided by a client. In the case of Deathloop, there was a ton. And in addition to theirs, I felt that it would be good for me to go out and come up with a whole pile of my own. Mainly, I think, because a lot of the reference music that was provided to me was mainly intended to show me specific instruments, or mainly focused on maybe some of the more atmospheric things, some of the more calm things. but there wasn't a whole lot to go on in the way of like high energy fight combat, dark struggle, intense music. And if you think about the late 60s and you go back to a typical playlist, there wasn't a whole lot of dark or intense or action-packed, mean-sounding, tough-sounding music. It was like the Flower Child era, right? I mean, it was like the hippies. It was like, make love, not war. Everybody's, happy and high and Austin Powers, basically. There wasn't a lot of inspiration to go on when it came to creating the tough aspect of the sound of Deathloop's score. So on this page, you see a bunch of mostly album covers and images representing a whole cross-section of a lot of the reference music that we ended up with. Some of my favorites like, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix, even some modern throwback scores like The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Yes is in here, just all bunch of goodness, even some James Bond, whatever. I'll just play you a couple of audio clips of things that are notable, that had elements that were inspiring to these scores. So you have the Doors, of course.
Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown.
The tremolo on the guitar and the Rhodes. Right. Tomorrow Never Knows, a really cool Beatles track. I love this beat. I think subconsciously that beat also kind of inspired the ending part of the theme. Kind of boom, da, boom, da, boom, boom, da, boom, da, da, boom, boom. I think that just occurred to me now. Frank Zappa's. Listen. Yeah, that's pretty tough. This was really cool. My friend Peter turned me on to this sound. I forgot about this track. Listen to this. I'm like, ooh, that's cool. It's like a Rhodes, but it's through like a tremolo, but it also sounds like it's got some kind of wafting, So that was cool. That was one of the sounds that was definitely part of the color that I wanted to capture. Some Sugarloaf. Layered with the B3. Right? I mean, we can go on forever. I think there were about, maybe 100 bits of reference music and things like that. Here are some of the film score-y ones, maybe for some of the orchestral or what have you, but some Lalo Schifrin, Bullet. For me, this was really, I think, the main inspiration for the tension feel. Even that hi-hat and the side stick kind of thing. This is kind of cool. This is from Catch Me If You Can by John Williams. So one of the characters in here that we'll talk about, Alexis, was inspired, more in the jazz side of things, so I use saxophone. And then this L.A. Noire has some really cool stuff. Listening to the upright bass and the I knew that one of the characters would be really cool to kind of bring a during the fight scene and whatever. So that's kind of stuff. All right, so there you go for some of the reference music. Now let's get into a musical score breakdown. All right. So the entire score was comprised of the main theme, then your area music, the target music, the menu music, stingers, and the cutscenes. There weren't very many cutscenes. Totaling all this up, originally in the brief, it was about 30 minutes. The end score ended up really being like a little over an hour, and the reason being is that a lot of the things in here that were intended to just be straight remixes or variations kind of evolved a little bit beyond that. But for the most part, that's what it is. So let's go into each of these points and break them down a little bit further for you, starting with the main theme. Okay, so I have the session for the theme open here. Basically, it just started with a simple chord progression, and I really wanted it to be the simplest idea I could possibly find that would just be right. It had the right feel, the sound, it would support all the variations, it would sound good looping, obviously, over and over. Something that would kind of check all the boxes, and that's always the hardest part, right? Is finding that, you know, simple, unique, recognizable thing that you can kind of use and support the foundation of the whole score. So, nonetheless, basically distilled down, it is just this. Or the chord progression. That was how it started. Then the melody itself is just the... And that's it. The second half is the same thing. It's just the third note is an octave higher. And then I just have little filler notes in there. So why don't I just jump you through the main stems, the components of the theme, so you can kind of hear it broken down a little bit. All right, cool. So, yeah, it just started like this. I know it was a little trite, perhaps, but I wanted to start with a ticking. I just couldn't resist the time reference. And it has the same mysterious sounds and strings as the old theme did. Give that mysterious island kind of feel. That's the idea, and then the rest just builds. Slowly builds from there. Now comes in. So we have the bass here is just... right, and the keys. Now you listen to all the keyboards. This is really like all the 60s stuff. But you kind of hear obviously there's reverbs, but there's echoes and there's reverses. So it's kind of this like dreamy, surreal, altered reality kind of thing. You got your organ, so there's your doors, you know, and there's some orchestral just a little bit that comes in here. Here's your strings. Here's your sci-fi. You know, the Pink Floyd, the old late 60s synth stuff. The vibe is over here. Right? And my clav comes in over here. I love this guy. Kind of sounds like a guitar, right? You know, and all that kind of stuff together just starts creating that right vibe that's started. And then, for the finale, it brings in the whole kitchen sink kind of thing. So it's got the drums. Right? And I couldn't find like any loops or recording to that kind of thing. So I just finger drummed it, basically. I just love playing, drums on keyboards. I've been doing it since I was a kid. And yeah, so you've got all this stuff in here. All these guys. And then, last but not least, is going to be the vocals here at the bottom. The wonderful Arilee Brighton. Hello, Arilee. So I wanted to have her voice in here. She had the perfect sound and range for what I wanted to go, and the vibe, and just kind of this bendy 60s trippy feel. So you might hear some imperfections in there, and that was intentional. It just sounded good. I mean, I didn't want this to be like a super perfect modern production where everything is computer perfect. It would work against it. So it just came together like this. And of course the organs too, and cool. It's amazing what you can do with computers today. Anyway, so that's a quick overview of the theme. All right, looking at the area music, there were 4 areas in the game. So there were, in fact, 4 what I'll call music suites that covered all of the following here on this graph. So you have, for each area, you have an exploration, a combat, and an escape state. The exploration is comprised of 4 times of day. So the way that was assembled is that there would be a base layer of music that would remain the same and constant in all of them. And then there would be additional elements that would get mixed into the base layer. So you have your dawn, you have your noon, your evening, and your nighttime, depending on what time in the game it is in those areas. And then on top of that, there would be an optional tension layer that would come in. This could be used when you are in close proximity to a certain number of enemies, for example. Okay, so how about I give you a look under the hood at one of these areas. Let's jump into the upper city. Okay, so here we have my actual Logic project that I created the music for the upper city in. You can see how I laid everything out. I have the exploration section here, fight section here, escape here. I have the little endings, fight ending, escape ending, and the introduction to the fight there. There is what we refer to again as the base layer. That's B-A-S-E, not to be confused with electric bass. But that is this stuff here. Okay, and then you have your various layers here, which I grouped into folders to make it easier for me to do mixes, alternate mixes, etc. And then the tension layer there. All the fight stuff doesn't have as many moving parts. It's basically the main fight queue, and then there's the extra intense fight queue, which usually is represented by some extra crazy elements or solos or something like that. And then all the rest of it is unchanging. It's one stereo mix for the entire escape, fight ending, and fight intro. Okay, so just to give you a quick overview of what these sound like, this is going to be just a short run through. I do a complete track by track breakdown of this in my masterclass, but we don't have time for that here. So this is just your base layer, okay? And then what happens is then we'll add this stuff on. So this is the Dawn editions. Right, and then you can put like this stuff on top of it. This is the noon stuff. So it's always one time of day layered with the base layer. So this is noon layered with the base layer. And they combine to make a full mix. And then evening would be this kind of stuff here. There's more motion in it. Usually in all of the times of day in the area music, you'll notice that the evening, the 6 p.m. one, has the most activity in the music, and that was intentional because there's the most activity on the island. Okay, layering this back in with okay, there you go. That's the idea. And then midnight, very simple. Just a couple of drone tracks. My fun little reverbed out clav, and then Philippe having a little fun under the hood on the Steinway. Just doing some scrapes and just little nighttime creaks and things like that. And it creates a nice effect in the music. Okay. And then last but not least is going to be the tension layer. Now this is going to follow the chord progression, but it's repetitive. And it's repetitive because it needs to remain constant. It can't kind of dip in and out and go through all these different changes. So you bring that in over anything you want, and it just makes it a little more like sneaking up. A little more intrigue. If I take that off, much more calm, put on the morning. There's your morning. And then here's your tension back again. And that's how it works. Okay, moving on to the fight queue. As I think I said, it's all basically one piece. Two options. There's the main fight, and then there's the extra intense fight, which is usually represented by an extra solo or some other element which pushes it over the top. Right? And then when we push it over the top, we bring in this solo here on the Mini Moog 1971. guitar, man. It's just... Oh my god, so much fun. Okay, moving on. So we have that. That's your fight. And then the escape. And the escape is shorter because it's not meant to last as long, quite frankly. So here we go. It's like, okay. The deed is done. Now let's get out of here. You know, and the idea is, of course, that, you know, I can jump from any random spot in here. I'll just pick one that might sound bad. You never know. Yeah. Very reactive that way, and that was done by giving them the tempos and the and then the markers would be set based on the tempo, and it would be every bar could be an out point. And you know, in theory, it comes out really good. It can work very well that way. Okay, cool. And then basically just wrapping up, you can go right into the ending. So from that little thing, you can go into a little quick. Just wraps it up. Transitions. Either into silence or back into that escape piece. And then the fight end is a little bit more final sounding. Right? And once again, you don't know when that's going to happen, right? All right. Cool beans. All right. Moving on. And now we can talk about the music for the targets or the visionaries in Deathloop. As you know, you have to eliminate 8 targets before midnight, otherwise the loop repeats. I was tasked to create original music for 7 of the targets. The original plan was to have one cue for all of the targets and simply to replace or add or change 1 or 2 instruments depending on the personality of the actual visionary. Okay, they all had very distinct personalities. We kind of stuck with that plan. It evolved a little bit more than just 1 or 2 instruments, as you will see. But basically, these are the targets here listed. And for each of these targets, it was a music suite comprised of, similar to the area music, an exploration or approach phase, combat, and escape. Okay, so instead of showing you a single target project, I created this project that imports all of the audio files from all of the targets, and you can see how they're laid out and how similar they are. So everything is identical in size and timing and, you know, tempo and key and all that kind of stuff. It's the same layout as the area music, so it's instead of the explore, we're going to call it the approach phase. So that is going to be, let's say, you know, the low energy sneaking around. Then it goes into the fight intro. Then it goes into the fight, and then we have the fight ending. And then we have the escape. And then, of course, the escape ending. Right. Now, every character has their own distinctive personality, and I'll just breeze through these really fast so you can kind of hear the differences in the music. All right. So for Alexis, we have a lot of this kind of very sophisticated upper class, I'm better than you kind of jazz music. Sorry, Philippe. All right, let's see. And the wonderful David Mann on saxophone in there. Okay, now if you listen, check this out. I'm going to put the click on so you can hear how... Now I'm going to switch to another character, Charlie. See, same thing. Here, I'm going to go to Ergor. Hear a little more of the sci-fi. Okay, I'll turn the click off. You get the idea. Or theremin there. Go to Fia. Kind of our trippy, hallucinating, drug-induced female, hopeless romantic. Right? Yeah, man. It's groovy. All right. Then we have Frank. You can hear this one is got more of these bluesy guitars and things. Now we got Harriet. Hear that sound? It's a little Easter egg I put in there. That sound reminds me, what video game does that remind you of? That had a time looping function. Majora's Mask, that's right. That little sound was used in the nighttime. I kind of caught that. I'm like, ooh. That is some library from the 90s. I recognized it. I'm like, ooh, yeah, I gotta use that. And then we have Wenji. This is more of the military. You got the little timpanis, the little James Bond. You got the sci-fi. You got that 60s synth. All right. Okay. There you go. Cool. Now, and then for the fight, once again, they are similar. Sometimes they change a little bit but the idea was originally to have them all using the same music with just different additions. But you'll hear that although many are very similar, there are some that kind of departed a little bit. But let me just give you a little listen here. I'll just hop through them real fast. Alexis, this is that's the jazz one. We have our theme melody in there. Okay, here's little Charlie. This is the one that's more like Hate Crusader 60s Batman episodes on TV. Okay, Irigor. Theremin. Via. Our little trippy, hallucinating girl here. You hear their vocals in there that are kind of like, you know, I even took some of Airly's vocals and put them backwards from the theme. You know. Okay, we got Frank. This one changed quite a bit. Changed the drum beat entirely. You know. Back to Harriet here. Our sci-fi element. And also a little bit of that. This is Wenji. We have the military aspects, the timpanis, you know. There you go. Okay, fun. And then, of course, the escape sections. Real fast. Right. And and that's it. And then we just go to the endings. And so that's a quick, super fast overview of the targets and the way they're laid out and why they might sound very recognizable, because they were all supposed to be the same, but just a little different. And there you have it. All right, moving on. All right, moving on to the menu music. So for the menu, right from the very beginning, the strategy was to lay out the menus as you see here. So there was going to be a splash menu, and then there was going to be a set of cult variant menu music, depending on the time of day you are in the game, and then a Juliana variant with an alternate mix of that as well. Okay, so I figured the best thing to do is just play some of the music and walk you through it. It was all meant to be connected and related to each other because it would seamlessly go through these various menus. So the first one is the splash menu. They are all at 111 BPM, all in the same key, and all very much related. They're all based on the theme, like a very quiet version of the theme with variations. Again, I had to put the ticking in. Please forgive me. Okay, so that sets it out for you. And all these are about 1 minute, 10 seconds. Okay. Now, the first period would sound like this. And at the time, I wasn't really sure if they would basically like crossfade into each other or if they would all play from the beginning, but I always try to assume the worst case scenario, which is they gotta kind of pick up and crossfade to one another right in the arrangement. So here's the second period with that plan in mind. Here's the third period. Here's the fourth period. So as you can just see, they basically go up in energy and change the mood a bit. Now, the last set of menus is going to be the Juliana menu. So here's what that sounds like. Now, once again, we weren't completely sure. Michelle might have needed to bring in the vocal separately, like keep the menu music going and then just fade the vocal in and out. Wasn't sure at the time, so what I did is I just created an instrumental mix. Right? And then just bounced out the vocals separately. Lay them together. And there you go, all the menu music. Now we're up to the stingers. So Deathloop has a bunch of stingers, and they are used in various places and for various purposes. This is the list of all of them. The cult stinger is more like an accomplish stinger. Think of it that way. You have your danger, discovery, milestone, and mystery. So let me just give you a little listen to what they sound like. I did 3 variations of each because it's really easy once you have one to do a variation. You can just modulate it, maybe change 1 or 2 notes, and it gives the developer a lot more variety and flexibility. So it doesn't sound really annoyingly, monotonous hearing that same stinger repeatedly in the same key, in the same way, in the same notes. So here's your accomplish or your cult stinger. of course, I wanted to use that guitar sound to represent Colt, and the melody from the theme. Here's the variation, right? And then another. And I did not pick these keys for any particular reason. They just felt right, pretty much. I kind of listened to them. I'm like, okay, this sounds good. This sounds good. Really no real rhyme or reason. I just trusted my gut on these. The danger stingers sound like this. You know, that's the feeling, like, uh-oh. Right, and then... Cool. Now we have a discovery stinger. Right? It's like, what's that? Aha! You know? And, and sometimes I basically, use the emotion of the idea of the stinger to guide what it should sound like, It's kind of like, oh, look at that. that kind of thing. Milestone. This is when you accomplish something, you get past a certain checkpoint, you unlock something, perhaps. Feels kind of conclusive. Aha! All right. That kind of thing. And then we have the mystery stinger, which is more like... There might be something to this. Or that. That kind of thing. And then I did a couple of alternates because I was having so much fun with these. I wanted to cheese it up a little bit. So I did some additional mystery stingers like... It's a little more campy, but I couldn't help it. It just really makes your eyebrow go up, doesn't it? Try it. Anyway, I'm sorry. All right, let's move on. Here's a video showing some of the stingers in context. I purposely made them louder so you could highlight them and identify them more easily. In the context of the game, they're often much, much softer. All right? Now, warning, this does contain spoilers. So close your eyes if you don't want to see this. Ah, there you go, a discovery, right? Don't look. A milestone. There's some danger.
Warning.
A show that is like you.
Or the
breathtaking. My latest #1 hit.
or the accomplishment. Cult stinger. And there you have it. Moving on to cutscenes. So with the cutscenes, I was really on the fence on how to present this to a public audience. There are very few cutscenes in Deathloop, and the ones that are there are major spoilers. So instead of me showing you videos that could ruin your experience and me getting hate mail messages, I decided it would be best to focus on the music only, and in particular the music for one of the cutscenes that involved a multi-part process in the music. So that's what I'm going to show you today. Without disclosing specifics, the way this one was structured is that you'd have part 1, which is a certain action or section of it, and then at any given point, it could jump to the second part. All right, and there might or might not be a decision involved. And then for the third part, it would be the results of one of the two decisions that could be made. So you have that here, and then that's part 3, and then the part 4 is the big question mark, which I will leave out here, and there you go. So let's take a look here at the logic session. This is the actual, this is the actual session, the multi-track and all that stuff here. Once again, I lay them all out in one project. so they can be continuous and cohesive and connected and all of that. So now we have the part 1, going back to our theme, of course. And, you know, it could play right through this and loop if need be, or get cut off if need be. And, you know, if you notice in the music, it has elements, textures, instruments from various parts and characters in the game, and that's all, of course, intentional. I like bringing things full circle. Then it'll go to part 2, so it could jump from any given moment. Again, I'll just pick a random place to skip. Now, this is a shorter section. I mean, the player can take their time or, you know, quickly just interrupt this and go to this other section, which could be one of the results of the decision being made. There you go, and it goes into this cacophonous, soupy hurricane of sound. Going back to all of our instruments and in Airly's voice in there and reversed and, you know, echoey and all that kind of stuff. And then the other alternate path you could take could be this way. And that's all there is to it. Hello, Game Developers Session friends. This is Tom Salta, and I'm the composer of the original score to Deathloop. Had you there for a second, didn't I? All kidding aside, I hope you enjoyed this presentation on how I scored Deathloop. If this topic interests you, I'd like you to know that I have just released a new masterclass called Scoring AAA Deathloop Edition. It's a 7+ hour course that goes deep into the process on how I scored Deathloop. Everything from reading the original brief to experimenting with reference music, early ideas. I even do a track-by-track breakdown of the theme and area music, how I prepare stems and name files. It's basically like being in the studio with me and I were training you on how I go through the process of scoring a game like this. And all attendees of this year's Game Developers Session Conference are eligible to get $100 off of this course by using the code GDS-Deathloop at checkout. Once again, you'll get $100 off the course. So in the meantime, thank you again for watching this. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to be able to meet you all in person in a future conference. Take care.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at this talk at the first day of GDS sessions 2021. Yeah, we don't have a lot of time at the live stream to go into questions, so we will do that at the Q&A stage in a bit. But before we go there, I want to thank Tom for the amazing talk. It really the depth of the talk was really nice to see. Especially because Deathloop was one of my favorite music soundtracks of the year. And you even got nominated for 2 Game Awards.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I just heard that it was nominated for the best score and best game of the year. So we'll see.
Deathloop was nominated a lot, so yeah, I'm rooting for you guys. But everyone that is still at this live stream in Discord or any other place, please join us in the Discord server in the channel of the Game Dev QA stage, and we will answer all your questions there. Thank you very much.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce John Daglow. He is part of video games history as he produced his first games in 70s and 80s and has held leadership positions on every generation of consoles in the first 40 years of video games. As he likes to say, his career spans the history of Silicon Valley. He is a legend. In the next minutes, he will tell you everything you need to know about how to have a long career in games.
Hi, this is 5 Secrets to a Long Career in Games. My name is Don Daglow, and I'd like to thank the organizers of GDS for the honor of inviting me to speak again this year. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on my background. You can read a lot about me online. The fact is, I was a university student many years ago who was one of the lucky ones who had the very first chances to be able to work programming games and designing games on mainframe computers when I was only 19 years old. So everything else in my games career has happened since then, but it was just extraordinary good luck. So when you're thinking about your game career, especially now with the industry mature and complex, it can seem really hard to sort out, how do I go about building a career? Do I want to do this as my career? How do I have a long career and still have a life and have joy? So I cannot answer every mystery or fill in every blank, but I can give you some tools to use to think about these issues, and that's my goal here today. So there's 5 topics I want to cover. Number 1 is surf seas of change. Then specialize in being special. Team up. Understand the machine. And finally, build something great. Which sounds very obvious, and I'll try and explain what I have to say on that point that I think is important. One thing I want to say too is I'm going to be sharing with you my opinions. What matters is what you think and how you feel about your life, your career, your craft in building games. So I ask that you consider my opinions. What I really want you to do is to think about it and make the right choices for yourself. In all the things I talk about here today, there's only one thing I can guarantee you, and that is you can work on creating games for exactly 50 years and 2 weeks and still love the craft, love making games, love this art form. And that's because as of this presentation, 50 years and 2 weeks ago exactly is when I wrote my first game and started programming and creating games on mainframes. So given that November 5th, 1971 was it, and I love this work, that's how I can tell you. 50 years, 2 weeks so far, that's my report. After 50 years and 2 weeks, I'm still going, I still love it. So surf seas of change. Obviously, I've had a chance to see a lot of change in the industry over a course of many decades. And one of the things I talk about a lot is the fact that dealing with change is a necessity. Embracing change and enjoying change and the opportunities it brings really makes it a lot easier. I want to give you kind of some perspectives and facts behind that point of view. So the first thing I did is I took a photograph I took of the Golden Gate Bridge. I live and work in the San Francisco, California area in the United States. So this is a photo I took of the Golden Gate Bridge. And I just did a quick reformat to turn it into the color palette and the resolution of different video game consoles over the years. So here the first image is the Atari 2600 from 1977, and then the Intellivision from 1980. Intellivision is actually where I got my start as a professional game maker, and I ended up being director of game design for this platform. But you can see today, we look at this and it's pretty primitive. The Golden Gate Bridge does not look great in either the Atari or the Intellivision graphics formats. And in fact, the these two systems, when the first great console war happened between two big companies, each selling a video game console, and it broke out and became big business. This is the console war where it became big business. So we go forward a few years. We go to the Nintendo NES in 1986, where Super Mario really started to take over the world. And then the Sega Genesis in 1989, and they had an add-on that was a CD drive that allowed much bigger games. And you can see the Golden Gate Bridge is starting to look a lot better. If we go back and look at the other ones for a while and then come back to, especially to the Sega Genesis, it's really starting to look like the Golden Gate Bridge. So things were getting a lot better and a lot stronger. If we go farther forward to the original PlayStation in 1995, the first system that came with a built-in CD, and with the PS2 in 2000, now we can see, really it's hard to see the difference between those two. If you look for a while, you'll see some subtle differences. And then by the time we get to the PS3 and 4K video, graphic resolution is no longer an issue. How well can we show stuff on screen is no longer an issue. So when we talk about change, when we're back in the Atari and the Intellivision age, we're seeing every generation of hardware is producing a significant change in graphics, and frankly audio changed in the same way. But as the years and the console cycles have gone on, those changes have gotten to be less. Why is that important? Because we used to be able to innovate just by taking advantage of new hardware. Now we have to innovate in other ways, either with completely new kinds of systems that may even be less powerful than their predecessors, or by doing new kinds of games. So even things like that seem like they'll never change, once you go out 10 or 20 years, they can and will change. So another example, just to trace you through, this is the game platform on which I created my first game on November 5th, 1971. And it's a PDP-10 mainframe computer. And they had one of these at the university system I was attending. And to run what today would be very primitive programs, we needed a setup like this that would fill an entire room. And so here's one of my games from 1975. That's also what I looked like in about 1975, which should give you a good laugh. This is Dungeon. This was the first line of sight game, either an RPG or anything else, where the display was based on line of sight and whether you could see around corners and things like this. But of course you can see we're still all in text. We don't have graphics yet because mainframe computers weren't about building games. They were about data, printing reports, doing research, analyzing statistics. And so the only reason I could even do this game is for the first time we got monitors, cathode ray tube, one-color monitors. And before that, we were printing everything on paper. Well, you can't keep printing out and using up all the paper by printing out maps like this. So this game was made possible by the actually having, for the first time, a computer monitor attached to the system. Now, normally I would not want to share a slide about American baseball at a European conference, but this is the one kind of game I've got where I can show the same game over a period here really of almost 50 years. Just to show you how much games have changed and give you an idea of how change happens. So the first game here in the upper left-hand corner is my first baseball game, which I started working on at the end of 1971. Excuse me. Which was all text. Excuse me. And printed out on paper. No graphics at all. By the later 1970s, excuse me, By the later 1970s, here's the Atari 2600 version of baseball. And if you look down at the picture here, you'll recognize if the lower right corner is what baseball really looks like on TV in the United States, what we see in the upper left-hand corner with the Atari doesn't really look like that, but that was state-of-the-art in the late 1970s. In 1980, we come to the Intellivision baseball game, the first one, which does look more like a baseball field. Then we start getting camera angles in 1983. But let's face it, the first use of camera angles in video games is very exciting, but these are not exactly great high-resolution graphics, are they? So we come down here to 1987, resolution's getting better. This is the mid-1990s in the middle of the bottom row. And here's 2021. And again, here we're looking at systems where in recent years, there's not really a lot of change. There are subtle differences, but there's not a lot of change. So we have to look at other kinds of innovation. So even the things that seem like they'll last forever will change. When we look at the business of games, how we think about things has had to change. So on the left side here, we have a chart of market share in 2000 for the console makers, and the PC business was relatively small at this point. And so we can see, pardon me, I am sorry, Nintendo, Sega, and Sony dividing up the video game business here. And then by 2007, Sega has been pushed out, Microsoft has come in, but we're still looking at just three major categories of game, three major platforms for games. But things do change, and after this, of course in 2007, Apple introduces the iPhone, and suddenly we have touchscreen phones. We have touchscreen tablets. And so now we look at the same kind of a chart from 2020. I am sorry. We look at the same kind of a chart from 2020. And first of all, you'll see how much bigger the numbers have gotten. Here we look at Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft in 2007, what they add up to about $18 billion. We now come forward to 2020, and we add up mobile, PC, and console, also which includes all of online gaming in there. And now, well, we're more like almost 160 billion instead of 18 billion. So things have gotten much bigger. But now we have mobile actually is the biggest single category. The PC category has come back and grown large, but much of that is online. So again, the industry changed tremendously, and the variety of opportunities has grown. And it's weird, if you start to gray out the categories that did not exist in 2007, we just see how much different the industry is now. So those kinds of changes are why I talk about surfing the seas of change. And here's some things I've heard people say over the years to me. I never want to work on anything that's not Sega hardware. For many engineers, the operating system and the design philosophy of Sega hardware, they loved that so much they never wanted to work on a non-Sega system. But then, of course, Sega was pushed out of being a hardware maker and became only a game publisher. So there were no new Sega systems. So saying I'll never do this is not a good strategy for a long career. Or people would say, I never want to work on the Wii. Now, a lot of people in the games industry did not like working on the Wii. Other people did. But for 2 or 3 years, the Wii was the best-selling system of all the console video games, which threw off all the plans that Sony and Microsoft had. So saying, I never want to work on the Wii in the mid-2000s cut you off from opportunities. Of course, later I heard people saying, I just want to work on Wii. I don't want to work on anything other than the Wii. And that was bad too, because after 2 or 3 years, the Wii faded away. So I've heard people say, I don't want to work on anything but AAA shooters. Well, AAA shooters as we know them, as we now think of AAA, have been around for about 20 years. It's a very healthy segment right now. But can we guarantee that saying, I will never do anything but that, can we guarantee that change won't alter that as well? I think it's inevitable that at some point that change happens. But that change could be 20 or 30 years from now, we don't know. But it's always dangerous to start ruling things out. And then finally, we hear a lot of people still saying, I don't want to work on mobile games. It's a great category, they're making lots of money, I don't want to work on it. But that's taking away options when you say that. So I think the advice I really want to share is, if you hear yourself saying, I never want to do this, I never want to do that, just remember that change happens, and think about also what are the kinds of things you do want to do. For me personally, as one game creator, these are things that I like. I enjoy doing work where we have variety. It isn't the same thing over and over and over every year, every week, every day. Every year I have to learn new things. I like that. I don't like the fact that big blocks of knowledge I've got age out and are kind of useless 5 years later. I don't like that, but I recognize it's part of working in games that we have to keep learning new things. And I do like that exciting new platforms and new kinds of games do come along, whether it's a new genre, a new interface, whatever it is, new things come along every year or two. So those are my feelings. Your feelings could be very, very different from mine. That's what matters, is how you feel. I just want you to think about how much change occurs in the video game business as you're deciding the strategy for your career based on what your feelings are. The other final point I always like to ask people to remember is that there are 5 kinds of horse on this illustration. Only one of those 5 horses is still alive. Now, we're going back millions of years here, so it's kind of a point I'm exaggerating. But whether it was 50,000 years ago or 50 million years ago, all the other horses on the left of the illustration are extinct. The only horse that is still here is the one that evolved and changed and grew as things changed. And that's the horse that we know today. So I have tried to make, in my career, I've tried to avoid becoming extinct, and I've tried to be like a horse that could keep adapting to the environment. So, second point, specialize in being special. So, I think there's 3 ways to do what you love, and this could be whether it's game development, art, music, whatever it might be that you want to do. You can do it as a hobby. You just do it for fun because you love it, and you're not trying to make money. You could do it as a side gig. You spend free time when you have a chance to do something, and you make a little money. Or you could pursue it as your profession and your career. This is the activity, this is the work from which this is what you do most days. This is how you get paid. This is how you pay for your rent or your mortgage. This is how you buy food. This is where the money comes from. And so it's your profession. It's both very important in terms of we all need to earn money, and it's important because whatever we do every day of our lives, if you're going to go to the same job day after day, week, month, year after year, it would be great to love the work you do. That's a privilege that we have in the games industry, is the chance to love our work. But if it's a profession, as we plan our careers, we also have to plan how we get paid, how we earn money in there too. If it's just a hobby or a side gig, these things don't come in so much. So what I'm talking about in this section comes under that range of when game development is your profession, when the art form of game creation is your profession. So first of all, when you go to college, when you go to university, getting training. So I talk about making yourself special. Taking some aspect of game design, game development, game programming, game art, game audio, game something, game production, And learning that, and in university is one of the easiest ways to learn it, so that you are well prepared and you have strong skills. So you are really a skillful game maker in the specialty you have. Many years ago, people in the games industry could be pretty good at production. You could fill in and do some art. Yeah, you could code. You're pretty good at a lot of things, and that was valuable. Our industry now, where people are budgeting games at $50 million, $100 million, $150 million, and the production values of AAA games are so high, you have to be really talented, skilled, and well-trained at some specialty of games to consistently get the chance to work. So getting that training in university or wherever is very important, and you are looking for the training not just in whatever you think you can work in and get a career in, but you're looking to get training in the kind of work you love to do. Because remember, this isn't just about getting paid, it's also about loving our work. Now, you could go to a technical college like DigiPen in the United States that specializes in games. That's another way to do it. If you don't have the time or money, or you've already gone to school, or for whatever reason you just want to take a different path, you could do things like going to game jams. You could build games as a side gig with friends. You could learn to be a specialized, highly skilled game developer in one of our disciplines doing that. Here's people who are a meetup group in San Francisco for people who are painters, and specifically more like landscape painters, painting outside, painting what they see outside. They work together. That gives them a chance to both grow and support each other, but it gives them a chance to learn. They're more likely to learn doing this as part of a group. So it isn't about a formal degree and everything must be formal and official and like that in terms of your training. It's all about what can you do for a game team? What skills can you bring to bear to build a great game? If we think about this in terms of music, there's a parallel here. So lots of people have a hobby of music. They love to sing. They're pretty good. Many of them are pretty good. There's a television show in the US called American Idol where people compete basically to become music stars. At some of their auditions in different cities, they've had 40,000 people show up for one of these auditions. And that's 40,000 people, all who want to be stars on the musical stars on the radio with hit songs. And of course, 40,000 people are not going to be able to all have big hits on the radio. But people love it. It's a passion for them. It's work they want to do. A lot of people who have a lot of training and are good musicians end up busking to make some extra money, whether it's a side gig or part of other work. And so you don't have 40,000 people in one city who are out busking. These may be better musicians, more trained musicians, but they're still not making a living at music very often. And then we have those people who have practiced their craft, their musicianship, whatever form of musician they are, whether they're playing instruments, whether they're vocalists. They've practiced that and they've gotten so good that they can now make a living, they can have a career as a musician. But they've spent years getting to this point, training to this point, practicing to this point, performing and doing the work. And far, far fewer people in music ever reach this point of whether it's a career. And those that do have done a tremendous amount of work to get there. And they've chosen a specialty in music very often. And that specialty is what they have mastered and driven their career. So one way to think about all this is to think about the parallel between how people who love music pursue careers and how we who love games pursue careers. And of course, we would all love to be Adele. I think she's a phenomenal songwriter and musician. But we don't have to be Adele to be successful. We don't have to be the big global star. We just have to be valuable parts of game teams who are working on great games. So idea number 3. So number 1 is, be ready for change, embrace change, expect change. And if number 2 is develop a specialty, give yourself skills that are rare, unusual, hard for teams and publishers to find. That way it's easier to have a career. So point 3 is team up. And we just talked about Adele, who is a solo performer. She has a band behind her, but much of her work is focusing on her solo. And I think that's different than in the games business. And if we think like great game creators, like Kojima-san, he is often portrayed as a single creator, yet we know that he is leading large teams, and there are many, many great people, many very talented people who contribute to his titles. It is not just him. So the idea that teams have stars, teams have special people, but it is the collaboration between the team that makes things special, is nothing new. Here's the Prague soccer team, the football team from 120 years ago. They may have had stars, but all of these players cooperated long before we had computers or video games. That principle of great people getting together to be a great team and collaborating and having the power come from that goes far, far, far back in history. So this is what I think of when I think about great game teams, and I'm picturing and imagining that we have strong programmers, great artists, great people in audio here. Somebody may be in production coordinating the work. There's strong game design. All of these things are on these teams, and it is that collaboration. A project I'm working on right now in design, nominally, if you looked at it, you'd say, oh, well, Don has the most design expertise on this project. In reality, other people are producing fabulous design ideas that are making the game much better. It is a team sport to develop games. And that's why thinking of ourselves as solo artists can get us in trouble. All right, understand the machine. And the machine I'm talking about actually relates to keep going with the parallels with the music business. Joni Mitchell, when she was a big international pop star, back in the mid-1970s, had a great quote. She referred to the music business, and this is a lyric from one of her songs, as the star maker machinery behind the popular song. And what she was talking about was that she loved her music, and she was trying to do new kinds of music and very different music. But the music industry wanted her to keep doing exactly the same kinds of music she had always done. There's this friction between the business of music and musicians trying to be themselves, have their own voice, and do new things. And this goes way back in music. Well, in games, the games industry with big multi-billion-dollar publishers can sometimes seem like this steel fortress, and there's no way in, we're all walled out. And it's easy to feel that way at times. And by the way, this is a picture of the side of one of the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge, but I use this photo just because it looks like an impregnable wall from this angle. And frankly, sometimes the games industry, when you're inside it, parts of it seem to run like an old tractor that should be much more modern and isn't. It still works in old-fashioned ways, and why does that happen? And that happens in the games industry too. So that's why I say that understanding the machine, studying the games industry, understanding how this, $170 billion business actually is working so that you can have a strategy for how you work in it. If you don't understand the system, the machinery of the games industry, games publishing, game development, then you're tossed around everywhere by what's going on, and it doesn't make any sense. So how do you do that? Well, I think that subscribing to some of the newsletters that cover games industry business, are very helpful, and you can get an update every day. A lot of the news you hear will be contradictory. One person will be saying, oh, this kind of game is the big thing for this year, and somebody else will be saying, no, that kind of game is dying. You'll hear all sorts of contradictory input, which is great because it lets you make up your own mind, but it lets you learn how things work. These are just some of the examples, both from the United States and from Europe. There are many others, but these are some that are prominent, and you can subscribe to them, and they're free. So, another way to do it, obviously, here we are at a games conference, is attending games conferences, which is also someplace you can meet other game developers and maybe become part of a team. We don't know. So, because this is GDS, this is obviously a great kind of opportunity here. All of these other conferences here from Europe and the United States, I've had the privilege of speaking at. And these are all examples of places you can go to sessions and learn more about the industry by listening to the speakers, and also learn about the craft, develop your specialty. Because at these sessions, there's always a lot of talks which are for engineers, for artists, for game designers, for producers. And so you can practice your craft and grow your abilities in it as well. One more fun example of this. A few years ago, there was a big thing about 3D TV. 3D TV is going to be a big, big deal. And so all the TV makers scrambled to have 3D TVs. And of course, the video game console makers had to scramble to support 3D TV with 3D video games because the TVs were going to be out there. And everybody was saying, this is the next big thing. 3D TV is the next big thing. And of course, here we are with a 2017 article saying 3D TVs are dead. This is why we want to study the games industry. Even if you were an artist who doesn't have a lot to do with the business, you still want to understand what's going on in the environment around you. And that's why I think this is worth doing. And obviously, part of what we're trying to do is we're trying to avoid managing our careers into dead ends in the games industry. So don't go here. This is not a promising looking path. So for my final point, build something great. And let's see if I can make sense out of this as an idea. So I'd like you to take a moment and think about, what is the game you've played that made the greatest impact on you? It may be a game you played when you were a kid. It may be a game you played 2 weeks ago. But what's the game where it just shook you up, it thrilled you, whatever feeling it created? Maybe it's the game inspired you to want to become a game developer. But somewhere in our lives, many of us have games that just my view of the world changed after I played that game. Or here's a game I played long ago, but there's a design lesson there that's a centerpiece of my career, and that's where I learned it. Whatever it is, I'd like you to think about that. It may be something you have to think about for a while because you might have different games you think of. But think about that game that had that greatest impact on you. And you'll note I'm not saying the most fun. I'm not saying you played the longest. I'm just saying what impacted you the most, what left you with the strongest feelings about it that were created by that game. And once you've done this for a while, you'll get people who will come up to you and say, oh, Don, I realized you worked on that game. I love that game so much. And they then go on and they tell you very often very similar things. One thing that they never say is you know, Don, that level 5 that I know you worked so hard on and you redid it like 12 times. Oh, I love that. I love that level 5. That was a great game design. I don't think I've ever had anybody say that to me. What people will normally say, whether they played a game as a kid or as an adult, is to say, oh, I love that game. You guys did such a great game. And they'll tell me where they played it in terms of how old they were, what was the setting. They'll tell me who they played with. Oh, I was playing with my brother. I played with my best friend. We did this, we did that. I had one of these 2 days ago. I had a friend tell me about that with a game he didn't realize I'd worked on. And I told him, oh, and he started to tell me these same things. When he played it, who he played it with, and why they loved it, what they did and why they loved it so much. So what they're telling you, though, is usually not, as I say about game design, it's because you create a feeling in them. You had an impact on them. In my case, sometimes it's from my game Utopia, I'm having people tell me about experiences they may have had almost 40 years ago, and they still remember. That's an impact. So that illustrates what it is at our very best that we can do as game development teams. And you'll notice I say teams, because to earn this from people, to have people feel like your game really got to them, these days we have to build in teams of specialists. You'll hear my themes here. To be able to do that. So anytime I get told that, yes, I was part of the team, but I was only part of it, but I still get that absolute joy, still after 50 years, that somebody loved our game. That's making an impact. So to me, that's what building great games is, for me. It's where people remember them, and years later, if you were on the team, they want to talk to you about it and tell you why they loved your game. And it's, it sounds like empty words. Oh, go out and build great games. Yes, that's a good thing to do. And I hear that tone in my own voice, and it just sucks. But the point is, if you're planning your career, if you're planning your life, if you're planning what you're going to do 5 days a week as a career at making a living, for year after year after year, we want it to be something we love. It's really hard to love getting up in the morning and going to work and saying, okay, I'm going to work on something that's pretty good today. And it's not bad. No, it's pretty good. It's not great. It's not ambitious. It's not new. It's not, it's not, none of those things, but it's pretty good. If you're working with a great team, it may be that it's the people that keep you going, but it's not the work, because you're not trying to build something great. In real life, we don't get to do this every day of a long career in the games business. Let's be real. I've had years when I was slogging through, just escaping a situation that I or our team were stuck in. But whenever you can, when the opportunity at all exists, the shade of an opportunity, why not try to build something great? Why not strive yourself to build a great piece of something that is only pretty good? At least to try to make everything you do something great. It won't always work. I've had big hits and I have had utter failures. I've had games I thought were going to be killer and the ugly death. And I've had games I was proud of, but I didn't think a lot of other people would love, and then it turned out that lots of people loved the game that I loved. We just don't know. We can't control it, but it is our intention, what we are setting out to do, what we are trying to do, that can make a difference. It is very hard to make a great game without trying to make a great game. And that's why it has to come from within us, that commitment. And it is really easy to say, oh God, I'm not part of the games industry, I'm not this, I don't have access, I'm not part of one of those teams. And that makes it really hard. I can't really do that. And you're right, it makes it really hard. But you can find a way to build something great. And maybe initially it's only your own personal work where you keep working at getting better and better, growing more and more, and your work gets better and better and better until your personal work becomes great. It may be that it's the second or third game or the fifth team or whenever it is that the magic strikes and you really have the chance for it to work out and something great really does happen. But You just need to start. You need to have that intention, that fire within yourself to build something great, because that is the great key that unlocks the potential and the possibilities. And just trying to work along doing stuff that's pretty good really is not going to lead to something great. So that's why I would ask you to think in those terms. So I want to thank you for having this conversation with me. I hope it's given you ideas to think on. By the way, a lot of the photographs in this presentation come from this gentleman, and so I wanted to, Bradley Gordon, I wanted to give the link for his materials, and so I wanted to share that. This is my book about indie game development, and these are my contact information. And I hope this has been of use to you. I hope this has been of value to you. And I hope you will find ways to surf the seas of change, to be able to become a very special specialist, to be able to team up with people, to be able to follow all of these patterns, to be able to learn about the intricacies of the machine of game development. And finally, most of all, I wish you the happiness, the fulfillment of going out into your game career and trying to build games that are great, that are going to impact people's lives, so that 20 and 30 years from now, people come up to you and they say, "Oh, you worked on that game? Oh, I love your game. Your game is so cool. Let me tell you it was back in," and you get all the stories. And you hear how happy, fulfilled, and impacted you made them. That is a wonderful future. I wish it to you, and I believe you can make it happen. Thank you so, so much.
Okay, hello GDS, and welcome to the Q&A session from our speaker, Don Daglow. As you heard, he's an impressive person in the video game industry, lots of experience, dating back to the 70s. We have seen in the presentation some of his early works, which looks, right now when I look at it, looks kind of cute and funny. But you seem very proud about it. That's really amazing. Thank you very much for being here, Don, for being with us again, for taking all the time, and especially taking the time right now to join us for the Q&A session. Let's start with kind of a warm-up question. I get a question from the from the audience saying they love your office. Can you tell us about the figures in the shelves? What's that?
The figures on the shelves are they're little baseball statuettes from American baseball. Obviously, I showed American baseball screens in my talk.
Yes.
And the one of the things they do is they started handing out baseball has 81 games in your home stadium each year. So picture 81 football games in your hometown each year.
Oh
and
my
so
God.
to get people to come, every so often they give away a free little statuette of a baseball player. And so being a big baseball fan and having gone to baseball games for so many years, I've collected a few of those statuettes.
Is that also what inspired you to make your first game about baseball?
The funny thing is my first game about baseball came out years before they made the first of these statuettes in the shape of regular players. And they're called bobbleheads. They're so when you pick them up, the little heads rotate or wiggle because they're on the springs. The little head goes on top of the little statuettes.
So maybe they have been inspired by you showing you a game, and they'll be like, "Okay, let's make statues out of it. Seems like a good business." All right.
It's a fun thing.
Yes, it seems fun. All right. So cool. Let's start maybe with the first question. I'm staying at the a little bit easy on questions to just warm up a little bit, because I'm getting another question, more like a private question, asking, what do you want most for Christmas, Don?
What I want actually is a new webcam. Since this one was misfiring this morning, so I think I'm going to ask for a new webcam.
That's interesting insight. Thank you. I hope your wife is watching right now.
That I'll be sure to go tell her.
I think she will appreciate. All right, so let's see. I see a question from Natalie. She's asking, probably because she's intrigued by your voice, and she's asking, did you ever try voice acting, or can you do voices?
Actually, when I was in university 50 years ago, I was on KSPC FM, 3,000 watts of FM power, calling all of the Southern California basin.
All right.
So, but I chose, and I was a theater major. Actually, I had it weird because I was a playwriting major, so it was a cross between the English and the theater. So I was originally trained in theater, but I knew that actors starved and that writers who were starting out starved. So I actually, before the video game industry began, I was a school teacher for 6 years, started to be a successful writer, and then the games industry started, and I had been writing games on mainframes for years. And so I was able to get a job right at the beginning.
All right. Wow. That's impressive. So that's some
And
background.
don't get me started on voices, because if we start on voices,
it will go to a very, very bad place, etc. So.
Oh, that is very impressive. Maybe you should consider giving a talk about that one sometime.
I've done a little bit of voiceover in games, but one of the things you do is if you are an amateur, you leave the important jobs to the pros. And so the voiceover I've done has been very, very limited. So.
Okay, but at least you had fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to right into the material right now. I have a quite of a more deeper question, because you were telling how like trying to sell to people your the non-official skills as a not learned at the do you mean like not learned at the university or self-taught?
Right.
Yeah. Can you say a few things about that?
Yeah, I think that, first of all, because we're trying to be specialists in this age, where we develop a skill that is hard to find. So one way to look at it, and I'm glad that a member of the group brought it up. One way to look at it is pretend that you are building a team to create a great game. You would want to have really strong people doing each phase of the game. So you wouldn't want to have anybody who wasn't that good. And so if you imagine the game studios and the publishers, they are thinking the same things. Some jobs, it's relatively easy to get good people. And so you have to work harder to differentiate your skills there. At other jobs, there's always a shortage. So whatever path leads you to have skills where they are in demand, where it's easier to get work, that's helpful. Going to university and getting formal training is obviously the easiest, most direct way. Going to a technical school, going to special training programs for games is the easiest way. But not all of us can do that. And I have people ask me, well, that means I can't, you're saying you need specialists, you have to really hone your skills, develop your skills, learn your craft, practice your craft. That means I can't because I missed the opportunity. And that's just not true. It is harder if you don't go through university and learn formally that way.
Yeah.
But I've seen people who can do it. In some fields, it's harder than other. And the first place to start is 2 questions. Question number 1 is, okay, I'm going to take a harder path. What is it that I'm really good at naturally? If you start out being somebody who just was born to be an artist, but you don't have electronic art skills, you don't have computer graphic skills, well, then you know, okay, that's naturally something I'm good at. I can adapt. We had on our team at one point about 25, 28 years ago, the games industry shifted from being 2D graphics to 3D. So we were doing all 2D imagery, and then it got to where everything just had to be modeled in 3D. If you were not cool, but wait, this category of game works better if you do it in 2D. I don't care. Everybody's doing everything in 3D. And we had publishers telling us really dumb stuff about how a side scroller, which you would naturally do in 2D, would have to be built in 3D. So we had at that point in our team about 35 artists, and we knew, and we'd been doing 2D. For some of them, they already did 3D art, but for many of them, they had no experience, and so we did set up training sessions within our team. We brought in some people. We had some formal programs. We had the team members who knew 3D and had that as a specialty. We had them teach classes.
Wow.
And one of our artists was a landscape painter, as in a traditional fine art painter. And he still painted, when he wasn't at work, he still painted because he loved it and he could sell his paintings. So if I was going to a business meeting in Chicago, he would say, "Oh, I've got a painting hanging there from in this office if you want to go see it." Or if I was going here, but he had no experience in 3D graphics at all. About 3 months later, he was one of our best 3D artists. Just
Okay.
because he was a talented artist. So one way to do it is if you have a natural talent, don't be afraid of learning a new thing. Don't be afraid of trying it. Just try it. It might be hard work, but you might do great. The other thing is, what do you dearly love? Maybe you don't already know that you're a talented artist. Maybe you have not coded. Maybe you have no training in being a producer. One of the ways that people get into the industry is QA. And that's something you hear all the time. But I'll tell you, QA can be a tough, discouraging job at times.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I have a bunch of friends who are in different positions in the industry of leadership, doing different kinds of work, particularly in production in the industry, and that's where they started. And so that is another path. And another path is to say, based on what I dearly love, what could I find time to study? What could I study part-time to develop my skills? And very often starting to study production and starting with being an assistant or associate producer, the skills involved in agile project management and other kinds of project management that relate to agile, which sometimes is also called Scrum, those skills are in high demand and are very learnable. So if, for example, if somebody is working in QA and then learns Agile, you can get a certificate in Agile production, which then lets you be what's called a Scrum Master. That really can help you get a job in advance. And there are still not as many Scrum Masters as there are jobs out there in games.
Mm-hmm.
So at least that I see here from my perspective in San Francisco. So I'm giving a very long answer, and I know it's better if I give short ones, but I don't want to discourage people. I don't want to imply that it's easy or that you just walk in and say, "Hi, I'm here. I want to make game," and everything goes great from there. But if you love games and you have a passion and you're willing to do the work and the learning, there is a way in, and you just have to find the way that is something you'd love to do and is something where your natural talent will come out as you do it. Because if you have natural talent, you learn and you work hard, the opportunities will come.
Thank you, Don. That was a long answer indeed, but lots of interesting insights in here. You mentioned one of the things very much at the beginning of your answer, saying, so there are jobs who are supposedly be experienced easier, and where you have more people to choose from, let's say that, and jobs who are a lot like somehow harder to get into, and where is a shortage in. Can you give a few examples maybe to the audience, what you think, what you were thinking of?
So in San Francisco right now, and I want to give a very specific example because that's where I'm involved most often in people being recruited. I'm working with teams now that are based in Germany, and also that a team that is spread across both Asia and Europe, but where I'm doing it, working as an advisor. But what I really know is San Francisco. Here, programmers, nobody can get as many programmers as they want. Technical artists with specialties in different aspects of 3D art are in demand. Any kind of art where someone's portfolio looks great. If you show your portfolio to a hiring manager and they go, "Oh, this is wonderful work," that will do it. I think having, in particular, whatever aspect of the work you're doing, having technical skills. A great example is game design. So many of the first jobs that are open in game design are jobs for level design. Well, in level design, you may also have to do coding in a scripting language like Python. They may look for skills like that. You will need to be able to work in, very often, in a 3D art program, whichever software it is that they're using, whether you're working in, whether you could be based in Unreal, you could be based in Unity, but then there'll be other tools. If you have skills in those tools, so that as a level designer, you aren't, "Oh, here's a problem with the geometry." You're not going, "Oh, I need an artist to come help me." If it's something that's simple and you can fix it yourself, that helps. A lot of level designers are expected to be able to lay out basic geometry for a level as part of the design. So for game design, level design starting, having the experience in the tools, and having experience with scripting are both examples of something. If you have those combinations of skills, San Francisco is filled with people who say, "Hey, I want to be a game designer. I've played a lot of games. I can be a game designer." But they're not willing to do the work to learn scripting, to learn the 3D tools, and that's what real level designers are having to do.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's some really helpful tips. I hope many people of the audience take this and can use this to continue. I have a question right away about what you just mentioned about the portfolios. Dustin is asking, on the topic of portfolios, do you have any recommendations for how to cater a portfolio for a producer type role? In this regard, try to not get too long because I have a lot of other questions. But
Okay.
maybe this will help Dustin and other people who are like looking into portfolio for producer, because I know that you have portfolios for really technical stuff, and you can really show off what you did. You know, you put it in there. You have it in your hands practically. You show it to the doing the job interview. But a producer is so much harder to show off what you can do. It's I believe all references and contacts, but please give us some insights. Is there any way of a portfolio for producer type role?
I would not personally use a visual portfolio other than as a way of letting people see in more detail which games you've worked on or what kinds of games you've worked on. If the company you're trying to get a job already knows the game, you don't really need to show anything because you're showing other people's work. You're showing the artist's work. So I think that the real goal here, as a producer, you're organizing things. And so the questions you're going to be getting are, what kinds of organization have you done? What teams or parts of teams have you managed? What challenges have you faced? In many studios, if you do have experience in agile development. So it's less about portfolio. The one time I would show something is if it's a student project, if it's a game that was indie and is not well known, then to give them a basis for understanding your work, you could show something from the game. But if the game is well known, something visual I don't think is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I want to dive a little bit deeper. I have a question from Damiano, and he's asking, the game industry has appeared to be on a constant technological evolution, but as also you said during your talk, that race to photorealism has recently slowed down. Would you say, Dawn, that we're actually experiencing a definite throwback to the old style of graphics? Especially with all these games coming out that harken back to 8-bit style and even before that. Damiano gives examples like Return of the Obra Dinn, etc. Or is this just a fad? I personally don't even know the title of that, but I think you guys both know exactly what he's talking about.
Well, I think Return of Obra Dinn is a tour de force, a masterwork where somebody said, I am going to work within a restriction and create a game where the moment you look at my game, you are going to know whose game it is and what the game is. Anytime you can do that and the game is fun to play, and the moment anyone looks at it, they instantly know it's your game, in any era, on any platform of game development, if the game is fun, that works. And that's what Obra Dinn is. So having said that, this is actually about the music industry and how the games industry keeps being like the music industry. And in music, in the United States, I don't know how it is in Europe. In the United States, there are radio stations that play current songs, and there are radio stations that play old songs and a mix of old and new.
Yeah, same here.
Okay. And so people get nostalgic for the music they heard when they were kids, when they were university, whatever. And so the same thing is happening to games. And I think that is one of the big reasons. I think there's two reasons for this. Number one is nostalgia. Keep watching how other forms of entertainment work. Games are going to keep having the same issues and opportunities as our industry matures. So we're doing what the music business did. The second thing is, as you said, Maggie, is that why our old graphics are cute. They used to be impressive. They used to make people go, oh my God, that's amazing. How did you do that? Now I put them up on screen at a conference and people laugh at it. That's the way it works.
I think I have a kind of a follow-up question on that, a little bit direction, because Hannes put down some question about your talk as well. He about how the ages are changing, right? Or throughout the ages, the games are changing. You also talked during your presentation that it's you have to keep up like stuff that you learned 5 years ago is not so new anymore, and you don't like it, but it's a part of the game industry, and it's an industry that you love. And Hannes was wondering, maybe it's a little bit deep question actually as well. He asked, was there ever a moment that you felt close to becoming extinct, like failing to keep up with the current trends?
First of all, you can never keep up with everything. You cannot be all things to all people. There was a time when I did the programming, the game design, the graphics, some of the audio. I did every single thing on my game. That
and the
era
voice acting.
and the voice acting, and that era is gone. That's just gone. So trying to know everything is impossible. So what you have to do is work on knowing the things you believe you need to know. And if there's something you've fallen behind on and you don't know, well, you go work on it and you study it and you play it. But trying to know everything, well, I play every game. Well, you might play every game, every major game, every big publisher game for 20 minutes, and every well-known indie game, you might play them for 20 minutes, but it's going to be very hard to actually play them enough to have a thorough, full sense of that game. So you pick your spots. You pick what you work on. Whatever game I'm working on, I know that space in depth. And if there's a category I haven't worked on in years, like I have not worked on real-time strategy games in a number of years. I love the category, but I haven't worked on one in a long time. I'm not much of an expert anymore. At one time, I knew real-time strategy inside and out. There are some important milestones in real-time strategy games that our team did. But, if I went back and went into that category, which keeps having some reemergence in places, I would just go dive back into it. So I would not focus on knowing everything, focus on knowing what you need to know. The only times I've worried about being extinct is when I really screwed up on a project, or I did something really stupid in the game, or a game failed, and I was mad at myself. And you go home at night and you cry because it didn't work out, and then you get up the next morning and you go back to making games.
Yeah. Actually, I kind of like this example you're giving, because you know how we kind of look at you, we kind of look up to you. We're like, okay, he's so experienced. He knows, he has so many tips. He knows how things go. But here we're like, you're showing this very perfect picture towards the outside world, but you have been through stuff. You have been starting at zero, and you're just telling us you have had struggles where maybe you have been crying, which I don't know. But so that's, I think some people can relate or might get into a similar situation and then really think like, what am I actually doing here? Is this really what I should do? And maybe feel discouraged. Can you maybe give us some insight in some experience of you when you really had a hard time and you were thinking like, do I really want to do it? And what made you carry on and be like, no, fuck this. I want to be
it. I think a couple of examples that are simpler stories to tell. In 2008, we had an original IP AAA next-gen console game, the dream of every studio to be working on, with an original IP, original story, original game, a big budget, everything going great. And then our client, the publisher we were working with, was acquired. And the company that acquired them didn't want anything except their established hits. This was something to impress the stock market. All they wanted was to get the established hits into their own catalog, and they terminated every single game that was not going to be shipping in the next 90 days. So you could have this fabulous game, and our publisher loved our game. Big team, we had everything. But if you weren't going to ship in 90 days, everything was terminated. And so the project was terminated. They did not really pay very much money to the teams. that were terminated, we had spent a great deal of money getting the project, because getting big games, studios go through a selling process that can take 6, 9, 12 months to sell a
Yeah.
big original game.
Especially back
And
in the time.
yes,
Right.
and so we'd used up a lot of our cash, and we actually ran out of money and had to close the studio because there wasn't time for us to find another big project. And we had done what I always would tell people is dangerous. This game was so great, we were working only on one game at a time. And when that game was shut down, we got shut down with it. That was a really dark moment for me. So that's an example of a story that's easy to tell, and you just have to pick
And how did
yourself
you
up
get
and start
yourself
over.
out there? What made you be like, okay, I leave this behind me. I want to continue anyways. What was the biggest drive for you to move on?
The only real thing I know how to do is build games, and the thing I love that I've devoted my life to is building games. So, you get knocked down, you get back up again. I was fortunate I got some consulting agreements where I was helping teams on different projects fairly quickly, where I was able to go back to work. Everybody on our team, we had one gentleman who was older who ended up retiring, but everybody else in our team got work very, very quickly. And and I got invited into some teams doing work very quickly and rebuilt from there.
Okay. What would you tell people who are in a moment of feeling very, how to put it, not knowing where life brings them, where they're feeling they're on a low point and trying to get there for some time, but it's somehow it doesn't seem to go further?
I can't guarantee that everything is going to work out in the games industry for everyone who wants to be in games. But I really do believe that if you keep trying, if you keep working at learning new things, developing your skills, if you look at yourself in the mirror and you say, do you love games enough to do all this work, to have a career in games? I think that a tremendous percentage of the time it does work out. And I can also share, just because of being in at the beginning, I've had the honor of being friends with a lot of the most famous game designers in the world. Will Wright, Richard Garriott, Lord British. You ask them, and we've had these conversations. Have you had moments when you just felt like it just is all not working and you can't do this, and you're a fake, you're a fraud, and you're not doing it right? And Will or Richard will look at you and say, "Oh yeah." I actually know a lot about one of Will's stories because I was involved in the periphery of it when he felt like he was down, and it ultimately led to SimCity. So, which led to The Sims, and Richard, where his career looks like, oh, Lord British, everything went perfectly for him. No, there have been ups and downs. And Richard will talk to you, if you ever meet him, both Will Wright and Richard Garriott, as two examples, are two very, very nice people. And if you ever talk to them, they will tell you very openly about failures, doing things wrong, feeling awful, feeling like they'd failed, and having those same doubts. So the people who are the super famous, seemingly perfect people, no, they are just as human, and they've gone home and cried at night, and they will tell you they've done it. If you ever get a chance to meet and talk with them, they'll tell you.
Yeah, I think actually that's a topic that should be maybe talking more about, because everyone wants to paint a happy picture and be like, okay, so this is how you get to success. This is how you do it right. But we only see the good side of how to do it right, but we never hear from people who were coming so far to how did it go wrong, maybe, and how did you get yourself out? I think that's a very super interesting topic. There should be more people, especially very talented people, to share a little bit about their experience. Thank you for that. A little bit, tiny little bit in this same direction is a question from Hannes. He is referring to your talk when you were speaking about restricting feelings of game devs throughout the ages. Which was the one you fell prey to?
Yeah, in terms of when it was restricted feelings. I didn't understand that right off.
Hannes, can you maybe clarify? I think he's referring.
Sorry, Hannes.
Yes. I don't know if Hannes is still here. Otherwise, we're gonna just skip to the next one and give Hannes a few moments to get more into detail. Because I have another question from Andre, and actually two of them. He's asking, have you looked at speedruns of games you worked on? And if yes, did people break your levels in ways you never even would have considered?
So answer one is no. I have, it's funny. I've noticed them, but I haven't ever gone back and looked at those because everybody who develops games for a long time knows that eventually people will break stuff. Even after the world's greatest QA, they will find ways to break something. So that's not news. In Utopia from 40 years ago, there's a bug I was working on right at the end that people still purposely break the game because the fix wasn't perfect. You have to work incredibly hard to do it, but you can break part of the game. People are still doing that for fun 40 years later. So
it's like an Easter egg.
Yeah. So I think that being preoccupied with perfection is impossible. Every game you ever ship will have bugs. The point is, does the game not crash? Crashing is a bad thing. Do we not crash? Are people having fun? And, in modern games, we have the chance to do patches for things that are important and that we want to patch. But what I don't like about patches is it makes people get sloppy. Oh, we'll just fix it. I got to ship it now. We'll fix it with a patch. Oh, yeah, and I'm going to pay $60 for the game, and it's going to be fixed with a patch? Would I do that with a piece of furniture I bought? Would I do it with a bowl I'm going to eat my breakfast out of? Oh, it's broken, but we'll fix it later. So I don't like that attitude.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're running a little bit out of time, I wanted to go to the last two questions. Also, a little bit about that. So you knew that people are some stuff is breaking. People are eventually gonna break your game at some point. Did that design your design philosophy in any way?
Actually, it reminds you not to make things too complicated, because the more complicated, especially in your code, the more complicated you make your code, the more likely it is that something's going to break. And that extends to the other disciplines as well. Very often we make things complicated because it makes us feel like we are smart. The only reason to make something complicated is to give fun and entertainment and value to our players. That is the only motivation. Other than that, we want to keep things as simple as possible because the goal is what is the emotion we create inside our player. And that's the big goal. And so I think that's the one philosophy. And by the way, keeping design simple also makes it easier. Play mechanics that are simpler often are more fun than ones that are so complicated. Games that you can learn readily, where tutorials can easily, or early levels can bring you easily into the game, are more fun for more people than games that start out incredibly hard and get harder.
Yeah.
So those are all things that get in the way of fun for most people. For some people, it's great. But
Do
for
you
most
have one example that shoots you to mind that is a good example that is doing that? Just like one game that you think immediately of?
the example of a game that started hard and that was their special thing was Cuphead. That's the first example that comes to mind.
Oh yes,
So,
I feel the pain.
yeah. But that became their thing, and they got all the publicity because number one, their art is so gorgeous.
And the music.
And the music is great. And the way that they create the really early historical cartoons from before I was born, back in the time of the dinosaurs, and they recreate those cartoons, that feeling so perfectly. It's brilliant. So you look at Cuphead and you instantly know what game it is. You know it's Cuphead. It can't be anybody else's game. I talked about how great that is. And then for them, the fact that it's hard became a thing that everybody talked about, which got everybody interested. And yes, it scares away some players, but it also attracted a lot of players. If every game did that, it wouldn't work. But if occasionally a game does that, it can work great if it's a great game. And Cuphead's
With
a
a
great
lot
game.
of personality. I think this is one of the main reasons why it's working, because they have so much personality in that game. You start the game. I like the game. I actually hate the game, but I like the game because just of the game itself. I hate it's so hard for me. I don't enjoy this. But just thinking back, it's like a love-hate or something. I don't like playing it, but I really very much appreciate it, and I know exactly what it is. I can totally feel it. I'm very impressed by that way. I want to continue just the last few questions. So Hannes elaborated on what he was talking about. He says, so Don, you mentioned at the start that some dev boxes themselves with a position like, I will never do Wii games. I will never do Wii games. Well, okay, now I will only do Wii games. I will do nothing else but Wii games. Have you ever fallen into such an ideological moment yourself?
I have not, but only for one reason. My first job in the games industry was at Intellivision from the Mattel Toy Company in 1980. And this was, as I mentioned, the first big console war between Atari and Intellivision. Our games were on TV every night. The commercials for our games were on television every night.
Wow.
And both companies saying, our game is better, our game is worse. The baseball game that I pointed out with the little stick figures where you don't know those people, they made a television commercial just to show off that game. And the game wasn't even finished. We look at the graphics today and we laugh. It looks like, what? What is that? It got its own TV commercial in 1982. So when at the end of 1983, the whole video game industry crashed. There were thousands and thousands of jobs. We went from having thousands and thousands of jobs, billions of dollars in sales, to where only a few hundred people were working in computer games, and video games consoles went away for almost 3 years. And so the industry just disappeared. And I was incredibly lucky. A little startup called Electronic Arts recruited me just as everything was crashing. So I got to keep working. But most jobs, I was one of those lucky few hundred. And after that happened, where I worked for a company that had only one platform and did only one thing, I swore to myself, I am never going to get caught in a situation where there's only one thing we're working on. And one thing I loved about working at this little startup, Electronic Arts, we had 3 producers in Electronic Arts at the time, and I was working on frontline products.
At the beginning already?
Yeah, and I was not at the very start. I came in a few months after the first games were shipped, because that's when the console business crashed and went away. But there were 3 producers at EA, and I was one of them. And we were working on different platforms and different kinds of games. And I was happy for that. The only reason that I have not fallen into the trap that Hannes is describing is because in my first job, I built this big team. I had 50 people in my Intellivision group, and we were part of a larger group of 110 doing games. And I thought I was giving people careers, and then it all crashed.
Oh, yeah.
And I just felt awful. And I said, I'm never going to get trapped like that again. That's the only reason why not.
So you learned early on, and you try to be always careful for doing this again. Okay, I have one last question. One last question from Andre. After we will wrap up. It's late and everyone wants to go for dinner. At least here in Europe, you probably just had breakfast. So Andre is asking a little bit in the mind of speaking of patches and comparing games to furniture. Do you think that games as a service, like the World of Warcraft games, where you subscribe to a service to play rather than owning a copy through just one-time purchases, Do you think this would be harmful to preserving games as an art? Or what's your opinion on that?
No, I think it's two different art forms. I think the comparisons get messy because there's no exact thing. But I've done MMORPGs and I've done standalone console. I've done most categories at some point in my career. It's a completely different feeling when we're building a packaged game, whether it's delivered digitally or in a box. There's a sense of we are creating an experience for the player. We can add DLC later. We can expand it. We can do sequels. But we're creating a work. It's like writing a book where it's going to be 416 pages. And yes, you can go back and edit the book later and so on, but it is that piece. And so you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and you're giving it to somebody, or you have a set of ascending levels up to a point of perfection.
All right.
If you do an MMO or software as a service, that's a long-term relationship with your player. There's no beginning, middle, and end. It's like getting married in some ways. You have this long-term relationship. It's two different aspects of our art form, completely different, but it both are part of our art form.
Even though I would say the other way is also kind of a relationship, no? Because you, like, once you ship your game, it's not that you're done with it. You have to keep looking at it and keep taking care of it. You have a community, because this is also kind of a stable, like, at some point that's what you want, right? You want a stable income, or like some kind of income flow. But if you cannot ship a game and then abandon it. It's like I sometimes compare it to like a baby, you know, you're having this baby for like sometimes 3 years, 4 years, and then you put it out there and let it give it on the stage and let it act, and people enjoying the acting of that little thing that you created. And imagine you would never train your I don't know if it's wrong to say like creation, but if you never improve it anymore, and then of course at some point it's getting outdated, what you said, because the technology is moving extremely fast. It's just the players and the community that you gathered who are appreciating the game and really love it, they're gonna feel either left out or they're gonna lose interest because there's no much activities being outdated. It's not gonna be supported by the hardware that you have anymore, and that's kind of that's something that you should be aware of. That if you really divide your time and passion to something to make it from start to ending, and you're really doing this for earning something, you have to keep taking care of it for I don't know how long, probably never ending until you bring out the sequel. But even then, I know from Guild Wars 1 and 2, once Guild Wars 2 was out, there were still so many people who still love Guild Wars 1 more, and that the creators of the Guild Wars 1 still had to keep updating it, improving it, even years later, and that's something to keep in mind, I would say.
And for studios,
seems like a relationship.
What you're saying is absolutely right, and I agree with you 100%. On the business side of the games industry, though, studios and developers have to remember, with software as a service, with ongoing games, the publisher is funding that, and you're getting paid to keep doing work. With many games that are intended as a freestanding game, the software publisher may come back and fund some DLC. They may fund some other things. But a lot of times what will happen to the developer is the community is clamoring for exactly what you're talking about, but the publisher will not give the developer the money to pay for people's salaries so they can do the work. And so studios can get caught in this feeling where they feel exactly as you do. They want to take care of their baby. I'm taking care of a baby. They want to take care of it and do all those things, but there's no money to do it, and they have to work on other things to make money to keep their studio going.
And then the other thing gets neglected at some point. Yeah, that's a struggle I hear about sometimes. Yeah. I think this is a topic for another day. We are quite, we're done for today, I would say. I think everyone had a great time at the GDS. Thank you very much, Don, for your time, for your talk. I think we all learned a lot about it. Whenever you see Don is going to have a talk at other conferences, I think you're going to be at other conferences as well, quite regularly. So there's a lot to learn from him. Thank you. It's been an honor to have you again, and enjoy your for you morning or noon. I wanted to say enjoy your evening. At least everyone in GDS. Thank you for being here today. Enjoy your evening, and join us tomorrow again. We have two great talks starting at 11 at first and second stage. Check it out, schedule on the website, and looking forward to see you all tomorrow.
And thank you. Enjoy your dinner and enjoy a good beer.
Thank you. Bye, GDS.